Hello, and welcome back to Sakuramoyu. So we just got out of Chiwa's route, and now it's time for Haru's route. I'm so excited. Alright, give me a second. I might have saved something that you're not allowed to see, so let me get this out. Good thing. Good thing I did that. Alright. For to start Haru's route, you select small Ishibashi, so small stone bridge. All right, I'm excited. Not gonna lie, I'm so excited. Our town Sanzen has a river flowing through its center, neither small nor big. It's too small to be called an actual river, although its surroundings were quite well maintained to call it just a stream. The river covered by sakura divides the town into two big parts. And the many stone... Wait, I wonder if we can skip this. Yes, thank God. Walk along the main street. Yorotsuki Jinja. Guys, when does Haru's route start? What the hell? When does... Give me a second. I'll try to figure out what the hell happened. How come it's not starting, Haru's route? Okay, welcome back. Long story short, I found out there was something corrupted with my save file. I actually don't know exactly. I had to debug and ask ChatGPT for help to debug the crash dump and stuff like that. And you know, long story short, for some reason, my save got corrupted. When not to the point that I can't even load my actually my previous some of my previous saves disappeared, but yeah, basically let's just consider my save got corrupted, and the only way I tried to, you know, just do a skip and try to get to the point that we could start Haru's route. because you can't start Haru's route without finishing Hiyori's Shiwa's route. So what happened was, if you remember in the last upload, there was this when we finished Shiwa's route, my Sakura Moyu just suddenly closed, right? So according to the crash dumps, it's trying to access something that doesn't exist, so it crashes, right? So when you open, so that happens, and the reason for why, and the process that's associated with that crash is the one that saves the state that I already finished Shiwa's route. So I can't. So I tried. I tried doing it. I tried doing like new game skip so I could finish like Shiwa's route and all. I always experience the same error. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that's after some analysis by ChatGPT, my save is corrupted. So I decided to just get like a completed save file. So we have everything unlocked. And as you can see, the main menu looks different now. Oh well. I'm not gonna open the album or stuff like that because it already has like unlocked everything, you know. And it's not. I'm not too worried about like spoilers because I'm the type of person that even if I read the spoilers and all that, it doesn't change the experience for me. But I'm sure some people are sensitive to it, so I'm not gonna try to open one of these tabs. But yeah, we can start Haru's route. One thing I found out while trying, it's kind of hard to read the interface because it's you know, it's big. And anyway, so one thing that happens if you finish the game is that when you try, you can now, instead of going through like the choices to choose which route, you can do this. By the way, you're gonna see the fort route. It's an obvious which one's the fort route. So it's Kuro. It's not a spoiler, man. I mean, look at the cover. Look at the cover, man. You can tell it's Kuro's the fort route. But long story short, in order to start Haru's route, you need to finish Chiwa and Hiyori's. Because if you try, actually, I actually also found this out when I was doing the skip. Because remember that Chiwa wasn't recognized as being completed by the game, because my game crashes when it tries to save the state that I finished Chiwa's route. So in fact, that's what happened earlier before I had to stop and try to figure out what's going on. I picked the options for Haru's route, and then it starts Chiwa's route for some reason. So that's what happens if you try to start Haru's route before, if you haven't completed any of these, if you haven't completed both of these, it just leads you to Chiwa's route. Anyway, so we'll get started with Haru's route. Fortunately, this puts you to the point where we haven't skipped before, so yeah. Also, something about like the save file I picked up, it also changed the font. I wonder if there's like an option to change the font, but let's not think about it. We might accidentally click on something that might spoil you guys. I don't want to spoil you guys more. Anyway, I sighed. Why? Many times. I thought about it countless times. Why did things turn out like this? Sakura drifting on the warm wind, softly fluttering, adorning the spring blue sky. Tinging that clear, bright color with a sigh. Ah, enough. I just want to disappear, to be gone, completely, right now. It's a sigh, a let out, yet another sigh. Everything started a few hours ago. Everything began with this one word my friend uttered. Na, minna.
なあみんな、俺の音楽になってくれないかな。
A few hours ago, lunchtime. It was when we were all eating our bento, as usual. Huh? What did you say? Tomohito suddenly blurted, "Become my ongaku." So I pretended not to hear. I didn't hear him properly, so I asked him to repeat it.
いや、だからさ、みんなにお願いしたいんだよ。どうか俺の音楽になってほしいって。
It's a very simple request, right? Tomohito said, tilting his head. No, I mean, simple? I don't know how I could possibly interpret that favorably enough for it to be a simple request. In the first place, I couldn't even grasp Tomohito's intention, so there was no way I could call it simple no matter how I looked at it.
ねえ、ともちゃん、
なんだい、ひよちゃん。
大丈夫？お腹ペコペコなの？
Hiyori blinked her eyes.
ともちゃん、いつも私にお菓子いっぱいくれるから。だから自分の食べるのがなくなっちゃって、頭に栄養足りなくなっちゃった？
Gomen, are you okay? Go, Tomohito. Hiyori clenched her hands tightly, then nodded as if to say, from now on, just a little bit of snacks is fine.
お腹空いたら私ね、なんでだか方向音痴になっちゃうけれども、ともちゃんは頭の中が迷子になっちゃう感じなの？
いや、心配してくれてありがとう。でも平気だよ。お腹は空いてないし、頭も十分働いてるかな。多分、きっと。
I mean, considering we know the reason why Hiyori's always hungry and gets lost a lot.
でも、トア先輩、私たちがトア先輩の音楽になるってどういうことですか？当然ですけど、私たち音楽にはなれませんよ。
Bruh, the MTL man. I mean the MLT man. What is this translation? Uakeru.
そんなことはないさ。いいかい、ちわちゃん。人の心は誰でも音楽になれる。絶対だ。
No, even if you flash that full-on handsome smile at me with such nonsense, it just puts me in a bind.
つまり...
Haru said, holding a sandwich lightly bought from the kombini, cradled in both hands.
ともひとくんは私たちに何をお願いしたいのかな？
理解の早そうな子がいてくれて嬉しいよ。
Now, what am I supposed to do about this? My Osana Najimi, my Shinyu, had started talking about something I couldn't understand at all.
1週間後だ。
1週間？
Was there something then?
はい、私わかりますよ。
Hiyori raised her hand sharply.
大河が私だけのお腹をいっぱいにしてくれる素敵な日。
Yeah. Don't be silly. That day will never come in your lifetime.
ケチ。
Hiyori bared her white teeth. Eh? Well, no. I mean, yeah. However, there were ever a miraculous event where Hio-chan became my wife or my girlfriend. It's not entirely impossible. We don't know what their daily life is in that route. We only know how her route ends, but we don't know how he deals with her hunger day to day. Right? I'm suddenly now starting to remember something, but like I could be wrong.
そっか。じゃあ生涯ないのかも。
I see. That's a little disappointing. No, well, never mind that kind of talk. What's happening in the week, Tomohito?
ああ、今俺たちの学園にはとある一大イベントが1週間後に迫ってる。それが一体何であるのかわざわざ言わなくてもわかるだろ。
No, I don't know. Not at all. Look at Hiyori. She had tilted her head, saying, "Huh?" with a completely blank expression, as if she had no idea what was being said. It's just as I said, Tomohito. We had no idea what's going to happen that day.
本当に？みんな本当にわからないのか？
Yeah, not a clue.
1週間後。あ、柊先輩のお誕生日
Huh? Was it?
だったかなって。すみません。当てずっぽうなこと言ってみました。違うよ。私のお誕生日はもう過ぎちゃってるよ。
I was reminded again when Haru's birthday Tanjobi was. It was last month, which meant I learned it was March.
へえ、はるちゃんははるちゃんなのに、生まれた日は春じゃないんだね。
No, late March is already spring, isn't it? Calendar-wise. Tonikaku, it's next year again. When the time comes, let's celebrate grandly. So grandly that Haru gets embarrassed. As grandly as everyone celebrated for me the other day, I thought. Our topic has veered wildly off course, but Tomohito, what's happening a week from now?
いやいや、学園祭があるだろう。毎年恒例、春の学園祭だ。
I see. They just don't care that they can't think that's the Gakuin Sai. Tomohito looks surprised, as if saying, "What unbelievable. Did no one seriously know?" No. I'm more surprised. Right. There was an event like that a week from now, I guess. You, of all people, are originally one of us, aren't you?
こっち側とは？
You always act like you have absolutely no interest in school events like that, don't you? Always. Don't give me that "of course I knew" look. Well, I guess I'll let that slide for now. Though I can't say I don't feel a slight bit of dissatisfaction, or rather, a sense of unease. So, what exactly is this Gakuen Sai? This event a week from now? Haru no Gakuen Sai. Normally, aren't school festivals usually held around autumn? But this academy is a little unusual. Instead of autumn, it's held in spring, in Haru, when the sakura bloom in profusion. Despite being called a Gakuen Sai, it's unlike typical ones. No stalls, no renovated classroom for events. Various club members appeal their club's charms uniquely in all spaces, schoolyard, indoors to recruit new students. It was as if the grand freshman welcome festivities held on the campus, university campus, were officially sanctioned as an event. Incidentally, a perfectly ordinary Gakuen Sai is also held, Bunkosai, is held in autumn. Hence, it's the Haru Gakuen Sai. Honestly, I think this academy is a pain, especially for someone like me who can't really be positive about group activities like that. It's even more so. You don't need to do such troublesome things twice a year, I thought. But yeah. We're not even in any clubs or anything, so it's completely someone else's problem, isn't it? Perhaps we're all supposed to go around and see the event together. Haru just got back, and she was a new student who just enrolled. I don't really get all this talk about ongaku, but if there was an intention, then I wasn't completely lost.
学園祭でライブをしようと思う。
Huh? What did you say? It was involuntary. I pretended not to hear again. Didn't he just say something about a live performance?
いや、だからさ、今年の春の学園祭でライブをしたいと思ってるんだよ。できれば俺たち全員で。
全 全員って
I saw Haru's expression freeze and turn pale. It was probably a change only I could notice. In reality, she's shyer and more timid than anyone else here, always nervous and a little scared, her heart pounding. She probably imagined all sorts of future possibilities in all sorts of ways.
俺たち去年は歓迎される側だったんだ。今年はさ、歓迎する側に立っていなきゃそれはなんだか不公平だろ。平等性にあまりに欠けてる。
智人くん。
うん、なんだい、はるちゃん。
その全員っていうのには私は入ってないよね。
Because last year wasn't even at the school yet.
だから私はまだ歓迎する側じゃなくって歓迎される側だよね。
もちろんだ。
Tomohito smiled brightly. Haru's face lit up with a smile, but then
もちろん、はるちゃんだって全員に入ってる。仲間外れにするはずないって。
そうなんだ。
you could tell how much you could tell she just lost her will right then and there. Her spirit sank. Her expression turned gloomy.
はるちゃんには一番目立つポジションを頼めればって思うんだ。なんたって一番花がある。胸もある。
Base? Just straight up says it. Oi!
ほら最低です。
ともあれ、そういった話はまたするからさ。楽しみにしておいてくれ、はるちゃん。
はーい、やったよー。私一番目立てるんだね。楽しみだな。
So sarcastic. Haru? So, this is what deadfish eyes means. I think she just died inside. She's clearly depressed. Clearly, she's already on the verge of being crushed by pressure. But still, only I can understand the subtleties of her emotions. They don't get conveyed. Hiragi Haru is always a cheerful, energetic girl. That's the kind of perceived notion that acts as a filter. That she always takes the initiative and leads us. Therefore, no one but me had noticed that incredibly clear expression. Alive? Tomohito? Only a week left. Ranchu, preparing songs. No way we'll make it. We don't even have instruments.
そうだよそうだよ。
Welcome back, White Album 2, but harder edition because you only have a week. Hiyori pouted her lips next to me.
それにさ、私たちは帰宅部なんだよ。どうして放課後が来たらさっさと帰っちゃう人たちが学園祭で音楽しなきゃならねえんだって感じでさ、さっぱりなんだよ。そうですね。帰宅部は帰宅部らしく、帰り道の買い食いに適したお店を紹介する地図とかを作って配布する方がまだそれらしいって感じがしますよね。
Chiwa, you, it's like you acted as if the club was real. Even the first year Chiwa, who should be the one welcome, seemed to be included in Tomohito's everyone.
みんなの心配もごもっともだが、大丈夫、平気だ。
Tomohito clenched his fist.
ライブでやるべき音楽はもうとっくにできてる。それに楽器とかできなくてもできるライブを考えてるんだ。
So, music is just gonna play, and then you guys do what? Is that so?
ああ、この俺自身が ずっと遠くの未来へさえも届く音楽になる。それが俺の夢だ。そんな俺が今まで全く作詞も作曲もしてこなかったわけがないだろ。
No. Even if you say that so proudly, you becoming ongaku. Well, if I'm being blunt, it's kind of like suit yourself, but first of all, wasn't I want to be a singer, I want to be a band member, or I want to be a composer. This guy here proclaims he wants to become ongaku itself. We didn't really understand his true intentions, but first, tell us why. Why you wanted to do a live in the spring Gakuen site a week from now. Unless you tell us the reason first, we, unfamiliar and inexperienced with ongaku, can't willingly cooperate.
まあそうだよな。その通りだ。少し気がせいてしまってた。
ごめんね、みんな. Saying that, Tomohito bowed his head and said, "There's someone I want to reach."
俺の音楽、俺の音、俺の言葉だ。そんな俺自身を届けたい人がいるんだよ。
For that, more than anything, more than anyone, I had to stand out the most in this world. If I don't, not only that person, but no one will notice me.
ああ、そうだ。ただ作曲しましたってだけで満足しているようじゃ、そんな程度じゃ届かないんだ。絶対に。
だから私たちが協力を？
ああ、無茶ぶりなのは分かってる。だけどさ、はるちゃんが帰ってきてくれたから。
私？
うん。この前の日曜日、みんなで街を回ったろ。昔のことをいろいろたくさん思い出せた。
そうだね。子供の頃みんなで一緒にどんな風に遊んでたのかいろいろ思い出せたよね。
ああ、自分の夢もだ。
夢？
子供の頃の俺はどんな未来を思い描き願っていたのか、それを思い出せたんだ。そして自分のやるべきこともだ。いや、違うんだ。決して忘れていたわけじゃない。ただ心のどこかで諦めかけていたかもしれない。そんな自分に俺は気づけたんだ。このままじゃダメだ。今まで何やってきたんだよ俺。やるべきことをやれよ、今すぐに。そう思ったんだよ。そう思えたんだよ、はるちゃん。だから俺はさ、できる限りの最高の音楽をあの人に。
Tomohito fell silent there. Then he gave a weary smile, stared at his feet. Unusual. This guy who's usually laughing, so carefree. He looked like he was stuck, grappling with his own feelings. Noticing Tomohito's state, I guess. Haru nods.
わかったよ、ともひとくん。
And then she smiled brightly.
私頑張ってみるよ。ともひとくんの気持ちにどれだけ応えられるかは、役立てるかはわからないけれど、頑張ってみるよ。
This line reads like her responding to a confession or something. What is with this line? Well, yeah, that makes sense. That's how it would turn out. Given Haru's personality, I somehow expected it would come to this. No matter how much her heart might pound with pain, no matter how much crushing immense tension might threaten to overwhelm her. If a friend is serious about something, you can't just leave them alone, can you, Haru? No, it's nothing. I smiled at Haru and answered her. Alright. I'll help too.
いいのか？
Yeah, I don't know what we can do with only a week to prepare. In fact, I'm even worried I might just get in the way. Me too. I'll also help Haru with everything I can.
じゃあ私も
Hiyori gently raised her hand.
タイガがやるなら私もやろっかな。じゃあ私もやります。ライブとか言われても何をするのか何ができるのか全然わからないですけど。
ありがと
Tomohito gave a soft smile.
う。みんな、ありがとう。本当に。
Tomohito was showing an unusual sentimental expression. Sate. Let's get to it, Tomohito. Tell me what kind of vision you have for the Gakuen Sai a week from now. If you have it now, if you have it here now, won't you let me hear the ongaku you're planning to play then? As I said that, Tomohito smiled brightly. Huh? What is it? Doshite? That's strange. When Tomohito smiles, suddenly, without basis, without reason, a faint but bad premonition.
タイガ。ありがとうな、タイガ。本当に。
Huh? Oh,
本当に。助かった。
Tomohito gently placed a hand on my shoulder and smiled. A full, beaming smile.
タイガ、役に立たないなんてそんなことはない。決してない。ありがとう。むしろタイガが一番役に立ってくれる。足を引っ張るなんてとんでもないんだ。
I really have a bad feeling. Is that, so?
ああ、
I nodded deeply.
特にこの1週間だ。本番前のアピールに、大いに、お前は役に立ってくれるはずなんだ。
Still smiling brightly and furiously, Tomohito said,
なあ、知ってるか、タイガ。
No what?
ああ、
Tomohito gently touched my cheek and then,
お前、実は、すっごい。
What the hell was that? What the hell is going on? And so here we are, the present. It's Hokago. A sigh. By the way, this is the first time we hear this VGM, so I guess Haru's route is really that special. I sigh again and again. And then I think, who was that anyway? I don't recognize that face. A girl I don't know. But she's quite cute. That's what I was thinking. Amatsume, we are so back. Jesus Christ. I was about to read that. I just can't help it. Jesus, man. I can't wait for Sakura no Uta's translation. Okay, anyway. I'm just having a hard time. I can't look. Come on. Calm down. Come on, calm down. Calm down, I need to read. Sunset down. Stop bustling with people in evening twilight. The sakura in full bloom colored the town like a toy box. Amidst the bustling main street, Onna. Onna, in the strikingly eye-catching outfit. Let me correct myself. She's a stranger. A face I've never seen. She's wearing the uniform Pajiwa's shop, walking along.
結構かわいい。
Kawaii says so, impressed.
おっぱいないところがとっても好感持てますね。
Oh man, we are also so back with we're so back with the women's world, maiden's world. Fucking VN. Welcome back, Yui. Yui. He always says so convinced.
結構目立ってるね。街の人たちみんな見てるよ。ウェイトレスさんがこんな時間に外を歩いてるのって不自然なのかな。
Haru says so with suspicion.
いいえ、多分ですけど、あの子が可愛いからみんな見ちゃうんですよ。つい振り返っちゃうんです。よし、お店の宣伝にもバッチリです。
Look at Chiwa's eyes, man. Just look at Chiwa's eyes. Chiwa says so excitedly. Huh, she is cute, I guess. Tabu. I say so empathizingly. So empathizing. Let me ask again. Who in the world is that? Who's that girl reflected in the roadside convex mirror? A beautiful girl. Tabu. You know, to make everyone turn their heads lightly. Not to make everyone turn their heads lightly. But a girl I don't. No. Definitely. It's strange that I'd never known such a cute girl until now. Yeah. Just kidding. Well, Taiga, hopefully at 48 years old, you can still look this young, okay? It might help you out if you wear a maid outfit. I know, okay? Yeah, that's me, right? How did this happen? Pulled back from escapist thoughts in an instant and by my own murmur. Why did it turn out like this? From the eyes of someone resembling a beautiful girl, the highlight slowly faded. Why did things turn out this way? I need to recall it once more. Just one more time. I had to remember what happened a little while ago. That guy told me this. You're actually Sugoi.
タイガー、お前さ、実はすっごい可愛い顔してるんだぜ。
For a moment, my thoughts almost stopped.
いいかタイガー、よく聞けよ。今日これからお前は俺の女になるんだ。いいよな。
Totally best friends, by the way. I slapped away Toledo's hand that was touching my cheek. Yamero! Yamero! I ended up letting out a voice like a maiden. Yamete! Someone died. I jumped back a step, retreating. I held myself with both arms, protecting my body.
やっぱりそうだったんだ。
Totally best friends, by the way.
やっぱり
Hiyori nodded. She gave a deadpan stare. And Haru tilted her head, thinking, so, they were in that kind of relationship after all. Yeah, but... yeah, I said stop. No! That's completely wrong. I'm normal. I could never fall for a guy for the same sex. Yeah, but no. Hentai! Don't come near me, hentai! I yelled.
それは差別か。
Huh? I glared at the giant figure before me.
音楽はな、いつだって戦ってるんだよ。
What are you talking about?
音楽の宿敵は差別意識だって決まってる。古今東西、今も昔も。音楽はいつだって弱き者のために、強者をくじく、そのために戦ってるんだ。
What the hell is Tomohito talking about right now? What the hell is he talking about? So, why are you suddenly talking about this? Am I?
同性との間にしか愛情の所在を見出せない。そんな人間だっているだろう。生まれついての差がだよ。生まれついてしまったことだからこそ、自分ではどうすることもできない。
I mean, that is true, but we're talking about Taiga here, and you. None of you two are gay, right? Right?
それを変態だなんて。そんな心ない言葉一つで切って捨てようなんて。
Tomohito looked at me with sad eyes.
タイガ、俺は親友として悲しいぞ。
As if to say, don't you have any ongaku in you? He showed me an expression of incomprehensible disappointment.
ただマイノリティであるからといって差別されたり区別されたり悲しいことや苦労を強要されたり、数が多い意見だからといって必ずしも正しいとは限らないし、数の少ない意見だからといって間違っているともまた限らないんだよ。
Like how popular music isn't necessarily good music, right? He said, or something like that. What in the world has he been saying to me this whole time? Ja, I have one question.
ああ、なんだ。
Some people only find love with the same sex. I understand their rights should be protected. They should be equally respected. Then, why? Is there a trend where people who like... Fucking hell. You know why this question is being asked? You know why this question is being asked? Did you see how much... Do you know the proportion of Chiwa's routes special CGs are regarding the number where she is a little girl? How many times did she appear at her high school age and older than that? How many fucking times? Most of her fucking CG is just her as a little girl. What did they mean by this, favorite? Then why? Is there a trend where people who like little girls who are also a minority are naturally blamed for the sexuality they were born with? Blaming homosexuality is seen as narrow-minded, discrimination, even evil. And such instances are increasing. Why? How come this is okay, but that isn't? Lolicon is unforgivable. This is discrimination, isn't it?
いや、違うなタイガ。それは犯罪だ。 犯罪は許されないことだから。
Wait a
ダメ
sec.
なんだ。
Wait a second. What did Taiga just imply just now? Is he a pedophile? Is he a lolicon? You are lolicon. Is that why he during Chiwa's route when Chiwa was feeling ashamed that she didn't grow, that her chest is modest, and Tiger replies, "That's how I like it," or something like that. What the hell, Tiger? You a pedophile? The guy who always tries to justify his absurdities in the name of ongaku is now, only at a time like this, saying something so rigid and by the book. No, that's precisely discrimination. Honestly, Taiga, you're really trying to die on this hill right now? No. None of that matters. What do you mean? I glare at the kaiju giant in front of me again. Me, becoming your girl? What exactly do you mean by that? It might have been pretty mature, indeed, to call him a hentai and curse him out without properly asking for his reasoning. So first I need to calm down and ask again, perhaps. That's the point. The reason. The true meaning of your statement. What kind of thoughts were behind those words? First, let me hear that properly. I convey what we talked about. After that. Then Tomohiro said,
ああ、そうだな。
Tomohiro smiled and said, 例えば。
例えば、シュワちゃんのお店のウェイトレスさんだ。あの制服、つい先日新しくなってて、可愛かったよな。
Yeah, I think so. Very much so. I think it's even cuter when Chiwa wears it. But what does that have to do with anything?
あの制服、タイガも着てみたいとは思わないか？
You really are a hentai, bro. Huh? No, I don't. I narrow my eyes, thinking, what is this guy talking about?
いや、そんなはずはない。ああ、そんなはずはないんだ。だってタイガ、お前さ、実はそんな可愛い顔しておいて、ただの一度も女装願望を抱いたことがないなんて、そっちの方が不自然だ。
I hope Taiga can live to the point at 48 he looks like 20 years old. And he stays the way he is. And he gains internet fame for being so youthful while cross-dressing. Yeah, you do you. You do you. But you know, seriously, what has this guy been talking about since earlier? I tried to convey those words with my glare. Me? Kawaii? Cross-dressing? Seriously, what is this guy?
ほら、一度でいい。想像してみろよ。
Bro, no. Tomohiro closes his eyes.
タイガ、あの可愛い制服を着て、ウィッグをつけて、お化粧とかもバッチリで。とっても可愛い。ドキドキするよな。
Not at all. Not at all. I replied with a straight face. Hey, enough is enough. Tomohito, what exactly are you trying to do? I was about to tell him to hurry up and tell me the reason, but
賛成
that bouncing voice just drowned out all my dissatisfaction and complaints.
よくわかんないけども、大賛
Iori was bouncing up and down in place, making small jumps.
成タイガが女の子になったとこ、ひよりちゃん、すっげえ見てみたい
She kept making small jumps with a smile. Was she expressing with her whole body the expectation of, wow, that sounds like so much fun?
俺も超楽しそうだよな。
Tomohito was also bouncing along with Hiyori. His big frame is annoying. Along with that indignation. So pathetic of Rose. Could these guys actually be serious? Nah. Haru. Say something to. Cross-dressing. A girl. Seriously. I have no idea what's going on. Wait, Haru's really actually thinking about it? Haru, who had turned around, was however staring intently in my face. Huh? But, Nani? I'm flustered. Is there something on my face?
ついてるよ。
Haru nodded and said,
タイガくんの顔には可愛い絵がいっぱいくっついてるよ。
Hmm?
タイガくん、本当に自覚ないんだね。
Where what? What exactly?
タイガくんってとっても綺麗な顔してるよね。
Huh? No I don't? What is this kid talking about now? I think my face is super manly though. I tried to look sharp. See? Like a born manliness just can't be hidden.
それはないよ。
Huh? None?
絶対。
Zetai? Hondo?
絶対に。
They said. Apparently ever since we were little, there was one thing that girls, Haru, Chiwa, and Hiyori, have been discussing among themselves.
タイガくん、目もパッチリ二重だし、肌も真っ白でスベスベだし、お鼻もスッと通ってて、でも高すぎず低すぎない感じで、口元も小さくて。タイガくんのそういったところ、私たちから見ると全部羨ましいなーって思っちゃうよ。
It means Taiga can find money at 48 cross-dressing. He can make it in life. He can make it in life. Damn, he can make it in life. Anyway.
だからね、私たちタイガくんって女の子の格好似合いそうだよねって。いつかそんなタイガくんも見てみたいよねって、よくそんな話していたの。ともひとくんも入れて。
Tomohita too? Talk about that since we were kids?
そうだね。子供の頃からだね。
I don't know. I don't want to know. To think such an outrageous conversation was being had among my what's this? What's missing? It's missing? Or rather, Haru. I didn't even think Haru was one of them. I was expecting Haru to be on my side. It's a shock. Quite a bit.
大丈夫ですよ、先輩。
Huh? Daijobu? What is? She was nodded with deep conviction, and I could only tilt my head.
安心してください。任せてください。お店の新しい制服、大きいサイズもあるんですよ。
He will smile brightly.
お店の制服、貸し出します。場合によっては、お店の宣伝にもなりそうな、そんな予感もしますし。
I turned pale. Nothing. Not a single thing was okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. I raised my voice. If things continue like this, I'll inevitably be made to cross-dress without knowing any reason why I had to do it. But why do I have to wear girls' clothes? First, they had to tell me the reason. Yeah, even if they told me a plausible reason, I absolutely couldn't nod and say, "Hi, wakarimashita," but
チワちゃんの言った通り宣伝だ。
And in the reason, Tomohito stated, there was absolutely nothing that could draw out my consent.
アピールだよ。1週間後に控えた春の学園祭。ライブをやるなら、まず準備として考えられることは、練習に次ぐ練習と、次は集客だ。どんなに練習しようと、どんなにいい音楽をその日その瞬間に用意できようと、まずは俺たち、ライブをやりますってことを知ってもらわないと。そうでなければ、全部が全部無駄になるってことも、まああり得る話だからな。ライブ会場、来客0人だなんて、そんなのはあまりにも寂しいじゃないか。
No! Even so, why would I cross-dress? Promotion, appeal, and attracting an audience. And that's the goal. They're far more suitable people than a guy like me. No, what they even do it for it is still a mystery. Besides, Tomohito, we're doing a live, right? It's not a costume party, so why would cross-dressing be necessary for promotion? As I said that, Tomohito shook his head, indicating I was wrong, and I didn't understand.
まず一つ。確かに俺は学園祭でライブを計画していると言ったが、別にバンド形式だとは一言も言ってないぞ。
Huh?
そうかも。
Serious? Was this serious? Haru gave a serious reply, tilting her head. Seriously, Haru gave a serious reply, tilting her head. I'm not exactly sure, but okay.
ともひとくんはどんなライブを計画してるのかな。
ああ、よくぞ聞いてくれました。
Anyone would ask if you say it like that. Just so glad you asked to it. As I grumbled, Tomohito smiled at me.
俺が今回求めている音楽は、人々の心に焼き付けたいエンタメは。
He intentionally left a beat of silence, then said quietly,
アイドルだ。
Idol. Huh?
アイドル形式のライブだよ。楽器を手にガチャガチャとやるバンド形式もいいけれど、今回は違う。歌って踊れるかわいいかわいいアイドルとして、君たち幼なじみを俺がプロデュースするんだ。学園アイドルグループとして売り出すんだよ。
We are so back. Oh man, I keep blanking on which. I don't watch those shows, man. I don't watch their shows. I listen to their music, but I don't watch their shows, so I have no idea. What's the name of the show I'm thinking? You know what? Never mind. You guys you guys have your own idol shit you guys are into, but I mean, I do listen to their songs, but like, yeah. Even Hiyori made a sour face.
歌って踊るってなんだかすっごい嫌な予感がしてきました。お手伝いすると言っておいてですけど。
Chiwa also narrowed her eyes sharply, and Haru was. She was almost blue in the face, like she was the oxygen deprived. She was even troubling small, shaky tremors.
と、まあそういうわけで。
Tomohito said, not seeming to care at all, or perhaps not even noticing.
そのための宣伝に、タイガ、お前だ。お前を任命したいんだよ。
Huh? What?
実は可愛い顔をしてるお前の中に、アイドルとしての原石を俺は見たんだ。ずっとずっと昔から、今に至るまで。ずっとな。
Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. I scowled more than ever before. Then I said, I've been saying this a lot today.
え
Raw idol talent. Ore? What the hell are you even saying? This stupid guy. And since when did you become an idol otaku? Nah, Tomohito. Wasn't your bookie supposed to be ongaku?
まあそう謙遜するなよ。
When did I ever act so humble?
いいかタイガー。可愛いお前にもっと可愛く女装してもらい、ライブの宣伝のため街を練り歩いてもらおうという予定だ。
Tomohito clenched his fist tightly.
絶対だ。絶対爆釣間違いなしなんだよ。これ以上の集客方法はない。俺の計算ではな。
No idea what kind of formula that answer is based on. And he's not listening to a word I'm saying. This guy. What should I do? Even after hearing his reasons, I couldn't agree with any of them. There were too many things to retort to, so I don't know what to do. I'm so dumbfounded that I've gone past surprise and impatience. I don't know what fantasy you see in me, Tomohito. I want to look good in girls' clothes. Look at this tightly toned, manly physique. I flexed my bicep to show him. Promotion? It's bound to have the exact opposite effect, so...
往生際悪いぞ、タイガー。
Tomohito grabbed my shoulder with a serious expression.
脱げよ。
Huh?
いいから脱げよ。ごちゃごちゃ言ってないでさっさと脱いで、もっといっぱい可愛くなれよ。タイガー。
Yeah, but don't say it in such an needlessly good voice. This is bad. Mazui. At this rate, I'll really be made to cross-dress. Alright. I give up. I raise both hands to signal my surrender. Let's decide this on with Janken Pon fairly.
じゃんけん。
It's unfair if only I'm dragged out as the promotional factor, right? So, let's have a match and decide who will play that role.
俺はタイガー、お前じゃないとダメだって言ってるんだけどな。
そうだよ。じゃんけんなんてつまんない。
Hiyori looked extremely displeased. She was scrunching up her face.
やだやだ、そんなのつまんないよ。せっかく楽しいこと見つけたって思ったのに。
That's strange. I'm not having fun. Not at all. Just do Janken. And we'll decide fairly with that. Who will suffer this humiliation?
どっち？
That's right. I just said which one earlier. Didn't I? Only Tomohito and I will be competing. Just the two of us.
どうして？かなで先輩ととわ先輩だけがですか？
That's right. Soya. I nodded. For cute girls to dress cutely and parade around town. That's just plain dangerous, isn't it? What if some weirdo takes notice of you?
まあ、そうかもしれないな。
But girls are all cute. If some weirdo passes by, they'll definitely be targeted. What if the three of them get scared?
そうかな。ほんと？私たち可愛いの？
Very smooth. I just says it like that. The three of them were fidgeting shyly.
おお、わかった。タイガの言う通りだな。
珍しくかっこいいよね。大河なのに男らしいよね。
Even though you're tiger. So, it means he's so uncool most of the time. What are you saying, Hio-chan? I'm always manly, aren't I? There's nothing rare at all. And I wouldn't suit girls' clothes either. Tonikaku, it's Janken. I face Tomohito. Nah, Tomohito. This is a serious match.
ああ、タイガ。もちろんだ。
This is a man's battle, you know.
一回勝負後出しは負けそれでいいな
Alright. I show a smirk. Tomohito, listen. If you lose, you'll probably cross-dress, okay? And don't ever think about trying to make me a girl again.
ああタイガもな
Tomohito has a confident smile.
今すぐすっぱだかにひんむいてやるぜ
Hey, don't tell me you're obsessed with stripping people, are you? The match. First comes Rock. The result is, well, yeah. Needless to say. Why does it always turn out like this? I'm dumbfounded and speechless. I had lost the match so easily. I rushed back home, and by the hands of Chiwa and others who brought the Seifuku, I ended up like this. Kawaii. Girls are kawaii. To be transformed into something this cute, kawaii, despite me being undeniably masculine, no matter how you look at me, the very thought makes my skin crawl. This is a scam. It's impossible. Chiwa's dress was perfect. Not just the clothes, but the little accessories I've been adorned cutely. This is weird. It's strange. Haru's makeup was also perfect. Hiyori's way of putting on the wig was also perfect. She made it fit perfectly with my own hair. No wonder the procedure for transforming into Miko was put to use. Hyo-chan? How should I put it? I just assumed you were clueless about things like this. A girl who doesn't get serious about anything except food, but what's going on? I thought you were just a heel, but you're a proper girl too, aren't you? I need to be careful. All girls are experts at transformation. 例えば, let's say there's a super kawaii, cho kawaii girl I fell in love with at first sight, but underneath her makeup. Jesus. A muscular boy might appear. Jesus, man. Because I'm right here, having just made into such a being of myself. I think such things while gazing at my own cute reflection.
タイガくんってじゃんけん弱いんだね。
From behind me, Haru's voice whispered.
ああタイガ自覚がないのは女装が超似合いそうな顔してるってことだけじゃないんだじゃんけんも弱い超絶弱い絶対に最初は決まったものしか出さないんだ
そうなの？
Haru looked surprised. I was surprised too. I didn't notice. I didn't even know that I can't laugh at Toya at all.
タイガくんは最初に何を出すのかな？
I want to know too. What did I throw just now anyway?
パーだ
頭が？
Hey, I can hear you, Hyo-chan.
そうだったんですね。先輩は最初にパーしか出さない。なるほど。大発見です。覚えておかなきゃ。
Okay, Chiwa.
ああ今度タイガとじゃんけんするときには試してみるといい
トウヤにも教えてあげた方がいい気がするな。
Yeah. How is Toya losing that, not noticing the pattern?
なんだって
No, saying it's nothing. Haru shook her head.
でもともひとくん、それってちょっとずるっこじゃないのかな。
いやいやズルだなんてそんな勝つことが全てなんだどんな手を使ってでもねそれが男と男の真剣勝負なんだよはるちゃん
I hear hushed whispered voices from behind me. The voices of everyone peeking at me from behind utility poles and other shadows at my embarrassingly dress up so. I'm not playing jacket with you guys anymore. Never. Absolutely never. I said it as if spitting it out and looked. That's right. I'll look. I'll look again at my reflection in the curved mirror. Ah. How lamentable I am. What is this ghetto? A waitress. Chiwa's shop uniform. Makeup. Fake eyelashes. Light pink lipstick. A wig. Shiny long black hair. Is that really me, I wonder? The person reflected in the curved mirror and the shop windows that passed by is a girl. Undeniably a girl. It's scary. I realize that again. Girls are kawaii. Everyone. That cute girl. That beautiful girl. They all transform cutely like this. My manliness. My innate, overflowing, hot male soul. What does this mean? There's absolutely no trace of it. This is awful. This is just too much. This appearance. I can't let anyone see it. Not the Asai-san, nor Toya, of course. I can't let Kuro see it either. There's no way I could. That's right. I can't let them know. If Kuro saw me in such a pathetic state, surely. Would she despise me? Would she despise me? Thinking that it's no good. This is wrong. For some reason, I really feel like crying. I snipped. Me in such a state. My disgraceful appearance. Being stared at by so many people. Is there really any meaning in doing something like this? A deep, deep wound was carved into my heart. That was how that after school ended. Promotional activities, the end of the first day. Return the borrowed uniform to Chiwa. As for the promotional activities, there was absolutely no positive response. But unlike me, Tomohiro seemed satisfied.
やっぱり俺の目に狂いはなかった。かけらもなかった。こいつは売れっ子になるぞ。
This guy. Next time, I'm definitely making you cross-dress. With that vow burning in my heart, I headed home for the day. The town's colors faded into twilight. The air was filled with melancholy music, urging me home.
それじゃあね。また明日。
As we each headed to our beds for the night, we waved goodbye, saying bye-bye, mata ashita. また。
おやすみなさいだね。今日の放課後はね、とっても楽しかったよ。
ああ、俺もだ。すっごく楽しかった。大河をすっぱだかに向けたからな。大満足だ。
This guy. I, on the other hand, didn't find it fun in the slightest. Also, stop talking like you're obsessed with stripping me. Kimochi warui.
キモいか。俺にとってそれはご褒美だって忘れたのか、タイガ。
What, bro? How Kimochi warui? Exchanging such words, we waved goodbye and parted ways.
今日はお疲れ様だったね、大河くん。
Haru and I walked side by side. Our way home was the same for a while. I'm really, truly tired. I wore a dry smile.
でも大河くん可愛かったのは本当だよ。男の子なの黙ってれば雑誌のモデルとかにも普通になれそうなくらい。
You might even get a livelihood for that. Haru, that's not healthy at all. I sighed. The sky? I stared blankly up at the sky. Nah, Haru.
何かな大河くん。
That thing today, they said was for live promotion. Did it really have meaning or effect? I felt it did nothing. Besides. And also, I can't believe it. But are they planning to keep doing this kind of thing all the way until the Haru Gakuen Sai a week from now?
そうだね。智仁くん、明日もやるって言ってたけど。
It says shivers down my spine. A shiver ran down my spine. My skirt feels so breezy. If I'm made to wear something like that every day, I'll catch a cold. Girls are amazing. For the sake of fashion, they'll even try to shorten skirts that are already short. It's impossible for me. Skirts are... I can't wear them anymore. I don't want to wear them. I really feel it. I'm glad I was born a man. No, what good does it do to be weak? This time, it's just a matter of me winning. I just need to compete in something other than Janken and win. Tomorrow, I'll make that guy cross-dress. Is it tiny? I definitely won't lose the match. Oh, absolutely. Next to me, as I clenched my fist, Haru wore a re-smile.
宣伝の効果はどうなのかな。大河くんの言う通り怪しいところだよね。きっと。
As Haru tilted her head with a weary smile, and just as I was about to sigh again, I heard a giggle.
一体何をしてるのかと思えば、あれってライブの宣伝だったんですか？
Huh? I look around.
はるちゃんの言う通りですね。宣伝としての効果はあまりなかったように思いますけど、目立ってはいましたよ。ええ、とっても。
I turned around towards the voice. And there was a familiar smile. Toa Asusa. Tomohito's One-san. Senpai. I noticed myself suddenly smiling. And just when I was about to call out, Konnichiwa, and how are you, senpai? Huh? It suddenly hits me. Could it be? No way! Did she see it? Did senpai see that? I froze.
そっか。まだまだ話がよく見えてきませんけれど、でも明日も大河くんの可愛いが見れるんですね。お姉ちゃん、今からドキドキしちゃいます。
Random, I just noticed that Asusa has a different eye color from Tomohito. I mean, I guess that happens once in a while, but yeah, she has purple eyes, while Tomohito has blue eyes. Anyway. I don't know if that's important. Anyway. Asusa senpai giggled. Beads of sweat trickled down my forehead.
ライブとかが絡んでるなら、なるほど。あれはきっと、ともくんの仕業ですよね。
Asusa senpai changed her smile to a re smile.
大河くん、い
Everyone.
つも弟くんのはちゃめちゃに付き合ってくれて、ありがとうございます。弟くんの代わりに、私が、お姉ちゃんがお礼を言います。ありがとうございます。
When she lifted her bowed head, Asusa senpai was smiling at Haru.
はるちゃん、久しぶりですね。大河くんから聞いてました。はるちゃんが帰ってきたんだって。やっとです。やっとご挨拶できました。
By the way, I just noticed that Asusa wasn't able to meet up with like either Chiwa or Hiyori because you know supposedly she's so busy with going to another school in another town. Interesting. I don't know if it's important enough to think about. But it's weird, like, you know, they're childhood friends. They act so they kinda act so distant with Asusa.
ちゃん？
Haru, who had looked somewhat dazed, widened her eyes in surprise and said,
ごめんなさい。ぼーっとしてしまってました。大河くんの女の子、思い出しちゃってて。
Stop it. I said stop it. Covering my face with both hands, I could only show my embarrassment. Please, don't toy with me, with my naive heart, anymore. Please, or I'll cry. I'll really cry, you know. I said, whimpering. Where did my manliness go? Even as I thought that. Despite all that, I said to Asusa senpai again. Konnichiwa, senpai.
こんにちはです、大河くん。はるちゃんも。
Haru gave a quick bow to senpai. On the stone bridge, the three of us decided to talk for a bit. Senpai, what brings you here today? Did you have some business with Tomohito or something?
そうです。そうなんです。
Don't you think it's weird? I mean, if she had business with him, I mean, she saw him. She saw Taiga, right? And and she probably should have seen Tomohito, but she didn't even go there. Maybe. Anyway, Asusa senpai said, "Please listen for a bit."
ともくんとちょっと話がしたくて家に寄ったんですけど。
But the house was empty.
少し家で待ってたんですけれど、ともくんなかなか帰ってこなくて、帰りのバスの時間も近いから、だから迎えに出てみたんです。するとまさかです。
Asusa senpai is smiling brightly.
まさかまさか、大河くんのあんな可愛い姿を見せてもらえるだなんて、思いもよらない幸運でした。
That's hidoi. I thought the topic was already over. I felt a sense of despair. I almost pleaded, "Please, someone stop my ototo." But your ototo, but
ともくん、まだ怒ってるのかな。
oh, okay. I can see why she's hesitant to go to him. I mean, she would have seen him right now. She would have seen him hanging out with these guys, right? I guess that explains why she couldn't just approach them, you know. I mean, she would have seen him and she could have just approached them. She muttered. Asusa senpai muttered that sadly.
怒ってる？ともひとくんが？私たちずっと喧嘩したままなんですよね。どこにでもよくある兄弟喧嘩ですけれど、ちょっと長引いてしまっています。
Asusa senpai gave a bitter smile.
どうしたらともくん許してくれるのかな。私早く仲直りしたいのにな。
Asusa senpai, who had muttered that as if sighing, was looking up at the darkening sky. Seeing senpai's profile like that, Haru probably couldn't just stand by and do nothing.
ライブを見に来ませんか？あずさ先輩。
She said that somewhat timidly.
ライブをですか？はい。ともひとくんが一体どんな歌を用意してるのか、どんなライブを計画してるのか、まだまだ私たちは何も聞かされていませんけれど。だけどともひとくん、誰かに届けたい音楽があるって言ってました。だから今年の学園祭で、春の学園祭でライブをしたいとは聞いてます。そうなんですか。誰かに届けたい音楽か。なんだかともくんらしいですね。はい、私もしかしたらって思って。
Maybe that someone is. Isn't a someone so clear that he doesn't even need to introduce them to his friends? Haru must be making that guess. So, even though I was an ass, though saying that might be harsh, I probably offered those words of invitation. However, the person in question just made a face like, who exactly is that someone? So we couldn't say anything more, leaving the person involved behind, unable to say anything unnecessary. Senpai. I hope you can make up soon. I don't know what you two are fighting about, but I hope the day comes soon when you can laugh and talk like before. Like this, I could only obscure various things with such innocuous words. I wonder if the fight is plot relevant. It might be.
奏大河悪いがお前には負けられないんだ
10 years ago, amidst the sparkling, dazzling Yoru, it was the full moon soiree, where the Yoru no Maho sky posed various questions to us boys and girls gathered in search of Maho.
俺はどうしても夜の魔法使いから朝日さんからあの役割を譲ってもらわなきゃならないそのためにここに来た
The young me was met with challenge-like words, and the sharp gaze from the equally young Tomohito. Where do you come from? What kind of nagai do you have? I immediately regretted having thrown such words out as a greeting.
俺は姉ちゃんを助けるんだ誰にも邪魔はさせない奏大河もしもお前が俺の邪魔をしようって言うのならいいか容赦はしないぞ分かったな
What do you mean save your Ne-chan? Like, what is going on? They were provocative words, full of childish innocence. Perhaps there was a part of me that was somewhat annoyed by that attitude. Why are you so fixated on the role of the Mahashoujo Sky? Was it? I just don't understand it. I replied in a somewhat dismissive tone. I don't know what your Onesan is suffering from, and I don't know what kind of Maho you need to save her, but right now, I don't even intend to try and understand any of that. It's the Yoru-no-O. If you defeat it, your wish will come true. Not just yours. Everyone gathers here, Nagai. I believe that Yoru no Maho Sky said she would grant Maho for that purpose, didn't she? And I don't understand why Tomohito was so fixated on that role. But honestly, I didn't care. I lacked the luxury to be concerned. I'm not interested in the role itself. Asahi-san said she'd someday decide who was more suited, me or you. Well, I had that troublesome matter to you. After I've used that role for my own purpose, you can have it all you want. So there's no need to fight at all. That's what I wanted to convey, but Tomohito back then didn't let his guard down against me at all. He just kept giving me sharp glances. The Mirai, 10 years later. This boy becoming someone who suited a carefree smile more than anyone else at this moment. Surely no one could have imagined it except for just one person.
ごめんね、大河君。弟君がひどいこと言って。
Remember that Azusa is also like a Mao Shoujo herself. But it really feels weird that she's treated kind of like very distantly, but I don't even know why she doesn't have a route. I wonder if there's something about that. The girl, smiling apologetically, said that to me. The boy sprouted endless insults, then left me behind and stormed out to the Yume no Nedoko. This was the girl who appeared in his place. Ah, this person is One-san. I instinctively knew, because the two of them looked so much alike, and moreover, the way she called him Ototo was overflowing with genuine concern for him.
本当は優しい子なの。本当はね、喧嘩なんてそんなことできるような子じゃないの。体は大きいけど泣き虫だし、寂しがり屋だし。
I wondered if it was okay for me to hear such things. Would he get angry again? This time, perhaps with a hint of embarrassment.
だからお願い、大河君。もしもよければ、弟君を許してくれたら。 嬉しいな。もしもよければ仲良くしてくれたら嬉しいな。
Smiling brightly, yet apologetically. For some reason, that kind of smile suited her so well. I probably felt indignant towards him for making this girl wear such an expression. Yeah, I get it. If he's okay with it. I said that and nodded. It's true he's insulting me, and I admit I was annoyed, but strangely, I couldn't bring myself to truly hate him. It was as if he couldn't bear it, unless he made someone a villain. Even the child like me could sense that desperate, clinging feeling in his gaze.
ありがとう。
But still, the girl nodded with the same apologetic smile.
ともくんがああなってしまったのは、無理をさせてしまっているのは、全部私のせいだから。
I seriously wonder what's going on.
だからきっと私がいなくなれば。
She then pressed her lips together and tilted her head with that apologetic smile. Even now, I sometimes recall that person. I wonder if it is truly alright for me to have taken on this role. When I returned to my room, a special phone rang. Wiping my damp hair with a towel after my bath, I quickly picked up the device. It vibrated with a shudder. Not just the Getai, but me too. My body was a little cold, because I had been doing that after my bath, without even drying myself. At the sink, I tensed my face in front of the mirror, and tried striking a masculine pose. It was the override and erased that image of myself that seeped into my mind. It's fine. I'm a boy. Look at this six-pack, so sharp and so defined. There's nothing cute about me anywhere. Not a speck. I confirmed the details of my truly boy-like body. I even tried to call out myself in the mirror internally. Taiga, you're ripped. You're so cool. Hold me, Taika. Yes, please. Mess me up.
タイガ、何やってるの？
My inner voice had leaked out, and I was heard by Toya.
タイガ、あのね、タイガ、お腹も力こぶもプニプニしてるよ。お肌も真っ白。女の子みたい。
Taiga, you can make a living out of this. Anyway.
もっと鍛えた方がいいんではないでしょうか。とても優しいお姉ちゃんのとっても賢い妹はそう思うのでした。
Toya said it with eyes that looked utterly appalled. It's fine. I'm okay. It's all right. No matter what a slightly cheeky little girl sees, no matter how much I scorn, my shame won't budge. That. After all, I was exposed in such a state in front of many people. I've become thick-skinned. At least a little. No good. No good! I remembered it again. The image of myself, which I should have been able to overwrite with a more manly one. Shaking my head, I pressed the call button. Moshi moshi. At first, silence. Only silence was returned. Kuro? Even though I knew it couldn't be anyone else, I tried calling that name.
そう、
Then a faint voice was returned.
私。
I see. Good. That's a perfect answer. Silence again. Did I get a little too carried away? Such a feeling, neither anxiety nor doubt, sprouted for just a moment, but
今夜は
your voice.
タイガ、今夜はどう？いつもみたいに眠れない？
Unlike when we talk directly, it's your voice. A little more honest. That's right. I close my eyelids. Darkness. I tried to find the gentle presence of sleeping within it, but most likely I won't be able to sleep very soon tonight either.
不安なことが多いから
Because there's a lot I worry about, and a lot I'm scared about.
悲しいことも多かったから
Kuro gets a little more honest in the phone, but I get a little weaker. That is part of myself I should despise. If I were to divide myself into many pieces and think about it, this is a part of myself I could never possibly love. It's one of the parts of myself I want to drive out right now, but
タイガ今夜も眠れないのなら心がそわそわ落ち着かないなら今夜も楽しいことを探して数えてみよう楽しかったことを数えていればいつか必ず安心できるそしたらきっと眠れるようになる
well,
うん
like back then,
そうあの頃みたいに
just by exchanging words with you, as if we were nodding to each other, I felt a small sense of relief. Fun things, sleepless nights, anxiety and worry, sadness and loneliness. On nights I can't sleep because of such things, I must lose of my own oppressive self. But today, there weren't many fun things, so maybe that's why I'm even less likely to sleep. Not many fun things. The humiliation ritual. I slip into bed. I close my eyelids. Then that figure comes to mind.
私はいいことあった素敵な日だった
Oh, really?
そうだからちょっと私はご機嫌かもしれない
That's nice. I'm envious. Someone I feel close had good things happen in their day. Thinking that makes me genuinely happy. Perhaps my heart isn't entirely worthless after all. Because I can feel that way. I like talking to you, Kuro. Like this. Unlike the me who was talking to you. Kuro, I wonder what fun things happened today. If Kuro could tell me about the fun things that happened in her day, I think I could probably sleep just from that for now. Even if there was nothing, not a single fun thing in my own day. If you smile, I can feel at ease. Simply put it, it was just that.
楽しいことじゃなくていいことだよそれとこれとはちょっと違う
Kuro says. Her cute voice gently resonates in my head. I answer her. Oh, I see. Fun things and good things are different, huh? I kind of feel like I might understand what Kuro means. I nodded. And then imagining you smiling somewhere behind my closed eyelids, I gently asked, Kuro, what kind of good things happen?
大河の可愛いのが見れたこと
Huh?
私はおバカだから自分の気持ちも上手に言えないけど大河可愛かったいろいろとね思い出すことも多かっただけど大河はちょっとすごく嫌そうだったけど大河
You were, watching?
見てた
Kuro asked.
いつもいつでも大河のことは私は見てるよ
Even the... Anyway. And so, because I could easily imagine your smiling face behind my eyelids, that makes me happy. It's not an exaggeration to say I feel happy. It's because I know how much peace of mind it gives me not to be alone. Or rather, I've come to believe I know. Even so, the me who is here now, ended up covering my face. That kind of luck. I didn't want Kuro to, of all people, to see it. My eyes were wide awake now. The back of sleepiness recedes even further.
報告するかどうか考えてたけど、ごめんね。泣いてる？
No, I'm not crying. What? I don't feel like crying. Greatly. An unbearable feeling. Completely. I crashed around in my bed. If everyone had something like a black history notebook in their hearts, then a page of mine would surely have been updated.
ねえ、タイガー。
Nani, Kuro?
ごめんね。タイガの可愛いのが見られて、私にはとっても嬉しい日だったけど。
From the other side of the ketai, a slightly more honest Kuro continued saying, だから
だからね、タイガー。私は改めて思ったよ。
Yeah? What? What did you think, Kuro?
タイガは特別だった女の子たちのみんなの夢を叶える方法を探してる。
Kuro said that softly, as if whispering.
女の子たちがいつか抱いたその夢は一体どんなものだったのか。きっと何よりそれは叶えがたいものだったはず。そして大きな大きなその夢をもしかしたら叶えられるかもしれない。だから希望を抱いた彼女たちの魔法とは一体どんなものだったのか。タイガはそれを解き明かしたいと思ってる。
And for that, Kuro said,
そのためにはタイガ、君は今よりもっとたくさんあの子たちと仲良くならなきゃならないんだ。
Yeah, that's right. Whether such an overly critical role is suitable for me or not, such issues are still unresolved and hanging over me, but the Tokubetsu Maho that seems to reside in everyone's hearts apparently is used by those who wield the girls. It seems I can't activate unless Asahi sends the Maho Shoujo Sky and the Maho Shoujo can communicate deeply. Just being friends isn't enough at all. Osana and Jimmy aren't sufficient. Then what kind of relationship should be enough to become the Kagi to opening their kokoro? I don't know. No, maybe I'm just pretending not to know. In any case, it feels like a very, very difficult thing. And resolve too. More than anything, that is what I find difficult.
タイガはみんなの夢を叶える希望にならなければならないと思ってる。
Kuro said that as if correcting herself.
そうしてタイガがあの子たちの夢とか希望とかを知りたいと願うなら、タイガ、私はタイガのそれらを知りたい。そう思うよ。
Huh? Mine?
そう。タイガの希望。夢ではなくて、それを叶えるための希望だよ。タイガの夢は、もうわざわざ語り合うようなことをしなくてもわかってる。だからそれを、大変だったあの時間のことを、わざわざ今のタイガに思い出させたくはない。
So she won't talk about it, Kuro said.
私はね、タイガがあの夢を叶えるためには、ここにどんな希望が、どんな素敵な魔法があればいいと願ってるのか、それを知りたいと、ずっと思ってた。
Kuro said that, and a short time before sleep, on the far, far other side of the clone, connected somewhere, tonight's Kuro, who was being a little more honest. Orewa, I have someone I want to save. There are people I want to make happy. Helping those people is my yume. What kind of maho would I need for that? It's something I've been thinking about for a long, long time. But as always been a problem without an answer. I don't know. Even now, that's the only answer I have. My heart is incomplete. So much so that I can't even fully use my Sozoroku within the Yoru. What maha do I need to make my Yume come true? To save and make those happy I care for. I'm still searching for that concrete form. To save that person. To give those people a happy life. What kind of maha should I wish for to do that? What kind of kibo should I seek? I don't know. Not even a little. Even though not much time is likely left. I fall silent. I try to search the answer in the darkness behind my eyelids.
大丈夫。
Kuro,
平気だ。大河は何も心配しなくていいよ。これからも続く大河の時間に、人生に、どんな魔法が必要になったとしても、大丈夫。平気。私は、その全部を叶えていける。
considering the previous route so far, every time that Taiga uses his Saiga no Maho, Kuro also pays a price. You said it so clearly.
だって、私は、
And you, behind my eyelid, smile.
私は大河の魔法なんだから。
So I want you to feel at ease. I want you not to worry about anything.
せめてその時が来るまでは、そっと静かに眠ってほしい。いつも素敵な夢が、大河の心にありますようにと、祈ってる。
Your voice resonated in my heart like a lullaby. I see. That's right. You grabbed my Yume, that Maho. Saying that like a whisper, I asked. In that case, Kuro,
うん。何かな、大河。
if it's this kind of Yume, what kind of Kibo can I have? What kind of Maho would be appropriate? Kuro, please, erase all memories of today.
記憶？今日の？
Yeah. All the Kyoku of that full transformation that stole my masculinity. Completely. Not a single one left among us. That's the Yume I envision. The result of the Kibo I seek. Or maybe it is. Surely. Tabun.
それは、
Hmm?
ダメ。
Huh?
それはできない相談だ。
Huh? Kuro, weren't you my Maho?
そうだよ。私は大河の魔法だよ。でも、ダメなものもある。いくら大河のお願いでも。
Tonight, you weren't just honest, but a little mean too. And you tonight too. Talked a lot until I could sleep. Drowsy, drowsy. Nodding off, nodding off. I hear the sound of the Sandman smiling until that very moment.
大河、
And then I heard your voice calling me.
いつか君の夢が叶うまで。その時までは、こうして一緒に話していられる。私、そうであるようにと祈っていても、いいのかな。
Like a murmur, like a whisper. Those words you left behind in that sweet sleep. I pretended not to hear them. Tonight too, the night deepens. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to take a short break. I really need a short break for this one. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. That's awful. This kind of thing is awful. Day 2. This is too much. I'm in this kind of outfit again. 6 days left until the Haru no Gakuen site. Today too, for the live concert, Tomohito is apparently planning. We ended up putting effort into promotional activities after school. No, that's wrong, isn't it? The order. There's so much to do before promoting, isn't there? We haven't even been told at all. Not even a little. Not even a little. What songs we'll be doing in the live. Yet to focus only on the promotion. It's like counting your chickens before they hatch or something similar. Well, it's a bit different, but I still feel that way somehow. However, that and this are separate issues. And this time, I won't lose, absolutely. And I swore I made Tomohito wear the humiliating outfit. Or so I thought. Once again, it was a match to decide between Tomohito and I who would be cuter. A manly coin toss, a one-shot deal led to our luck. I'm confident in my luck. Therefore, I challenged him, believing there was no way I could lose. The result is this. This is how it is. My loss. Ah! Parading down the main street, dressed as a girl. I don't suit it at all, not even a little bit. How is this doing something like this going to promote the live? I keep thinking that over and over. No, what do I do? Everyone's looking. People passing by keep glancing at me. It even makes my tone of voice turn strange without realizing it. It's unnatural. My cross-dressing is totally obvious, and they're disgusted. These gazes are exactly like looking at a pervert. I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I'm pathetic. I feel like I'm going to get... What the hell is this line? I feel like I'm going to get pregnant. What the hell, bro? I cover my face.
ちょっとタイガくん泣いてるよ。
A voice from behind me.
かわいそうだよ。もうやめよう。こんなことしても宣伝活動にはならないよ。だってそうでしょ。あのままじゃ。
いいや、ダメだ。
It was Tomohito's firm voice, cutting off Haru's line.
はるちゃんの言う通りだ。確かに無理やりは良くない。強引なのもだ。そこに気の置けない何者にも代え難い強い友情があったとしても、どうであれ何であれ一方的なものは許されないんだ。そんなことを無理やりに強引に押し通そうとしてしまっては。
だったらもうこういうのは。
でもだけどな、はるちゃん、それでもなおなんだよ。
どうしてそれでもなの？
He already said.
そうですよ。どうしてそれでもなおなんですか？
He was said to.
男の勝負は厳しいのだ。その結果は時に友情よりも優先されることだってある。そういう風にしてさらにそこにあるべき友情は熱く激しくなっていくことだってありえるんだ。美しきかな友情ってね。
へえ、男の子ってよくわからない。
It was everyone's voices hiding in the shadows and peeking at me. Ah, they're right. A man's challenge. That world is incredibly harsh. In fact, I even wish for it to be harsher than anything else. Therefore, I'll just have to put up with this disgrace again. I'll accept it, even while sad and ashamed. That's just how the world of competition works. And that's exactly why. Saw. Just you wait, you bastard! You're next! I'll definitely make you cross-dress! I guess,
ねえねえともちゃん、
なんだいひよちゃん。
今回はコイントスで勝負してたよね。あのゲームもタイガは弱っちい感じなの？何か弱点がある感じ？
いや、今度はガチだ。まあコイン2枚重ねたりしてズルはできただろうけど、でも今回は 正真正銘の真剣勝負ではあるけれど、それでもやっぱりこの勝負の結果にはそうなるべき道理がある。ああ、そうだ、そこには揺るぎようのない理由があるんだよ。
Okay.
何それ、道理？理由？智人くんは大河くんに絶対に勝てちゃう。どんな道理と理由があるの？
ああ、それはね、はるちゃん、あまりにも単純で明快なんだ。
Tomohito nods and speaks. His words surprise me.
タイガ、俺に勝負事で勝ったこと一度もないんだよ。
What did you say? I stopped dead in my tracks.
普段のタイガはあまりそういうこと気にするタイプじゃないからね。いつもはあんな風に勝ち負けにはこだわらないやつなんだよ。あくまで俺との間ではだけど、だから多分本人は分かってないと思うんだ。
Well, it's true. The results of all the matches I've had with Tomohito until now were either janken or anything else. I couldn't remember them at all. Conversely, for some reason, I can't even go easy on Toya, and my immaturity just explodes out of me. Therefore, it was shocking. Me. I'd never beaten him?
そうなんだ。大河くん、男の勝負がどうとかそんなこと言ってたのに。
まあそれはあれだね、その場のノリだね。
ノリってやっぱり男の子ってよくわからないな。
まあ今回はタイがよっぽど負けるのが嫌だったんだな。何が何でも。
それでも大河くんは負けちゃって、自分が智人くんに勝ったことないって気づかないまま勝負しちゃって、女の子に。
可愛いよな。
Yamera! I scream in my mind. Stop with the kawaii stuff. Seriously, I'll break. My spirit will.
でも、かわいそうだけど、もしかしたら因果応報ってやつなのかもしれない。
Huh?
大河くん、毎晩トランプとかオセロとかトウヤに意地悪して勝たせてあげないから、だからこんなことに。
I turn around. Not just in my heart, but I wanted to actually scream, "This is still too much." But then I spotted something. My heart skipped a beat. I was watching. In the shadow, separate from everyone else, there, a familiar white tail and ears peeked in and out of sight. Looking closely, her tail was trembling finely, and her fur was puffed up. Her ears were twitching too. That meant she was happy. I knew it was a sign. It was the cat's unconscious expression of emotion. I stood and looked up at the sky. This is awful. Is there no one on my side?
今日もとっても可愛かったですよ、大河くん。
After her promotional activities, I suspect she just goosed off. I met a very happy Azusa senpai. I was on the stone bridge after we parted ways with everyone. I bowed, saying, "Konnichiwa, senpai." She smiled at us, about to walk home, greeting Taiga-kun and Haru-chan. Were you back home today, too, to see Tomohito?
はい、そうです。だけど、今日の放課後も、ともくん、大河くんたちと遊んでたんですね。大河くんと遊んでいたのか、大河くんで遊んでいたのか、奇妙なところですけれどね。
Don't make that I said something clever face, Haru. Azusa senpai chuckled. Her smile seemed slightly brighter than usual. You seem to be in a good mood, Azusa senpai. Your smile is almost dazzling.
だってあの格好は、あの服装は、 大河くん、ともくんに無理やりさせられてる感じなんですよね。勝負で勝ったり負けたりした結果だとはいえ。
Wait, when is Azusa aware that they had another game? No. Well, that's right. Wearing a girl's outfit, but it doesn't suit me at all. I would never willingly do it. It's force. It's by coercion. No, but when did she find out it was... I mean, probably the one yesterday was like, she found out, but like, is she assuming that today's outcome is also like because of yesterday's game or like today? Anyway. Huh? Azusa senpai, her cheeks flush red.
体の大きなともくんが少し華奢なところもある大河くんの服を剥ぎ取って嫌がる大河くんを無理やり。
Azusa senpai, what the hell? She was panting. Her eyes seemed to be looking somewhere far away. This is bad. Really bad. I just got that feeling.
やめてください。
Haru. Haru was narrowing her eyes.
あずさ先輩は勘違いしています。勘違いですか？
Haru said, looking somewhat triumphant to Azusa senpai, who blinked her eyes as if asking, about what?
そうです。あずさ先輩はきっと大きな勘違いをしてしまっています。いいですか、先輩。ぐいぐい押すのは大河くんですよ。
Huh? What did you say?
そんな大河くんに無理やりされちゃうのは智仁くんの方です。そうじゃないとダメなんです。本来なら。それは聞き捨てなりませんね、はるちゃん。
A barrage of lines flew between the two of them. From that point on, I felt dizzy. But, Haru... I had to cut off this somewhat rotten topic, so I interjected. Haru, you too had to wear that kind of outfit. As you already said, you'll cooperate with Tomohito. Haru would definitely not be able to say, I'm sorry after all. I hate to say this, but Haru, it might be better if you worried about yourself more than me. Tabun.
そうなんですか？はるちゃんも可愛い格好するんですか？大河くんみたいに？春の学園祭で？はい。
She must have remembered. Haru instantly turned pale.
なんでだかそんな流れに、なんでだか。
Haru muttered to herself.
大河くんがああいう格好をしていたのは音楽に関することだって言ってましたけど。
Hi. Almost everything he does. The root of it is connected to ongaku somewhere, isn't it? At least that's what he claims.
そういえば、誰かに届けたい音楽があるんだって、ともくん、そう言っていたんですよね。
Hi. That's right. He did say that. For that, I think he's probably been thinking of various things in his own way for the past few days remaining until the performance. But it's too puzzling. To dress me up in a girl's outfit, what on earth is supposed to happen with that? That question never disappears, still vaguely smuttering within me. But it seems he already has a song for the live performance. For the way he talks, I think it'll probably be a song he composed.
そう。
Asusa senpai suddenly looked up at the darkening sky.
ともくん、誰に音楽届けたいって思ってるんだろう。
She said, as if letting her sigh bleed into the sky.
大丈夫。
Huh?
ともくん、本当は。
Senpai's profile, as she repeatedly muttered those words, and her eyes seemed to waver with such sadness. Haru narrows her eyes and stared intently at Asusa senpai's state. So tell me half of this route is going to be regarding Tomohito and Asusa. Is there anything I can do to help your Onesan? I'm sure that person would have said so. It was precisely because such an ideal had sprouted in my heart that I asked the shonen I met again. At the next full moon soiree, that question. At my words, the boy, Tomohito narrowed his eyes. In short, my question contained this intention. Let's cooperate.
協力
Alright. That way, it won't matter which of us is chosen for that role, right? That role, becoming a Maho Shoujo Tsukai, or whatever it's called. And what this boy intends to achieve with it, I don't know. Even if I'm chosen, I don't know what I'll be able to do as a Maho Shoujo Tsukai. But I swear I'll use that power for you.
そうすることで奏大河お前の得られるメリットは
You probably won't understand, but there's plenty. Plenty indeed. By doing that, I can be satisfied with myself. That's all. That alone is important to me. I want to be like that person. I might be able to help someone like they did. Just having that kibo is enough. Who's that person he's referring to? What is he talking about right now? I have no idea what he's... Most of the kodomo gathered here have many yume that they are hard to fulfill. Nah. Will you listen to my yume? I want to become a eiyu.
なんだって
No, I wanted to be an eiyu, an inspiration. It's an aspiration. It's an aspiration. It's an aspiration, an ideal way of life. Sumari, it's my future yume. So for someone like me to want to help people in trouble, that's not unnatural, right?
なんだか変なやつだなお前って
The boy gave a wry smile and said that it was the first time I seen him smile. I wish he always smiled, I thought. If he did, I'm sure everyone would want to be his friend, I thought. Heroes unconditionally help those in trouble, asking nothing in return. Being able to help is what's important to them. But what kind of problem is it that's troubling you? Unless you tell me I can't do anything. A hero can't just run in.
敵がいなけりゃ正義の味方は存在できないみたいな話だな困った人がいなければヒーローはヒーローになれない
Tomohito shrugged with a wry smile and then he muttered.
聞いてくれるか俺のヒーロー
Yeah, もちろん。
俺は姉ちゃんを助けたい
Tomohito said he came here for that.
それが俺の夢だけど
The question is, what exactly does he mean by that? Well, of course, that's what he's asking.
でも夜の王を倒した後にもらえる魔法だけじゃきっと不十分なんだ俺の夢は叶えられない
And why? どうして
俺に想像力が足りないからだその才能に欠けてしまってるからだそんな俺だから姉ちゃんのことを助けるためにはどんな魔法が必要なのかそれをまるで想像できない
Looks like he's in luck. Both of you guys are terrible with your Sazoriaku.
だから魔法少女使いなんだよ俺の希望はそこにあるここで姉ちゃんのことを助けられる魔法を持った子を探し出すんだそして夜の魔法使いから授けられる役割でその力で
Okay, but you haven't answered the question of what is your Onesan facing right now that she needs saving. He'll have them lend their strength to save his Onesan. He came here for that. For that, he needs a role in his hand. Tomohito had said that. You want to save your sister. I muttered to myself, then asked Tomohito, what happened to your Onesan? Tomohito paused briefly, as if hesitating, then spoke.
俺の生まれた家は古くからとある妄想に取りつかれているんだよ
Certain delusion. Alright, we're starting good here. 妄想
そうだ妄想だよ夜の魔法使いが 俺たちに大切だと教えてくれる想像力じゃない。もはや妄執と言ってしまっていいものだ。
Obsession. You know, some difficult words. When I asked, "What's that?" Tomohito simply said it meant something like a normal conviction or obsession. You explained obsession by explaining it using the same word.
とにかく俺たちの実家はそういう思いにとらわれていて、そんな檻のような思いから、呪いのような祈りから、俺は姉ちゃんを自由にさせたいんだ。
Tomohito
遠くへ逃がしてやりたいんだよ。
Tomohito said that was his nagai. What is that also? What is that noroi?
俺の生まれた家の大人たちは永遠の命を求めてる。
Oh, they're part of that kind of family, huh? Oh, okay. They're that kind of family. The Inhumans. Okay. And then Azusa is being subjected to neglect and abuse, so they could get one of those Yoru no Kaibutsu. Maybe. Let's see.
そのために夜の国に住む夜の怪物からそれらを奪った。いつか自分たちの理想とする楽園を作り上げるそのためにも必要不可欠だからだ。
What is paradise?
夜の国のことだよ。
Tomohito answers.
思い描くものすべてを形にできる。少年少女の夢と希望でできている。そんな夜の世界だよ。
But that's strange. You said it was the greatest someday, didn't you? But now we're here. I look around. This is the human analytical. In a way, it's the heart of the Yoru no Kuni. It was already here without needing to be created. Yeah, that is strange.
ああ、そうだな。これはさ、あれだよ。卵が先か鶏が先か。よくあるそういう話だ。
Amen.
お前は SF を見ないのか？小説でも映画でもいいけどさ。とにかくそういう時間と時間とが複雑に絡み合っていろいろとごちゃついてしまう例のあれだよ。
You know, considering that thanks to Chiwa's route, we are so super aware of like the timey-wimey shit that's going on in the story. Man, a lot of stories break down. A lot of stories that use time travel or time mechanics, you know, they tend to break down because of they're trying to introduce a lot of mechanics that try to make it consistent. But what do you mean? Like, I'm still confused by the thing. Are you saying that wait, what do you mean create it when it's already here? Are they aware from their perspective that it's not yet created, but what is it? Someone has to go back in time to create the human in the Yoru no Kuni. What? Was too difficult for my young self. No. There was way too much I didn't know, so all I could do was tilt my head.
いつか楽園を生み出すきっかけを作るもの。それが俺の姉ちゃんだと言われてる。
So Azusa creates the Yoru no Kuni. So his One-san goes back in time and creates it? Okay. Huh?
俺が姉ちゃんを助けられたなら、きっとこの夜の国は消えてなくなる。そのはずなんだよ。だけどまだこうして存在してるってことは、まだまだ俺は未来を変えられてないってことだ。姉ちゃんは ずっと苦しんでいるままだってことだ。
That's why I, Tomohito, bit his lips.
夜の国がなくなれば永遠の命も消えてなくなる。だから大人たちは必死になって予定通り姉ちゃんのことを犠牲にしようとしているけれど、
Wait, there's a lot of weird things happening here. So, if you try to imagine the first timeline, how did they come to the point? No, I'm trying to think about the timeline where they came to the point that they needed Azusa to create the Yoru no Kuni. At that point, that the Yoru no Kuni didn't exist. Okay, how about this? Remember there was like this rumor or legend about the town regarding the Sakura that they needed the Sakura. I can't remember it. I need to watch the VOD on it on what exactly happened, like how the legend goes, because I think that's the original timeline, because what happens in that story is very consistent with the whole Mahou Shoujo stuff and the stuff that happens with the Sakura and what the Yoru no Kaibutsu do to, they need to sacrifice girls. And yeah, because I'm trying to figure out how did they have like the concept of like they have a Yoru no Kuni. Maybe it's from the original timeline where I need to review the VOD for that, because this is getting confusing fast, because the adults have a concept of they want to achieve eternal life and the Yoru no Kuni. But if they wanted to achieve the eternal light without the existence of the Yoru no Kuni, or unless this is the timeline that creates it, and then I need to think about it. We'll get back to this. This is getting confusing fast.
大人たちの勝手な願いなんて知ったことか。永遠に生きることにどんな願いを込めてるのかは知らないが、それが何であれ、何の罪もない女の子たちの命を犠牲にしていい理由にはならない。だろ？本音を言えば人類の未来なんてどうでもいいんだ。正直なところ、夜の王もどうだっていい。そのためにたったそれだけを叶えにここに来たんだ。
Changing the Mirai. The Yoru no Kuni and the girl who was supposedly its cause. Tomohito's Renaissance. What I heard seemed far too complex, and honestly, I probably hadn't understood most of it. But I had a premonition. You're just like me. It might be annoying to say this, but I really feel like you're not a stranger at all. In fact, that very feeling was the real reason I wanted to cooperate with Tomohito. Me too. I'm the same. I don't care about this world, the Yoru no O, or whatever. All that stuff is just total bullshit. It doesn't matter if many people perish if I can just save the person important to me. That's all. That's all I need. I came here to achieve just that. Which, we still don't know who that mystery person is that we see the CG, you know? And, you know, there's that one CG, him holding hands with someone that looks like the most archetypical Mahou Shoujo. When I see that person, I always remember Madoka for some reason. Anyway, of course, there's Mahou Shoujo before that, but fucking Madoka cemented Mahou Shoujo for me, even though I watched some Mahou Shoujo shows before that. Anyway.
なんだよそれ。全くヒーローにふさわしくもないセリフだな。
We laughed. Both of us laughed. That's right. I had a premonition. Whether we could become irreplaceable friends. I didn't know. But I felt like we were going to have a pretty long association from now on.
なあ、聞いてくれるか、ヒーロー。
Yeah, of course. I'll save your world first, before this one.
頼もしいな。
Tomohito gave a ready smile and said,
俺の姉ちゃんは、
Alright.
とは、あずさは、
Huh?
あの人は、あまりにも天才で、あまりにも特別で、あんまりにも少女だったから。
What do you mean too much of a girl? I totally understand the too much of a genius in Tokubetsu. Because she was simply born that
だ
way.
から姉ちゃんはごくごく普通に眠ることさえできないんだよ。
If she were to fall asleep, my Ine-san would. And then you cut the scene and not let us know what happens there. I returned to my room. I changed to my pajamas and take out my kentai. Why did they... Why? When he was about to say something and then they cut the scene. Why? I operated, wondering if I should try calling from my end tonight. Just as I was about to press the call button, I remembered what Asai-san told me this morning. I looked at the door, beyond the tightly closed door. Then, right on cue, the device in my hand rang. It was Kuro. Her name was displayed in the flip phone's screen, but I didn't answer it. Instead, I went to the door. I gripped the doorknob. My phone kept ringing. I flung the door open. All right, for the first time, you know, it took us 2 routes just to have this situation. Wait, are you saying our guy sleeps with like that kind of getup? He doesn't look like he's gonna go to sleep. He looks like he's going out. Maybe he is going out. Goro tumbled into the room. She must have been sitting with her back against the door. Roll, 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 it went. She went, as if she was doing a somersault. Her small body hit the opposite wall and stopped. Our eyes met. Kuro, with the black phone's receiver to her ear. Her face was down, both feet up. It was an acrobatic pose, and a bit of her underwear was showing. She smoothly stood up. She patted her skirt. And, with a composed look, she tilted her head.
何？
Her face seemed to ask, "Is there a problem?" No, yeah. There's a lot I want to say, but first things first. Kuro? Nah, just maybe, but... When you always call me at night, were you right there the whole time? Kuro didn't respond. The black phone she was holding. She fidgeted, tucking the old-fashioned cordless phone away in her long black hair. Long back hair. Back. That thing. How does it even work? The question I've had since forever bubbled up again, but first, I need to confirm one thing. This morning, Asai-san mentioned there was a blanket in the hallway right in front of my room. Was that the one you were using, Kuro? Could it be that Kuro, at night, instead of returning to her own room, does she always curl up in the hallway in front of my room until morning? And this time, she just happened to forget to put the blanket away. Is that it?
知らない。
She was fidgeting. She tightly gripped the hem of her skirt with both hands.
別に私は一人でも眠れるから。
Okay, Tsundere. Kuro said it haltingly, as if she hadn't spoke to anyone in a very, very long time, and had forgotten how to talk. By yourself?
そう。
She nodded.
私はおバカだけどとっても強いから。だから別にその
She mumbled.
大河のそばにいたいたとかそんなんじゃなく。
She fell silent, tightly pursing her lips. Nah, Kuro. Kuro?
何？
You're always so close. So, where did we talk on the Ketai? I tried to ask a question that was far too late, pretending it was casual.
それは
That is, それは.
そういう気分。
She was huffy.
ただそれだけ。
I remembered the times I talked to Kuro on the phone. She's a bit more honest on the phone. But even if I try to meet her directly and talk like this, she's very shy. TLDR, I guess. Kuro doesn't talk much. Silence. She was fidgeting uncomfortably. Not only that, she wouldn't even look at my face. As if to hide, unable to hide her intense nervousness, her eyes cast down her feet, keep darting around restlessly. Nah, Kuro. Are you listening?
聞いてるよ。何
Will you tell me a story tonight too, I wonder?
する、
I nodded.
するよ。大河がそうしてほしいって言うのなら。
I see. Arigato. Tonight too, peace of mind is right by my side. Just that alone makes me feel so happy, but in that case, Kuro, since you're willing, how about we talk in person today instead of over the phone?
うん、
Kuro,
しない。
she mutters it.
お話はする。でも、このままじゃしない。
She looks down. Her gaze falls, clutching her skirt. Her lips purse. Again, there was silence. Her lips are tightly sealed. It's like a small child fighting with their shy heart. I see. Zannen. I say, shrugging my shoulders with a sigh. Chocoleto.
え
I was thinking you might be happy, Kuro. So I bought one on the way home, but I took a chocolate bar from my pocket. The non-bitter kind Kuro likes. Milk chocolate. Something you can buy at a convenience for about 100 yen. Kuro stared intently at the thing in my hand. To the right, to the left. I tried shaking the chocolate in the air, and Kuro's gaze followed it, right then left. Her eyes and heart were completely fixated on her favorite sweet chocolate, on my chocolato. To Kuro, I said, a little meanly, if you keep talking to me like this, maybe I'll give this to you, Kuro.
もう
She narrowed her eyes.
大河は意地悪。
Kuro said, looking displeased, as if to say, I don't remember raising a child like that.
女の子の格好になって可愛かったのに。それなのに性格は全然可愛くない。
Ugh, don't say that. Don't remind me. My chest ached with a pang.
チョコは欲しい。
Kuro bit her lip tightly.
でもお話はできない。
Honda?
どうしても。
Kuro nodded and said, because.
恥ずかしいから。
It was a tiny, tiny voice. So faint it could be drowned out by the mere sound of breath. Doshite? I wanted to ask that. All this time, always. We should have spent every moment together since we were little. We should have come to this town hand in hand, leaning on each other, just the two of us. So why now? Would she say shy? But I pretended not to hear Kuro's words. Yeah, I decided not to question her, for now. Alright, Kuro, I have a proposal. How about this? The proposal. I slipped my arms under Kuro's small body and picked her up. We sat back to back on the makeshift bed. Who gets her little chocolate? She can only talk on the ketai because she's shy. Perhaps it meant that talking face to face was difficult for her. It was a situation born from such a forceful or rather one-sided conclusion. Kuro sat back to back with me, eating chocolate, carefully breaking off small pieces, savoring each one. Is it good?
おいしい。
Her small voice came back to me from behind. Nah, Kuro. Why did you say you like chocolate again?
好きなものは好き。理由はそれだけ。ただそれだけ。
Even though you're a neko?
そう。猫なのにチョコが好き。苦いのより甘いのが。
Do you have a favorite flavor? You like amayo ones more than bitter ones. Yeah, I know that.
そうだね。苦いのよりは甘いのがいい。 でもやっぱりどっちも好きだよ。チョコは甘くて時々苦くてペロペロしてるだけでも幸せな気持ちになってくる。
Kuro said she couldn't explain it well, but it was delicious, so she liked it. She loved it. The timid, fidgety atmosphere from earlier seemed to have lessened somewhat. There were fewer instances of her stumbling over words or biting her tongue. Her this position, facing away from each other without making eye contact, was working, and so I asked her from behind, to Kuro, who was eating chocolatito with such apparent delight. Nah, Kuro. That's not, like, the only proper meal you're having today, is it? You won't grow if you don't eat properly, Kuro. It's not good for your body.
関係ない。
Kuro shook her head, a slight tremor. I could feel her movement through my back.
私はこれ以上大きくなれない。小さいけどこれで大人だよ。
Is that right?
だから栄養いっぱいとっても同じ。変わらないし変われない。
Man, I'm getting impatient. Maybe because I'm getting hungry. It's almost lunchtime here. I'll just finish this scene and get some lunch. Is that right? You can't change anymore.
そう、変わらない。この家の小さな子も私と同じ。
So they're lollies forever. TLDR. Damn. Is it? Except for you guys. The chisai kodomo. You mean Toya?
そう、あの子も私と同じだ。全然大きさ変わらない。
That's Tashkani. Their height hasn't changed at all since we first met. Asai-san was the same. Always like a child, always young.
私たちはそういうものだから。
And why is Asai-san forever like a 20-something-year-old lady? Oh, so that's how it is.
だからしっかり食べてしっかり寝なきゃなのは私よりも大河の方が大事なんだよ。
Well, think about it. It's like Nahato, who was born as an edgelord. The day he just opened his eyes, he was already wearing the hat, the cape, and the cool outfit. Anyway.
だって大河は育ち盛りなんだから。今よりもっと心も体も大きくなれるんだから。大河。
Yeah? What is it?
大河も食べる？
I looked back. She had a broken chocolate bar in half and was offering it to me. Thanks, I'll just take a little. I broke the piece she handed me into about a third and gave the rest back. We ate chocolate together for a little while. The sound of the clocks, which I usually didn't notice, felt just a little louder.
ねえ、大河。
Kuro called my name softly. What is it? I asked back.
いつもの話の続き。
Usual?
そう。大河はあの子たちの夢を叶えるための希望を探し続けてる。だから私は大河の夢を叶えるための希望が知りたい。そういう話。
Ah, Yume and Kibo. I have people I want to help, people I want to be happy. But it's difficult. It's a difficult dream. A challenging dream. Endless. Hopeless. What kind of maho should it be, I wonder, that can light a path in such Yume? What do I sozo? It seems so simple, yet at the same time, the most difficult thing of all.
ちゃんと考えておいて。そしてそれが決まったら私に教えて。大河が欲しいと感じた通りを全部私にちゃんと伝えてほしい。
Kuro quietly said because I...
だって私は大河の魔法に許可を出すための鍵みたいなものなんだから。
Yeah, that's consistent with what we've seen so far. But, you know, her acting as Akagi for Taiga's Maho, we also know that she also sacrifices herself to activate the Maho. I put the last piece of choco in my mouth. Kuro, for tomorrow, couldn't we talk like this?
こうして
Yeah, like this, on the futon. No, well, it doesn't have to be on the futon. It could be anywhere, but like this, with our backs together, without looking at each other's faces. But let's talk, right nearby. I'm happy we can talk on the ketai, but... Just then, my phone received a notification. It wasn't for connecting with Kuro. Give me a second, I'm about to sneeze. Okay, I'm back. My regular device vibrated briefly. An email or a message through the communication app.
大河の電話鳴ってたよ。
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't an incoming call, so I should have checked it later. But for some reason, I took the device out of my pocket. Perhaps I was feeling a slight awkwardness, as if to shake it off. I checked the device. Haru? The name displayed on the screen slipped from my lips. What's wrong?
新しくしたスマートフォンから送ってみたよ。連絡先はちわちゃんから教えてもらいました。
The one line was displayed on the message app screen. Thank God, it's voice so we can understand what's going on.
遅くにごめんね。相談したいことがあるんだけど、いいかな。
With a light pop sound effect, that message was displayed next. I plan to stay up a bit longer tonight. What do you want to talk about? I quickly replied. Immediately, the read mark appeared.
どういうメールだった？
Kuro from behind me said that softly. The content of the email, she seemed a little hesitant, as if wondering if it was okay to ask about it. It wasn't an email, it was a message.
違いがわからない。
Kuro said she wanted me to explain it, so even a silly person like her could understand. You talk using short sentences like in a chat.
チャット？チョコレートの名前みたいだ。
Wait, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I thought I was about to sneeze. Am I sick? What the hell? Huh? You think so?
うん。甘々そうな予感がするよ。そんな感じだね。
I see. So it's Shoko for Haru. I don't know if it's Ama. Amado. Oh, Kuro didn't like that. Kuro didn't like that. Mentioning another woman in her presence. Maybe it's my answer that didn't quite please her because Kuro pouted a little and fell silent. Then my device chimed briefly.
また鳴った。
Yeah, I think it's a reply from Haru. I looked at my device. Just as I thought, several messages for Haru were lined up one after another.
友人くんとあずさ先輩のことなんだけど、やっぱり気になっちゃって、何か二人の力になれることないかなって、あれからずっと考えてたんだけど、どうかな、大河くん。私、あまり余計なことしない方がいいかな。
Haru's anxiety was clearly visible in the message, without a hint of being hidden.
私、二人の役に立てるならそうしたいんだけど、でもきっと私が頑張ったら変な風に空回りしちゃって逆に迷惑かけちゃうだろうなって思うから。だからごめんね、大河くん。もしよかったら一緒に二人の役に立てる方法を何か考えてもらえたら嬉しいなって。
As I read Haru's message and thought about my reply. Kuro, Just straight up angry. Kuro bumped her back against mine, which she had been pressing tightly against me. Huh? I turned around. Kuro was puffing out her cheeks. Shaking her body, Kuro kept bumping her back against me. Kuro, that hurts. What's wrong?
今夜のタイガちょっと嫌い。
どうして？
だって
She pursed her
だ
lips.
ってタイガハルとばっかり甘々な感じのチョコレート。
Huh? Chocolate? Oh, the chat?
タイガ
She turns to me. Her eyes are narrowed. Then she drops her gaze, looking down.
今夜のタイガは私とお話ししてたのに春よりも先にお話ししてたのに。
Kuro quickly stood up.
おやすみタイガ。タイガの夢、タイガの魔法、約束だよ。お願いだよ。それだけ忘れず考えておいて。
With just that, she quickly left the room. Kuro, I've done something wrong. It felt like I had let go of a precious time, an opportunity to talk directly with Kuro. ごめんね, Kuro. 今夜, I'll buy even more delicious chocolate as an apology. Mike and I vibrated briefly. Messages from Haru kept coming in. After that, Haru and I exchanged short messages all through the night. I'll take a break. I will eat some lunch and we'll get back to this. Today, just like any other day, was a promotional activity. Alright, I really do need to get some lunch to go through this. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Again, I was made to wear a cute outfit and endure the shame with a bright red face. It was the start of such a torture like Hokago, or so I thought. Yo, Haru's also wearing her outfit today. Today, it was Haru, who was made to wear a cute outfit and endure the shame with a bright red face. It was inside Chiwa's shop after school hours. It was the time of day when hardly anyone came, just before closing. In this place, almost like a private rental, Haru was transformed by Tomohito.
ひどいよ。こんなのひどい。もうこんな恥ずかしい服二度と着ることないって思ってたのに。
The thoroughly flirting outfit. It somehow reminded me of those days, about 10 years ago, when everyone was special. That's the kind of design it was.
衣装のテーマは魔法少女だ。よく似合ってるよ、はるちゃん。
Tomohito said something unsettling. For days since coming home, he'd been diligently hard sewing it, even skipping homework. I'm surprised he really worked so hard to make that outfit.
そのステッキはマイクにもなるんだよ。すごいだろ。
At least you know their measurements. No, if you had time to make something like that, you should have more important things to do. Or so I heard. Saying something like that is probably mean, even though I knew that. Those words just slipped out.
今日も可愛い大河君を見られるって思ってたのに。それなのに。
But I never would have imagined that this time. It was my turn. Her tightly furrowed brow spoke more clearly than words.
言ったろ。はるちゃんには一番目立てる役をお願いするんだってさ。その期待に応えなきゃって思って頑張ったんだ。
As Tomohito said that, Haru's smile was twitching.
できるの？
もちろんだ。
歌ったり？
踊ったりもだ。
Let's practice singing and dancing after school today. Tomohito was getting all fired up by himself.
こんなダメだよ。踊れない。この短いスカートでいろいろ見えちゃうよ。
Her face was bright red. Her eyes were teary. She was tightly pulling down the hem of her short skirt.
歌とかダンスの練習ってお店の中でそんなことダメですよ。今はいいですけど他のお客さんが来たら迷惑ですし。
Chiwa was glancing at Haru while clearing away the dishes.
あんまり見ないで。
Embarrassingly, she was tugging hard at her short skirt. Tomohito was looking at Haru's state with a satisfied expression.
タイガー、どうだ？
What do you mean by what do I think?
感想を求めたい。
Impressions.
ああ、こんな感じではるちゃんだけでなくしわちゃんやひよちゃんも可愛くなってもらってさ、春の学園祭を俺プロデュースのライブを盛り上げていきたいんだ。
That was Tomohito giving an impassioned speech. However, Chiwa went back to clearing away the empty dishes and cups, and Hiyori was slowly eating her nearly finished parfait. Even though they're usually surprisingly fast eaters, both of them were pretending not to hear. So mean.
二人もちゃんとやってくれるよね。協力するって言ったもんね。こんな格好私一人だけにさせないよね。
She was sniffling. Looking at Haru like that, I thought, impressions, huh? Good job, Haru. From today, I'm a Hiragi Haru fan.
推し？
Oh, she? Fuck, oh yeah, that's what it means. I just remembered. Nani sore? Haru blinked her eyes. No matter what cute girls appear, my resolve won't waver. It's you. Only you. All supports Haru. Idol life. A vow. I clenched my fist tightly.
おお、ファン第1号ってことでいいんだな。
Tomohito was overjoyed.
別に私アイドルなんてなりたくないしならないよ。
Sign, please. I'm sure its value will skyrocket by this weekend.
そんなのないよ。
Well, it can't be helped. A Dakimakura would be fine. Dakimakura. So I wanted merchandise as soon as possible.
何がじゃあなのかさっぱりだよ。滝枕ってどういうこと？そんなのだってどこにもないんだよ。
Haru fidgeted, incredibly uncomfortable, asking, "Can I take this off?" It's okay. I'm taking it off. Really? Watching Haru like that, I said what I always wondered. Tomohito, I always thought.
おお、何をだ？
I think it's wonderful to have something you can be passionate about. Just that alone is enough to make life shine, or so they say. After prefacing that with something an old man would say, I'd like to tell you something.
ああ。
To be honest, I never understood how people felt supporting idols. Not at all. But my mind has changed. Haru's transformation is, seriously, truly precious. So, this is how everyone felt. I rubbed my hands together and bowed in reverence. Ignoring Haru's slight withdrawal, I continued. That's right. Until now, I completely failed to understand the feelings of people who are totally obsessed with idols. No matter how much you spend, they don't thank you or keep promises. I thought idol business was official fraud.
金言うなよ。詐欺ってなんだよ。
They sing about no romance allowed, yet they're just swindling monies from fans, aren't they?
よくある批判だな、それ。
Yeah, exactly. It's common precisely because everyone wonders about it, right? And yet, if they get caught in a romance, there's an atmosphere where fans who can't support that might even be called narrow-minded. We have the right to fall in love too. This is awful. It's a human's rights issue. There are even people involved who say things like that, right? No romance allowed was your declaration, wasn't it? Old guys keep buying expensive CDs and merch with that slogan. And yet, why do fans end up looking like the bad guys? That's what I thought.
おうそうかな
This is the author being randomly talking about their own views about this stuff. What are we doing right now? Yeah, I mean, just think about it, Tomohito. If a shop advertises "Cho oishii ramen," you buy a ticket, but they serve kare, anyone would complain, right?
俺は今何を言われてるんだろうかもしかして怒られてるのか何かを代表して
Yeah, zen, damage and I'm not angry. I might have been until now, but it's different. My mind has changed. Haru, kawaii. Tottemo kawaii. When shown such cuteness, I could put up with eating unwanted curry. Kawaii is Segi. Onto the Shinjitsu.
さっきから何なの大河君ちょっと変だよ
Her face was bright red, trembling. For such a kawaii girl, even I can't reach her, or she doesn't know me. Even if it breaks promises, I want to support her for life. Even if she has a boyfriend, or her personality is actually super dark. Yeah. My Haru doesn't have a boyfriend. Her personality is super good, right? What the hell are we doing right now?
俺のってなんだよそんな怖い顔しないでよ今日の大河君やっぱりちょっと変だよ今日も変っていうのがきっと正しいですよこの場合女装させられた鬱憤が炸裂しちゃってるんじゃないの
What are you guys so relaxed about? Have you forgotten that you'll also be made cute on the day off? I'll try to imagine Chiwa and Hiyori looking cute. Yeah, both of them will definitely be super kawaii. I guarantee it.
あ
Haru was looking at me with a glare.
大河君の嘘つき
Huh? What are you talking about?
私だけ生涯をしてくれるって言ってたのにもう浮気なんだ
No, that's not it. Besides, is this really cheating? The industry has so many coined terms, it's confusing. I tried to gloss over it with a wry smile, but the conversation just jumped to an unnecessary topic.
いやいや大河も余裕じゃいられないだろそんな他人事じゃいられないだろ千和ちゃんやひよちゃんだけじゃないんだぞお前だお前にだって可愛くなって舞台に立ってもらう
Ah?
あんなに可愛くなれるやつを放っておくわけがないだろ敏腕プロデューサーを目指すこの俺がな
Since when did your pad become a producer? That's the first I've heard of it. What about ongaku? About ongaku, I think. Besides, wasn't I just supposed to be a publicity stunt?
何言ってるんだ宣伝のために登場させたアイドルが蓋を開ければ影も形もありませんでしただなんてそれこそ詐欺だろ
Damn it. I can't retort at all. I feel like I dug my own grave too deep.
まあ大河の女装だとか実のところあんなことしても宣伝には全くなっていないのくらい分かってるんだけどな
What did you say?
だってそうだろ春の学園祭でライブをやりますよって文句は何もなかったんだからなただ女装した大河が街を練り歩いただけだ
I was dumbfounded. Well, that's certainly true. For the past 2 days, I've been walking around town in disguise, without holding up signs or banners with promotional slogans, without loudly promoting it. Why couldn't I have noticed something like that sooner? I'm truly dumbfounded with myself.
あれに何か効果があるとすれば春ちゃんの衣装を作るまでの時間稼ぎと千和ちゃんのお店の宣伝にはなったかもしれないなってくらいか
そうですね。先輩が着ていたの、私のお店の制服でしたし。
Yeah, there is no need for me to participate in the live on the day of the event is there.
そうだ、こんなのどうかな。
He already cut in before I could even raise my voice.
このままはるちゃんは手話のお店の専属アイドルになってしまうのはどうでしょう。今の流れでどうして私なの？女の子の格好の大河くんじゃなくって？あ、それいいですね、夜月先輩。お父さんに相談してきます。
I'm gonna talk to Toya about it.
ちょっと待とうよ、二人とも。私の気持ちは置いてきぼりなの？
Yeah, my feelings have been left behind for a long, long time too, you know. And so, this is how today's Hokago hours pass. Only 5 days left until this Haru Gakuen Sai. Is it really okay to be doing things like this? Am I the only one thinking this? That too made me uneasy. Good to know it's a literal week, so they still have some time. I don't know how, but they still have some time. It was rough, huh, Haru? I can only imagine how you feel or something like that. Pulling Haru's hand, who kept sniffling, I was on my way home. From then on, she was shop closed. Haru has been dragged along by Tomohito, practicing singing and dancing endlessly as he told her to. Waving goodbye and parting ways with everyone, Haru might have reached her limit with everything.
もうダメ。
The smile she had somehow managed to keep until then vanished, her face turning pale blue.
大学手つないでくれないと私歩けない。
As soon as we parted ways with everyone, Haru whined and squatted down on the spot, saying, "Can't be helped." I offered my hand, which Haru gripped while sniffling and whining. From then on, I kept holding Haru's hand as she trudged along. So, the real Haru isn't just shy, but sometimes she even turns into a clingy crybaby, huh? That's surprising. I didn't know that. Everyone would be surprised if they knew what I thought, saying it a little teasingly. But Haru probably didn't even have the energy left to argue. Just, hachoo, and so on. She just kept sniffling loudly, groaning softly, and sneezing. Why is she sneezing? Speaking of which, Tokoro de? As I was about to pass the stone bridge, I looked around. I haven't seen Asusa-senpai today. Well, it's not that I see her every day before, but we've been talking a lot lately, so it feels strange not seeing her.
ごめんね、聞いてなかった。私に話してる？
Oh, yeah, Haru? I didn't realize the mental damage was that severe. I turned back to Haru with a wry smile.
だってあんな格好私似合わないよ。
That's not true. It suits you very much.
そうかな。
Hi. From today, I'm Haru Oshi. Oshi. I said it like a joke, but it's actually quite sincere. You were kawaii. Tottemo kawaii. If Haru really became an idol, I think I could support you with all my heart. Anyway, Haru had bowed her head. Had it turned into a situation where I was forcing her to do something like she disliked. She don't want to refuse. Tomohito would understand. He probably thinks you're enthusiastic.
智人くんのこと手伝うって決めたんだもん。だから今さらやっぱり嫌だって言えないよ。そんなこと言う自分にはなりたくないって思うよ。
Yeah, I murmured. As expected in my heart, and nodded. That's Haru for you. My admiration.
それに似合ってたんだよね。
Huh?
大河くん言ってたよね。私にもあんなフリフリでふわふわな感じの可愛い服ちゃんと似合ってたんだよね。
Of course, it suited you.
また見たいって思ってくれる？
Nice. Yeah, I do. I nodded. I wanted to see it again. I regret not snaking a picture. Careless. I might have been too captivated. I said that, trying to be a little playful, but... Wow, she's happy, huh? Haru's face softened, looking embarrassed.
だったら恥ずかしいけど緊張で胸がドキドキして痛いけど頑張れそうな気がしてきちゃうよ。智人くん、音楽を届けたい人がいるって言ってたけど。
He did say that, I recall.
本当に私、智人くんのやらなきゃならないことに役立てるのかな。もしもそうできるなら恥ずかしいのももう少しは頑張れるんだけど。
I too was thinking the same thing Haru was probably mulling over.
ともくん、誰に音楽届けたいって思ってるんだろう。
Why is she delivering this line in a different background? I thought they were talking about this in the stone bridge. Anyway, it's minor, but like, The profile of my senpai, who had whispered so sadly.
だから姉ちゃんはごくごく普通に眠ることさえできないんだよ。
Exactly as her Noroi. I couldn't help but think of him, who had told me that so long ago. Ah! Suddenly a voice from behind. Startled, I turned around. There's Azusa. But the person there was even more surprised than I was, jumping back with a small start. Senpai?
ごめんなさい。驚かせるつもりは全然なかったんですけども。
No, I'm sorry. I yelled out. I startled you. We both bowed our heads repeatedly, apologizing profusely. Then, as if on cue, we both offered ready smiles.
大河くん、はるちゃん、最近はなんでだかよく会いますね。
Yeah, Azusa really hardly shown up in like any of the other routes before this. Like, in Chiwa's route, she only showed up there to just give like Taiga an idea to do the shouting thing. The shouting thing. We often talk here, don't we?
だけど、今日はもう会えないのかなと思ってました。
Then Azusa senpai looked at Haru and me in
お
turn.
邪魔でしたか？
Intruding? Haru and I tilted our heads, wondering why.
今日は二人でなんだかイチャイチャしてるみたいだったから。
Who was watching this entire time.
別にそんなイチャイチャだなんて。
Hi, Saratori. Please stop, Azusa senpai. We're not like that at all.
そんな思いっきり嫌がらなくてもいいのに。
You just know how to actually wanted something there. But, senpai, Hiragi Haru's forbidden for romance, you know? I'm still on it. Azusa senpai was dumbfounded. She'll be everyone's idol in a few days. There's no way she'll be in a relationship with just me, senpai.
そうですか。アイドル？学園の？うわ 違います。私だけじゃないんです。みんなも一緒に歌ったりとか踊ったりで、春だけど学園祭で。
Haru mumbled, her head bowed.
よくわからないけど、二人が仲良さそうにしてたから、今は話しかけちゃダメかなって心配してたんですけれど。
Not at all. It's fine.
そうなんですね。よかったです。
I thought Azusa Senpai would smile brightly. But Azusa Senpai didn't smile.
二人が楽しそうに話してたから、邪魔せず今日はこのまま帰ろうかなって思ったんです。それでもやっぱりどうしても話しかけずにいられませんでした。
Azusa Senpai looked somewhat awkward as she said that. She bowed her head, hesitating whether to say something difficult. Azusa Senpai, who seemed that way, however,
お願いです。
she murmured it, still looking down.
大河君、あなたにお願いがあるんです。
Of me?
はい。だから今日はともくんではなく大河君のことを探して街を歩き回っていました。
Senpai was looking for me. Why? I asked, and Azusa Senpai simply said, "Onegai once more."
私は大河君、あなたの魔法になれますか？
Huh? Then she raised her head this time, looking firmly into my eyes, and Azusa Senpai said this.
お願いです。お願いします。大河君、どうか私を使ってください。
And please, and please, I beg you.
私の力で、私の魔法で、ともくんのことを助けてください。
俺さ、姉ちゃんに届けたいものがあるんだ。
Young Tomohito told me that.
だから姉ちゃんはごくごく普通に眠ることさえできないんだよ。
If she were to fall asleep, my Nessun would. Even after learning what came next in his words, something so sudden and unexpected, I still desperately wish to help these two. What happens? You guys won't tell us what happened? What happens to her when she goes to sleep? So otherwise, I'll be disqualified as a hero. That's what I felt. What can I do? I asked him.
さあな、わからない。
Tomohito answered that. There has to be some way to help your Nessun, right?
それを知りたいから。その答えはどこにあるのかわからないから。俺はこうしてここに来てるんだ。
I see. You're right. How to help her? If we knew that, we'd be done by now. We'd have acted. I'm sorry for being such an unreliable hero. I think I said something like that. No, not really. I think Tomohito smiled at me.
こうして話を聞いてくれてる誰かがいるだけで気持ちが楽になる。それを教えてくれただけでもすごいよ、俺のヒーロー。
It felt like we were always surrounded by enemies. Tomohito said that and laughed.
だからそのお礼に、タイガ、俺からお前に一つだけ注意させてほしい。
There, Tomohito's smile clouded over, just a little.
絶対だ。俺の姉ちゃんが眠そうにしているのを見かけたら、
If I see her...
逃げろ。
Huh?
一目散に全速力で逃げるんだ。絶対に。いい
Nigeru?
な。
What are you talking about?
たとえ姉ちゃんが泣いていたとしても、お前に何か助けを求めてきたとしても、絶対だ。絶対に何も考えず逃げるんだ。
If not, Tomohito says,
そうでなければ、タイガ、もう二度とお前はここへ帰ってこれなくなるぞ。
Tomohito gave me that warning with a complex expression, like a mix of laughter and tears, staring at his face. He's a hero, I muttered in my heart. Where in the world did the hero go? I need your strength now. I do, and so do these two. So please, lend me your strength. I just kept searching for a way to save these two, never running away. I went home immediately after parting ways with Azusa-senpai. Tonight's dinner was omurice. It was as warm and delicious as always. It should have been delicious. I'm sorry, Asahi-san. Honestly, I was too busy thinking and didn't have the luxury to really savor it. After finishing the meal, helping Asahi-san clean up and saying thanks, I quickly secluded myself in my room. And then I was thinking about the two of them. I want to help my One-san. Please help Tomohito with my Maho. Huh? Once an Ototo crawled into the Yoru for his One-san, and now his One-san is praying to help her Ototo. For now, I asked to put my answer to Azusa-senpai on hold, but given how things look, I'm gonna have to answer as early as tomorrow. That situation. I thought about what happened a few hours ago when I parted ways with Senpai.
私の力で、私の魔法で、ともくんのことを助けてください。
At Azusa Senpai's words, I couldn't help but remember Tomohito's words. Even if my One-san is crying, even if I'm asked for help, absolutely run away without thinking, huh? No, it's nothing. I'm sorry. It's just me talking to myself, I said, shaking my head. Senpai, may I ask a quick question first? Her gaze was serious, looking into Senpai's eyes, and continued. Azusa Senpai, so you knew about the role I inherited from Asahi-san, didn't you?
はい。いえ、知っていたというよりは、気づいたという方が多分正しいんだろうと思いますけれど。
How? Rather than knew. Notice. どういう？
私は、大河君や、もしかしたら、はるちゃんもなのかな。二人と同じように、今も夜に出入りできるから。だからなんとなく感じたんです。大河君の左手。なんて言ったらいいのかな。夜の中と同じ匂いがするとでも言いましょうか。違います。夜の魔法使いの朝日さんと同じ感じがしたんです。だからそうなのかなって。
Is that so?
朝日さんはあの役割をともくんか大河くんのどちらかに譲る気だったのは知ってましたから。
I see. I vaguely understood the situation. I understood it, but whether I was completely convinced was another matter though. I'm sorry, Azusa Senpai. 実は that already has a prior engagement. I glanced next to me. It was Haru. Hiragi Haru had been listening to the conversation between Azusa Senpai and me without uttering a single word.
私を魔法少女に戻してください。
I had thought that I first needed to talk to her. I stared at the ketai I clutched in my hand. I told Azusa Senpai there was a prior commitment, but it's not like I specifically promised to deal with Haru's Maho first. Let alone I haven't even told Haru about this role yet. The same goes for Chiwa and Hiyori. There's no reason anyone has to be first. Not for now anyway. But there was no way I could have immediately answered Azusa Senpai with okay in that situation.
お願いします。 どうか私を魔法少女に戻してください。
After witnessing those words, that expression, I could have prioritized someone else in front of Haru. Since then, I only told Asusa Senpai, please, give me a little time. I have something I want to think about, and we each went our separate ways. It's amazing he thinks about this now, but in the prior routes he didn't even think about it once. As for Haru, I only told her I'll call her again tonight, and we'd talk about various things then.
わかった。また今夜。待ってるね。
Haru nodded, just like Asusa Senpai. So, to talk to Haru first, I'm clutching the denwa like this. How should I explain it to Haru? That's important too, but... I have a yume I absolutely must fulfill. Haru had said that. Besides that, I always felt a sort of snag about it. Fulfilling a yume should be a happy thing. It should be something one actively wishes to happen. Yet, I can't but feel something obligatory. In Haru's words, she says, I must fulfill it, and not I want to fulfill it. Is that why, I wonder? There's no such thing as priority for this role, even though I said something like that. It's fair to say I've been putting off directly facing Haru's maho and her yume until today. If, first of all, I were to prioritize Asusa Senpai's maho, what would Haru think? Would she still feel displeased? I wanted to consult Kuro. I'd always consult the Kuro on important matters. But tonight, no matter how long I waited, there was no contact from Kuro. It wasn't unusual, but on such days, I was always restless. Should I just call her myself? The number to connect to Kuro's ketai, denwa, 96, just 2 digits. I tried to dial them in order, but it always happens as if by prior arrangement it does. No. It passing each other. No. As a clashing, it happens, always. My denwa was vibrating. It wasn't the one for Kuro. It was my regular phone, denwa. I checked the screen. The caller ID read, Hiragi Haru. Moshi moshi Haru. I spoke in the receiver.
私、ごめんね、大河くん。
Huh? どうして？
大河くんの方からお電話くれるって話だったのに、待ちきれなくって、こっちからかけちゃった。もし何か邪魔しちゃってたら、ごめんね。
Haru said to let her know if I was busy and she'd call back. I replied, no, it's fine. I'm okay. Couldn't wait, huh? I checked the time on one of the many clocks. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Lights out is almost here, isn't it? Sorry for making you worry. I should have called sooner.
そうだね。そういうことかもだね。
Her voice grew quieter, sounding awkward.
だからあともう少しくらいしか今夜はお電話できる時間がなさそうで。
What I want to tell Haru. What I had to tell her. I'll tell you quickly. But even though I lived there until just the other day, I completely forgot their schedule. Lights out of the facility was 10 p.m. It was far too early for us, at an age where we wanted to play around, but how about 30 or more minutes, I guess, that we can talk?
そうだね。足りるかな。
Habun. I nodded and explained it to Haru. The meaning of the question Asusa Senpai asked me today. What role I had inherited about Asahi-san, the Yoru no Mahotsukai. Nah, Haru. The one who can return you to being a Maho Shoujo to that special time, Tokubetsu Jigan. Isn't Asahi-san anymore. It's me. Gomen, I know I should have told you sooner, but when I saw the earnest expression in your face when you wished to Asahi-san to reclaim the special you from before, I think I was a little confused.
戸惑う？
I quickly followed up the words that had slipped out with, yeah, Gomen. It's nothing, to correct the flow of the conversation. The reason I said I'd call you tonight, Haru, is precisely this.
何かな？どんなことなのかな？
Azusa Senpai, she said she wants to use her Maho to help Tomohito.
そうだね。あずさ先輩、なんだか思い詰めてた。
Yeah, but Haru, it's the same for you too. To me, Haru at that time seemed just as troubled as Azusa Senpai. No, not just Haru. 10 years ago, during the Yoru, gathered boys and girls had serious circumstances, so they willingly joined that battle. This is just a hunch, but somehow I have a feeling Azusa Senpai might need Maho right away. That's why, Haru, before I reply to Azusa Senpai, I absolutely wanted to get your understanding first.
それは、大河くん。
After a brief silence, Haru spoke.
もしかして、順番を気にしてくれてるの？
To put it simply, that's what it comes down to. The person Haru made her wish to wasn't me. It was Asahi-san, but even so, Haru wished that first, before Azusa Senpai. And yet to face Azusa Senpai before Haru, disregarding your feelings, that's just wrong. I couldn't help but feel that way. That's why, no matter what I do, I wanted to confirm your feelings and circumstances with you first, Haru.
私の気持ち、私の事情？
Yeah, that's right, I answer. Facing two people's Maho at once probably isn't impossible for the role of the Mahotsukai. But how about that in terms of my own capacity? In that regard, possibility would be rewritten into impossibility in the blink of an eye. So, if Haru's Maho, the Yume she wants to grant using it, if it isn't something urgent, what do you think, Haru? Would it be okay if I choose to face Azusa Senpai's Maho first?
もしも急を要するものでないのなら、
Haru repeated my line.
わからない。
Huh?
私には確かに叶えなきゃならない夢がある。
Oh my god.
これは絶対なの。そうでなければ私は私を許せそうにない。今の今まで先延ばしにしてきたことだけれど。
Haru.
でもね、それは今の今まで先延ばしにできたことなんだよ、大河くん。だから今すぐじゃないとダメってことじゃないと思うよ。私の夢にはまだ時間があると思う。
Haru said, so it's fine.
ありがとう、大河くん。私の気持ち気にしてくれて。
Yeah, it wasn't anything to be thanked for. I was asking her to prioritize someone else's feelings over her promise.
でも一つだけお願いがあるんだけど。聞いてくれる？
Mochiron. I replied that I would do anything I could.
なんでも？
Nandemo.
そっか。
Haru replied that if that were the case, she might have a lot of things she wanted to ask for. I felt a smile in her voice.
あのね、大河くん。これはあずさ先輩次第の部分も大きいけれど、私もそこにいさせてくれる？
There?
大河くんがあずさ先輩の魔法を使ってあずさ先輩の夢を叶えるところに私も立ち会わせてもらってもいいかな？
Well...
これから私もあずさ先輩の後になったとしても大河くんに私の魔法を使ってもらうことになる。そうしてほしいと私は願うよ。だから
How my Maho is used. How my Yume is being granted.
それはどういう風に始まってどういう風に終わるのか。
Haru says that if it's allowed, she wants to witness it firsthand.
なんだか多少でも不安に思ってることを人で試しているみたいに思えて嫌な感じだけど。
No, it's fine. I cut off Haru's words, which were about to turn dark and gloomy. Of course, I first need to confirm with Azusa Senpai, but I'm fine. No problem. tomorrow. Let's try asking Asusa senpai together again. It was almost lights out. We said oyasumi and mata ashita to each other and then hung up the phone. Denwa. I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Okay, I'm back. If I'm told not to approach that place, I can't help but approach it. If I'm advised not to get involved with that, I still can't help but actively get involved. In any situation, there's usually at least one person who wants to be perverse like that, and that someone usually stirs up a lot of trouble, only to make an early exit. That's what you might call a trope, I suppose. Normally, I would have been so irritated by such tropes that it would make my skin crawl. Just because I was told not to help, doesn't mean I can just say yes, understood. Hai, wakarimashita. When I found myself in such a situation, I, as a person, seem to be the type who would unconsciously take such trope-like actions. Back then, I was probably impatient. A hero. I had to become like that person as quickly as possible. I was driven by such impatience, completely unsuited to my abilities. I couldn't help but take the hand up. Yeah, this is the MLT messing up. Toa Tomahito's older onesan, Toa Asusa, and start running. I heard about it from Asahi-san before. I point at the tower soaring at the Yozora. It's over there. It's a terminal station at a time. Apparently, it's a place where you can purchase all sorts of things like talent, luck, or abilities into the soul in exchange for various other things. It was keeping up with me, panting, as I jogged forward. Using the result that the girls defeated the Yoru no as that future as payment. Yes, I thought of something. I nod and reply. At that place, Azusa-san, what if we make your Noroi a payment to purchase something? I'm sorry, I heard from Tomohito. Azusa-san, I squeezed the hand I held tightly. You fall asleep and fly to the future, I'm told. What? What is this, Noroi? What? Oh my god. Toa Azusa's life was cursed from birth. That's what her Tomohito told me. I don't know when that started happening to her, his onesan. It might have already been that way by the time her Ototo became aware of things, or there might have been a more definite trigger. Tonikaku, it always happened on the night of a full moon, I was told. So around every time there's a full moon, you just have to make sure she doesn't fall asleep, right? Because I was wondering how they were able to, if you know, if she falls asleep, she goes forward in time, right? But how did she grow up to this current age? So at some point they figured it out, like for some reason, and then every full moon they just make sure that she doesn't fall asleep, and I guess that's how she gets to live normally, as long as she doesn't fall asleep during a full moon. When a big moon floated in the Ozara, Toa Azusa would be overcome by an intense drowsiness, lured by the irresistible sleepiness. When she closed her eyelids deeply, it's the Mirai. Toa Azusa would next awaken in the future on a full moon night for the next one onward. Oh, okay. So she's only limited to like she only skips she only goes forward in time per month because the moon only does a full moon every month. Okay, I thought it was incredible leaps. I don't know how many full moon nights she wakes. Tomohito said, "You skip nights increase with deep sleep." On the yoru of a full moon, Toa Azusa, upon falling asleep, would instantly vanish, I was told. And then several full moon nights later, she would suddenly appear in the same spot she vanished from. Oh, wait, several? So it doesn't necessarily mean it's just one full moon after. She could literally go 2, 3. I don't know the limit. Could she go a year from now? I don't know. They're establishing something here. Tomohito said that all he could do was wait for his Onesan to return. Tomohito said he gained the Yume no Nedoko with you to break your Noroi, to rely on the Yoru no Mahatsukai. I don't know why such a thing happens. I haven't been told anything more than this. If that person were here, they'd surely do this. That's why I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Well, trying it out would be easy enough. It's just a matter of going to the terminal station of time, right there, and coming back. With such a light-hearted feeling, I took this person's hand and started running, but Azusa-san stopped. The hand I was holding slipped away, and to me, who turned to look back at Azusa-san, with her gaze still fixed on her feet. Azusa-san said haltingly, word by word. Okay. What's up with Tomohito-kun this time around? But tell me, when he falls asleep, he goes to the past. Welcome back to the humiliation ritual. I feel bad for Haru. The next day, Hokago, is as usual the right way to put it. But now various things had suspiciously gone numb for me. Today, like any other day, I was busy preparing for the Haru Gakuen Sai, scheduled in a few days. No, this is preparation, isn't it? For the Gakuen Sai, but she didn't need to change so diligently. Haru really is the kind, huh? There was no one to answer Mayuri's smile until it had from a distance. Instead, only Tomohito's slightly excited voice echoed Chuchiwa's shop.
いいよ、とってもいいよ、はるちゃん。めちゃくちゃ可愛い。
Tomohito was snapping pictures of Haru with his smartphone.
写真なんて、それどうするの？何に使うの？
Haru pleaded, pulling tightly on her
ポ
skirt.
スターだよ、はるちゃん。
The imaginative Haru immediately turned pale.
まさか。
うん。はるちゃんはさすが察しがいいね。
Tomohito smiled.
今度はちゃんとライブの開催時刻と場所とを添えて、こんなに可愛いはるちゃんの写真付きのポスターを校舎中にばらまくんだ。
校舎中。
Haru swayed. Her eyes were teary.
マクの
She looked like she was about to collapse at any moment. I could tell, but Tomohito didn't notice.
ああ、大いにばらまいちゃうよ。校舎中にね。
Tomohito was fired up to increase fans for idol Hiragi Haru. Produced by me, he claimed. It was his chance to show his producer skills.
はるちゃんの写真。デコデコでモリモリにしてマジマンジでパない具合の最新プリクラ写真みたいな感じに仕上げちゃって流行に乗ってみるのもありだけど。
What is purikura? Wait, give me a second. What is purikura? It's the first time I'm hearing this word. Purikura are popular Japanese photo sticker boots. Oh, it's those photo sticker boots where your eyes get bigger because they were totally into that thing. They have a complex about that, I guess. I don't know, man. You don't need to. What are you even saying? Speak Nihongo. Tomohito shrugged at me, who was pouting, and said,
さすがははるちゃん。デコる必要なんてない。素で可愛いな。
No, she was practically crying. Not just teary-eyed, she trembled. I felt something white, like her soul emerging from her mouth. No one noticed that. Dilute Boso is kawaii, I thought.
これならタイガだけじゃなく推してくれるファンがいっぱいできるんじゃないかな。学園祭のライブ大盛況で終われそうだ。そうだよ。もしそうなれば学園祭限定ではなくこれからいろいろと活動していくのもありか。ゆくゆくはメジャーデビューを視野に。
Tomohito started muttering to herself.
やだよ、そんなこと。さすがにそこまでできないよ。この人く
ん。いやー、はるちゃんの可愛さが想像以上に完璧でインスピレーションだよ。どんどん湧いてくるね。こんなに可愛いはるちゃんをさらに2人が囲んで歌って踊って。
Tomohito glanced at the aforementioned two.
ああ、マジで完璧だ。これは歴史に残るライブになるな。絶対に。
The two of them, Iori and Chiwa, referred in their case. What a friend. What group of friends here. Hiyori crunched her eyes. Chiwa scribbled on an order slip. Though no customers were there, they pretended not to know each other.
大丈夫だよね。本当に当日私だけがライブすることにはならないよね。二人とも信じてるよ。信じてるからね。
That's a long silence. I clicked twice already. No, okay. Seeing everyone like this, I'm wondering if things will really be okay. I don't know what happened there. It just didn't move the line. Anyway, will the Gakuen Sai live truly end in success like this? And then, that's not the kind of worry I have. Tomohito? What's wrong with him? Lately, Saki, Tomohito seems to be forcing himself to be energetic, at least in my eyes. He's usually so troublesome. Yeah, he shouldn't be the kind of guy who can't read the room, who's oblivious to the atmosphere when people are uncomfortable. After finishing all of the photos, Haru went to the back of the shop to change into her seifuku. She came back, swaying unsteadily, with teary eyes.
私。
Haru says,
智人くん、私ちゃんと役に立ててるのかな。
え、どういうこと？
智人くんは音楽を届けたい人がいるってそう言ってたよね。
そうだね。そのためによければハルちゃんたちに力を貸してもらえればって思ってる。
Is it just me, or has the way he talks changed so drastically?
私がこんな格好して歌って踊って、それでその人に届けられる音楽があるのかどうか私にはよくわからないけど、本当にこれで届けられるんだよね。
ああ、そうだと信じてる。
Tomohito nodded with deep conviction, and Haru also nodded, saying, "Wakarimashita."
そこは智人くんのこと信じるよ。だからどんなに恥ずかしくっても、どんなには言い過ぎだけど、気を失ったりしない限りは頑張ろうって思うよ。
But Haru said,
教えてほしいの、智人くん。
"Wait, give me a second." Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue.
うん。何をかな、ハルちゃん。
智人くんはその人にどんな音楽を届けたいのかな。そしてね、どんな気持ちをその音楽に乗せて伝えたいのかな。
Haru said that if he wouldn't mind, she wanted him to tell her that.
当日にどんな音楽を歌を歌うことになるのかもずっと気になってるけれど、まずはそこだけでもいいから教えてほしいかなって思って。
In a sense, I'm the spokesperson for Tomohito's feelings. Therefore, if I don't know it, or if I don't deeply empathize, I won't be able to convey even half of what I intend. That's what I think.
だからよければそういう気持ちの部分をね。ごめんね、もしかしたら生意気なこと言ってるかもだけど、教えてもらえたら嬉しいなって思う。
そうだね。ハルちゃんの言う通りだ。
Tomohito nods and scratching his head lightly. He says,
俺、音楽に乗せてごめんって気持ちを届けたいんだ。
ごめんって気持ち？
うん。その人とはずっと喧嘩したままだから。
Tomohito was giving a wee smile.
だからさ、音楽の力を借りられれば直接伝えられない思いも言葉もあの人に届くんじゃないかなって、そんな期待をしてるんだよ。
Yeah, I wonder what's the thing about like Tomohito. I mean, wait, what's Azusa's reason to be what she wanted to use her Saigo no Maho on? Anyway, misjudging their own capabilities and rushing headfirst into everything without thinking, people always end up in the same place: regret. This world is designed so that things usually unfold that way. At the terminal station at the time where I arrived, holding Azusa's hand, I was regretting it right now. How many nights have passed since then? The place where I stand frozen now looks the same as it did just a moment ago, but it might actually be a future many years, decades, even centuries away. The thought sent shivers down my spine. Before I even lose my way back, perhaps there is no way back at all. The sheer, overwhelming terror also makes me forget to breathe.
私が
Huh?
私が眠ると未来に飛んでしまうんです。
Azusa repeated that, rubbing her sleepy eyelids, and then continued further.
ごめんなさい。大河君、はるちゃん。
Wait, give me a second. Okay, back.
周囲にいた人たちもろともに私は未来へ飛んでしまうんです。
Oh wait, yeah, okay. I forgot the part where everyone moves forward with her if they're close to her. Okay, I can see why someone else would also finally understand was able to understand what Azusa's power is, or rather Noroi.
どういうこと？何がどうなってるの？
When did Haru show up? Well, Haru shakes my body. I remember. It was Tomohido's words. If Onesan looks sleepy, run away from there immediately. I'm sure those were his words. The result of ignoring that warning is now regret. Fools always only regret. Yet I learned absolutely nothing from that regret. Therefore, I'm doomed to keep regretting it again and again.
ねえ、答えてよ。教えてよ、かなでくん。未来に飛ぶってどういうことなの？
At the terminal station, a time where I arrived, pulling Azusa's hand for some reason, Haru was there, and Haru and I got caught up in it. Haru. First, I told Haru about my situation. I wanted to save Azusa-san from the Noroi. Therefore, I suggested that we have one of the strange shops lining the terminal station at a time. Take it. The Noroi etched into Azusa-san's Kyoku. Kyoku? Anyway, it has no name. Only a phenomenon worthy of being called a Noroi exists there. To state the conclusion first, there was no shop anywhere in the terminal station at the time that would buy it. Whether it was Yoru or not, naturally, only things in demand were traded. Who would pay a high price for a Noroi? Sumari, I was rejected, told it had no commercial value. But as I went around countless shops without getting up, negotiating, there was Haru. Haru was there, walking around the shops at the terminal station at the time with a memo from Asai-san in hand, looking for the various strange things for sale. The sky. It was then that the Yozora began to split. Spin. In the blink of an eye, the Yoru closed, and the sun illuminated the sky. Similarly, the sky darkened at a terrifying speed. Hoshi and Tsuki rose, carving countless thin lines up Hikari into the Yoru no veil, then fading away. And then Asa came again, the same cycle, again and again, again and again. The comings and goings of townland also passed us by at an incredible speed, leaving us behind. Haru and I could do nothing about that sight, simply looking up.
かなでくん、怖いよ。
Haru suddenly took my hand, and that's when I finally realized that Azusa-san, still holding my other hand opposite Haru, had collapsed there as if asleep.
私が眠ると世界はその度にまた一つ枝分かれするんです。
Wow, well, as a natural extension of time travel, we now have world lines. Welcome back, slides, guys. Holy shit. Suppressing a yawn with all her might, Azusa-san said. The moment Azusa-san woke up, the sky and townscape returned to their original speed.
枝分かれ？世界が？はい。
Azusa-san nodded at Haru's question.
一度未来へ飛んでしまうと 以前いた時間の延長線上に再び戻れる保証はないんです。目覚めたそこはいくつもいくつも枝分かれした先の可能性の一つに過ぎない。
The precious person I met again there might look the same person as I laughed with before falling asleep, but they might be a different person.
こんな呪いがあるせいで私は。
Azusa-san bit her lip there and looked down.
それじゃあここはどこなの？
Haru looked
こ
around.
こは未来？それとも私たちのいた夜の世界とは少し違う別の未来の世界？
It was complicated. It felt far too tangled and complex for our young minds to accurately comprehend. Haru, Azusa-san, for now, let's head back to the Yume no Nedoko. No matter how far in the future this place was, the only place and people I could rely on right now was there. In the end, what did I even come here to do? Clenching my back feet in frustration, I took their hands and tried to start walking. Speaking of which, Haru, Asahi-san's errand, what kind of thing was it? Having said that much, I realized. Azusa-san? The hand I'd been holding was released. I turned around. Azusa-san was frozen on the spot. Don't tell me, are you hurt somewhere? She didn't answer me, who was called out in worry, and remained looking down.
ダメ。
Azusa-san said softly.
私はいけません。夢の寝床には戻れない。
Azusa-san? What's wrong?
ダメ。来ちゃダメです。
It was a scream-like voice, and Azusa-san clutched her head, casting her gaze upwards. Again. Again, the scenery of the sky. Little by little, the passage of time was speeding up.
どうしよう。また眠くなって。
Azusa-san swayed unsteadily, and she slumped down on the spot. And then, as if squeezing out her last bit of strength, she screamed.
お願いします。逃げて。早く。
There's no way I can do that. I, Kanade Taiga, have a yume. Yume ga aru. Wait, sorry. I just remembered something. It's to become a hero who can save everyone who's suffering.
お願い早く。何してるの？早く。逃げて。
But, demo!
今、私から、はるちゃんを助けられるのは、君だけなんだよ。大学。
I squeezed Haru's hand, which I was still holding tightly. And are we going back to the...
先日の件、考えてくれましたか？
Man, we're doing a lot of like flashback and then go back to the present, flashback, go back to the present. Anyway. The day two, on the way home with Haru, we met Azusa-senpai at the usual place, at the usual time, as usual. The matter from the other day? I didn't mean to play dumb, I just muttered it without thinking. But Azusa-senpai wore an anxious expression, as if I might have forgotten. You mean, Azusa-senpai's Maho, right?
はい、そうです。私の魔法を大河君に使ってほしくって。
Azusa-senpai breathed a sigh of relief. And she showed me her usual smile, almost a real one. They often say, like parent, like child, but you absolutely can't say, like brother, like sister. Mm. Mm. I don't know, man. He is the Tayo. She is the ski. Wait a second. Why does this feel like I'm reading like a story of like fucking oh my, it's like the Tanabata story, man. Why does it feel like Altair and Vega and that sort of shit? What do you mean by this? Are they secretly base? You know what I mean? I don't intend to utter such overly common metaphors, though. I wonder, there are many siblings so completely opposite. Azusa senpai, you want to help Tomohito with your maho, right?
はい。そうです。
Azusa senpai nodded lightly, and she said, if you don't mind. Oh, it's me. If I don't mind, if you don't mind, senpai, could you tell me why? Is Tomohito currently in some kind of difficult situation that requires maho? That was really bothering me.
それって、
Azusa senpai said.
それって、もしもですけど。
Really, you're doing hypothetically speaking? We obviously know that's what's happening. Hi?
もしも大河君に本当のことを言わずにいたら、私は魔法を許可してもらえなかったりしますか？
The Shinjitsu, you mean?
はい。例えば、私が魔法を必要だって思ってる理由をなんとなく言いにくくて、
なんとなく。
大河君に嘘をついたりしてみたら、そうしたら大河君は私の魔法を、私の中にある願いを叶えることができなくなってしまったりしますか？
No. I shook my head and answered. I don't think that would happen.
そうなんですか？
Hi. I nodded. Whether there is a single lie there, or only the truth there. As a result, almost nothing would change, and I believe I would still be able to get permission and use the maho. Dakara senpai, as I said, even if you can't tell me everything about your situation, I feel I can still grant permission. However,
ただ、
hi. But almost nothing changes. The senpai who tilted her head, I continued. If you can't tell me everything about your situation, our trust might only go so far. Then I believe there's a possibility the effectiveness of the maho I grant permission for will be diminished.
信頼関係ですか？
Hi. Relationship itself is the kagi to maho. Asahi-san had said, Senpai, if possible, I'd like you to tell me the truth without any lies. Certainly, even if you don't tell me the full facts, I think the maho can still be used, even if its effectiveness is diminished. But if I sense even the slightest lie in it, I'm sorry, senpai. I can't use Asusa senpai's maho. Could that maho be dangerous for Asusa senpai? Could it unintentionally harm someone in a way Asusa senpai didn't intend? I need to judge these things as a third party. That is my role. Only when it's safe can I grant maho permission. Otherwise, my existence and role would be meaningless. That's how I've been warned by Asahi-san, the Yoronoma Hatsukai.
そうですか。
Asusa senpai nods.
そうでなければ使えないではなくって、使うわけにはいかないということなんですね。
Wakarimashita. Asusa senpai says.
初めから嘘をつく気はほとんどありませんでした。事実のみを話します。
What was the point of that conversation? Just trying to explain that someone eventually will attempt to lie, and then we'll find out why their maho isn't as powerful. It's because they actually lied when they told Taiga about their circumstances or something. That might be important. Almost, you say. To me, who said that with a smile. Asusa senpai returned the real smile.
嘘をついた方がいいのかなってちょっとだけそう思った理由は一つです。ともくんが困ってるだろうこと、それはあまりお友達には知られたくないんじゃないかなって思ったから。
I really wonder what's their problem. So, if it could remain a Himitsu, I intend to keep it that way as much as possible. Azusa Senpai says, still wearing her usual smile.
ともくんの音楽が、その思いが届けたい人にちゃんと届きますように。そのために私はずっと思い続けてきた。そのために魔法を使いたいと願います。
Saying that, Azusa Senpai extended her hand to me, grasping her hand, and after hearing Azusa Senpai's situation fully explained, I would grant permission. For that purpose, just as I was about to grasp the extended hand,
あずさ先輩、
Haru said, still wearing a somewhat complicated expression.
ごめんなさい。あずさ先輩、大きなお世話だと分かってます。だけど、どうしても言わずにはいられなくって。
I'm sorry, Haru said just once, and then continued, trembling with fear.
ともひとくんには音楽を届けたい人がいる。ええ、そうみたいですね。その人にともひとくんは音楽を通じて伝えたい思いがあるって言っていました。伝えたい思い。
Azusa Senpai slowly narrowed her eyes, as if gazing at something dazzling.
その人が一体誰なのか、それはまだ教えてもらえていませんけれど、だけどきっとともひとくんにとってその人はとっても大切な人なんだろうなって思います。そっか、大切な人か。ともくんも青春しちゃってるんですね。私の知らない間に大人になっちゃったんだな。
She said it with deep emotion, but her profile looked somewhat lonely.
その相手って誰なのかな。余計なお世話だろうけれど、お姉ちゃんとしてはなんだか気になってしまいます。あずさ先輩。
Haru had been letting her gaze wander, but then, as if making up her mind, she looked straight at Azusa Senpai.
ともひとくんが音楽を届けたい人って、私、あずさ先輩なんじゃないかなって思うんですけど。
Wait, suddenly I had some amnesia, but was it Haru there when Tomohito mentioned about... Or unless Haru is just... never mind. It was something everyone had probably guessed somewhere deep down. Hiyori, Chiwa, Minna. But that's exactly why it...
違いますよ。
Azusa Senpai said it clearly, as if speaking for my own heart.
だって私はともくんの大切な人なんかじゃありませんし。
And why does she think that?
でも
Haru said, leaning forward.
あずさ先輩、ともひとくんと喧嘩してるって言ってましたよね。ずっと長い間、ずっと。ともひとくんも同じように言ってました。音楽を届けたい人とはずっと喧嘩してるんだって。音楽に乗せてごめんなさいって気持ちをその人に伝えたいんだって。
Okay, I remember now what's the amnesia part I had. I don't remember him mentioning Azusa's name, so it was more like, he said the person he wanted to deliver. Okay. And that's why. As if there was some reason she absolutely had to gain understanding here, Haru stared desperately at Azusa Senpai. As if escaping Haru's gaze, she shook her head slightly. Then, with her usual smile, Azusa Senpai said,
私は違いますよ、はるちゃん。ともくんが大切に思うような人じゃない。
I can't tell if she actually knows or if that's her believing that she can't accept that she's the person Tomohito wants to cherish.
だって私はともくんの大切な人じゃないどころか。
I was like, she said, and then Asusa senpai.
私は本当はともくんのお姉ちゃんでさえない存在なんですから。
Okay, I guess it was what explained why they had different eye colors. I was wondering about that. Wait, doesn't that mean... Anyway. She showed a faint, fleeting smile, as if it might be erased by her own words. Okay, that explains a lot. Why they have different eye colors. Okay.
今私からはるちゃんを助けられるのは君だけなんだよ、大河君。
It was Asusa's cry, which felt desperate. I...
早く私からできるだけ離れて。
俺は... Or should it be Boku wa, because he's a kid? I ran away, pulling Haru's hand. I ran. Gomen, Tomohito. Yurushite. Asusa was sent alone in the distant future with the Noroi she carried. I abandoned Yoronesan. No, it wasn't even a matter of abandoning her. If I hadn't ignored your warning and done something unnecessary, this wouldn't have happened. I can't apologize enough. I even feel afraid to face him. Even so, I ran, taking Haru with me, thinking I had to get as far away from Asusa as possible. But
奏君、全然空も街も全然元に戻らないよ。
no matter how much I ran, no matter how far I tried to get away from Asusa, the accelerating scenery wouldn't return to normal. Rather, its speed seemed to be constantly increasing. What's happening? What is this? The sun rose and set. Man, this is like the thing of JoJo Part 6. The moon and stars twinkled, and then the Taiyo appeared again, sweeping away the darkness. Just how many days were quickly passing by? If this continued, we might be taken to a distant future. We didn't know. The thought was too terrifying. Eventually, I couldn't even keep running, and simply stood frozen on the spot. The main street at the Yume and Yoronokuni, amidst the traffic rushing by at furious speeds. Damn it, saw. I clenched my fists. My feet were chattering. It was fear. My heart was starting to drown in the bubbling fear. If I let my guard down, I might even cry. How pathetic. To be paralyzed and unable to move by something like this. And I call being a hero my Yume. How ridiculous. Feeling utterly pathetic, I tightly closed my eyelids to trap the fear inside.
奏君。
The hem of my clothes was being hesitantly pulled. I opened my eyelids that were closed. I apologized, saying, Gomen. Then I turned around. What if tears were streaming down? I thought instinctively and rubbed my eyes shortly with my sleeve. To me, Haru said,
朝日さんから言いつけられてたお買い物。
Huh?
電話だよ。
Denwa? Kyokun Denwa? Anyway, Haru rushed around and pulled it from her skirt pocket. It was a battered mobile
こ
device.
れは朝日さんの作った魔法みたい。
Wait, Asahi-san was aware that this might happen? Of course, it's a timey-wimey one of things. Timey-wimey thing. Maho? Sore?
ごめんね、奏君。私も詳しくはよくわからないんだけど、どこにいてもどんな時でも必ずつながる電話なんだって朝日さん言ってた。
No matter where I am? Always? I took the device and scrutinized it. It wouldn't even turn on, let alone connect.
どこにいてもどんな時でもどんな場所に迷い込んでしまったとしても、この電話は朝日さんの夢の寝床にある黒電話に必ずつながる、そういう魔法なんだって朝日さん言ってたよ。
Yeah. If I had that, I could tell Asahi-san to help me.
かもしれない。
Why does Haru have such Maho? How is it related to the errand Asahi-san supposedly entrusted her with? As I asked that, Haru nodded and replied,
朝日さんが言うにはね、私の想像力はこの魔法の元と相性がいいんだって。だから私が一番良さそうなものを選んで購入してきてほしいって。
Haru nodded and pulled something else from her pocket. It was a pressed flower? A chisai no hana. I never seen before was encased in a thin, flat film.
この携帯電話の魔法は夜に咲く花を原動力に動くものみたいだよ。
Haru took the hana out of the film, just as I wondered what she would do with it. Haru kept glancing at my face. Is something wrong? To be honest, I was impatient, and there was a way. I wanted her to do it quickly, because even as we exchanged these words, time was steadily ticking away.
この花を私の魔法で咲かせなきゃいけないんだけどね。
Haru mumbled.
そのためにはちょっとだけね、恥ずかしいことをしないといけなくて。
Haru bit her lip tightly, then shook her small head, trembling.
ごめんね。そんなこと言ってる場合じゃ、気にしてる場合じゃないよね。
As she spoke, Haru looked at the sky, round and round. The sun rises again and sets again.
私たちが魔法を使うには。
She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then suddenly, Haru was enveloped in a faint, hazy light.
変身しなきゃダメになったの。
When the light cleared, there was Haru, dressed in a surprisingly cute outfit. I was dumbfounded. What is that? A henshin? I blurted it out. Her eyes welled up with tears.
やっぱりそんな反応だよね。やっぱりそんな風に呆れちゃうよね。
I guess this is the first time they've seen Taiga saw someone do the Maho Shoujo transformation. Like none of the other girls did it yet. As she tried to pull down the hem of her short skirt, Haru said teary-eyed,
魔法少女なんだって。
Wait, well, they're already aware of the concept of the Maho Shoujo, but I guess this is the first time they actually see a Maho Shoujo. Huh? Maho... Nani?
魔法少女だよ。これから私たちのことをそう呼ぶことにしようって、この前の満月の夜会でね、朝日さんが女の子たちだけを部屋に集めて言ったんだよ。変身って言ってもこの服も朝日さんのお手製で、呼び方も可愛い服も全部朝日さんの趣味だって言ってた。
Okay, Asahi-san. Haru's voice, as she spoke hesitantly, gradually grew smaller and smaller, wilting.
だからね、この格好そのものに意味だったり特別な力だったりが込められているわけじゃないけど、この場所で夜の国で私たちが魔法を使うなら必ずこの格好になってしまうようにって。
Asahi-san, in that way, apparently wrote a vow, or rather, a promise, into the heart of each and every girl. Huh? Maho in the form of a girl. Sumari Maho Shoujo. Asahi-san had indeed told me that too. Asahi-san wanted to hand over the role of being able to freely use the chikara of those girls. That that Maho to either me or Tomohiro after the senso. I had heard that was one of Asahi-san's goals, but I never thought it would be this blatant.
Akara-sama!
Haru's eyes welled up with tears once again.
やっぱり変だよね、こんな格好。私、似合わないよね。
Haru is pulling the hem of her skirt even harder. It looks like it's about to tear, and I'm worried even though she's always smiling like, everything's fine, bring it on in front of everyone. What's wrong? Tonight, her words and actions are just too unstable and weak. Okay, so this is the incident that allowed Taiga to finally to find out her actual personality. Is it because I imagine myself in her heart? I couldn't hide my agitation and my weakness, even more so. Yeah. Gomen. That's not it. My tongue slipped. Gomen. As it lowered my head, Haru said, sniffling and whimpering,
私たち自身が夜の魔法使いの朝日さんが使う魔法だから本来なら自分勝手に魔法を使うことはできないんだけれど、でも
if it's just to make a chisai no chisai yoru no hana bloom, then even I, without permission, can surely do it because
なぜなら私、柊春はそういう属性を持つ魔法だから。
saying that she wrapped the small hana, chisai no hana, she had taken out of her hand. She suddenly closed her eyes, and Haru was the mirai she destined deep within her closed eyes. Somehow I could feel that kind of presence too.
これできっと大丈夫。
She opened her eyes, her cupped palm also opened, and there the pressed hana had been vividly revived. It was a chisai no hana envelope in a faint light. This time she wrapped it along with a mobile device once again in her small hand.
朝日さんからこの魔法の使い道だとかをあらかじめ話してもらっていてよかった。
In her hand, which was open again, there was only one mobile device, and several petals fluttered down from Haru's hand palm. It, which shouldn't have turned on until now, brightly lit its display with artificial fluorescent color, now, though she hadn't touched it.
かなでくん、
Hmm?
お願い。
With an anxious, trembling gaze, Haru looked up at me.
私、今の状況を上手に伝えられる自信がないから全然ないからだからお願いかなでくんが話してほしいよ。
Oh, wakarimashita. Though I hesitated, I took the device. As expected, Haru tonight is different from usual. I was hesitating far more about that. Yeah. What am I saying? Haru's a girl after all. Okay, bro. Being cornered in such an unknown situation, I'll get anxious. Just like me. No. She must be even more scared than I am. If I can't take the hand of the scared girl here, what good am I? Not just a hero, but as a man. No. Even as a human, I'll be utterly disqualified. Really went that far, man. I shook my head, trembling slightly. I then operated the device I received from Haru. Only one number was registered. That number must be the Yume no Nedoko. It has to be. I pressed the ketai, then to my ear, as if in prayer. The drawn-out ring repeated. It only had rung a few times, yet it felt like minutes, tens of minutes, a long, long time, and I grew impatient. Onegai, someone please pick up! Wait, that's redundant. I gripped the device tightly and prayed, but it's no good. Such a prayer couldn't possibly reach. This is the Mirai. No, I'm in a moment rushing towards some distant future. Even so, I couldn't help but pray. as if mocking my childish, helpless self. Only the ringing repeated without stopping. It's no good, I thought. It's no good. Okay. I had to repeat the line. The Sora. The Tayo and the ski, passing by at high speed. Looking up at that sight, I whispered in my heart, Nah, Hiro. If you were here, how would you have overcome this predicament? And you, in a time like this, what would you have done? The faces of many people flashed through my mind, like a revolving lantern. It was sudden. Huh? Abruptly, the ringing stopped. Moshi moshi, I called out eagerly. Dareka, could someone hear me?
Taiga?
Someone's voice, but the noise was too bad to make it out. Onegai, I can't hear you well. A little louder, please.
Taiga?
Oh, it's Kuro. Beyond the crackling noise, I found a familiar voice.
Taiga? Nano?
The person on the other end must have recognized my voice.
どうしてタイガがこの電話に？
Could it be Kuro?
私
Wait, is he talking to the future Kuro? I thought Kuro would look younger back then. But this looks like... anyway. What is Kuro on this call? Or so I heard. In my haste and panic, I ended up asking her back, almost parroting Kuro's words. Kuro answered me.
今みんなお出かけしてて誰もいない。
Dare no inai.
そう、誰も。私一人。
Well... Did that mean Asahi-san wasn't there either? The spirit instantly felt close at hand, but
もしも
Kuro's voice reached my ear. Just that made me feel relieved.
もしもこの電話が鳴るようなことがあったなら私が出るようにって朝日から言われてて、でも本当は電話に出るつもりはなかった。
Huh?
だって私電話なんかでまともに話せる自信なかったし。
Her muffled, hesitant voice tickled my ear.
だけどなんだか嫌な予感みたいなものがあって。
So after agonizing over the ringing phone for a long time, she said she cautiously picked up the receiver.
電話なんて初めてだったから緊張した。お腹がキリキリして今朝タイガと一緒に食べたチョコレート全部吐いちゃうかと思った。
Girl shouldn't talk about throwing up. You should, cherish your modesty or things like that, I think, Kuro. That was a drawn-out conversation, even though I was in a hurry. What am I doing, I thought, but...
だけど電話の相手がタイガでよかった。タイガとならほらこうして普通にちゃんと話せる。
Alright, can we back to the urgent situation at hand? Because time is passing by really quickly. Kuro, even though I didn't have much time, I was glad I could talk to you. I really felt that. Talking to Kuro like this, I felt my composure slowly returning. That's how it felt. Gomen, Kuro. Arigato. If it weren't for this situation, there'll be so many things I want to say and ask, but... I quickly explained the current situation to Kuro. Is there no way? No method? No tool? No maho that could help us? There in the Yumeno Nedoko. With a sliver of hope, I pressed Kuro with questions. Then Kuro fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, or perhaps 3. That silence should have been so brief. But even during that time, the swiftness of the passing night wouldn't stop. It wouldn't have been strange if I had already been flung hundreds of years in the future, unseen that many suns and moons.
ない。
A tiny needlepoint voice dropped into the silence.
ごめんタイガ。何もない。 君たちを助けられるような方法も道具も魔法もここにはないよ。
I gripped my device. There was no way I could turn to face Haru behind me. Some emotion almost pried open my tightly sealed lips and burst out, but...
でも大丈夫。
Huh? Are you okay?
ごめんね。私おバカだからあまり上手に説明できない。だけどなんとかなるよ、きっと。
Work out?
今の大河を助けられる方法は、道具は、魔法は、ここには夢の寝床にはないだろうけれど。
Your voice saying, but a little static ran through it.
でも私の中にはそれはあるんだよ。
What do you mean, that? Your voice was crackly and breaking.
だから大河、君に降りかかる大変なことはこれからも全部私が。
Huh? What? What's going on? No, I can't hear you well. So I wanted you to say it again, but my voice wishing for that was also swallowed by the static and didn't reach you.
大河、電話を切って。
Only your quiet, whispering voice remained. This time I heard it clearly, without any static.
この電話を君が切る。それを合図にしよう。そうすれば全部元通りになるはずだから。
Demo, what was this? I had a bad feeling. I shouldn't hang up this call. I could have shaked that feeling, but for no reason at all. But
かなでくん、誰と話してるの？朝日さんじゃない？
from behind me, I hear Haru's anxious voice. No, there's no more time to hesitate. The noise is getting thicker and thicker. Kuro tells me to hurry because if her voice can no longer reach me, if we're sent that far away, then she won't be able to help me and the others either. Kuro, I hang up. Before that, Kuro says she wants me to make one yakusoku.
ハルとしっかり手をつないでて。電話を切る前に。
Just as she said that. Just as she said, I friendly grasped Haru's hand.
いい？タイガ。もう一つだけ約束。これからどんなことが起きたとしても絶対春のその手を離しちゃダメだよ。夢の寝床に帰るまでは絶対に。タイガ。
Kuro, we'll see each other again, right? I just had to. Absolutely had to. I couldn't help but ask her.
うん。大丈夫。また会える。約束するよ。
I wonder if the Kuro he's talking to right now isn't the Kuro from his timeline, but a different Kuro. That could be totally possible, man. I feel that's what's happening right now. Kuro answered me with strength. So I, too. Okay. A nod, too. There's no more time. Kuro's voice is fading further and further away. Once her voice can no longer reach me, it'll be over. Kuro won't be able to help us either, because Kuro says so. That's why I'll believe you. I'll believe everything you say. I switched my denwa off, and then suddenly everything around me went pitch black. It had nothing to do with the night or nighttime at all. There was nothing. Like closing my eyes, I couldn't see anything. Nothing at all. It was true darkness. And holding. Had to squeeze my hand tightly. Only that sensation reached me. Kuro had told me never to let go of this hand. I squeezed back, hard. Her hand was trembling. I searched for the words to encourage her. I couldn't tell north from south, even up, down, left and right were unclear. left all alone in such darkness. Even so, Daijobu. Even so, I could say it with certainty. Kura said it was Daijobu on her phone just now, so this must be fine. There's definitely no problem. Absolutely. I took Haru's hand, ready to step forward.
いや、闇雲に歩いても平気なのかな。何も見えないのに。
Ah, I understand you're anxious, but we can't just stand here. We walk as if by feel, unable to see each other. I wondered if anything could serve as light. I searched my pocket and remembered my cat eye just as I was.
あれ見て、奏くん。
Huh? I turned towards the sound of her voice. Then a small light suddenly flickered on there. It was a faint light. But since it was so pitch black around us, that light alone was enough. Thanks to it, I could vaguely make out Haru's face beside me.
あれってなんだろう。猫の足跡？
I really wonder what's going on right now. I seriously don't know what Kura. That might even be another timeline Kura. You know? Haru tilted her head. Then that small light went. Patter, 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 patter. As if an invisible kitten. Koneko. We're walking. I stretched a trail of light footprints straight into the yami. We followed after it. In the pitch black, we moved forward cautiously. Whenever we fell a little behind, the light footsteps would stop, as if looking back at us. Once we caught up, it would continue patter, patter. How long have we been walking like that? Cut to think of it. Is this the first time I've been alone with Haru like this? I suddenly found myself with the mental space to think such things.
奏くん。
Hmm? Nani?
今日のことお願い。みんなには秘密にしていてくれたら嬉しいなって。
About today?
うん。私が泣いちゃいそうになってたこととか、いろいろ。
I suddenly recalled the sense of unease I felt about Hiragi Haru tonight. It was certainly surprising, maybe. Haru, you're always so full of energy in front of everyone, so we weren't particularly close yet. So I didn't know this girl, Hiragi Haru, well enough to discuss what kind of heart she truly possessed. But I had always pictured her, Hiragi Haru, as a bright and energetic girl who would always take the lead in a group and to tackle the problems. Tonight's Haru, however, might be said to be the complete opposite of that impression. She was timid and anxious, sniffling with teary eyes.
いつも誰かと話すときはドキドキ胸が痛くなるの。本当は私とっても緊張しやすくて、知らない人とは目を見て話もできない。
I have a question. Why is half of the Route girls suffering from incredible social anxiety? Crippling social anxiety? Anyway.
だけど、そんな弱気な自分を知られないようにって、いつもみんなの前では元気いっぱいでいられるようにって頑張ってて。でも、どうしてかな。今夜の奏くんの前だと、こうして二人っきりになると素が出ちゃって。
Alright. If you want me to give you the Himitsu, then I will. In the pitch black darkness, the two of us made a small promise.
ねえ、奏くん。
Oh? What is it?
これから私も奏くんのこと大河くんって下の名前で呼んでもいいかな。
My first?
うん、奏くんも私 私のことハルって呼んでくれるし、もしもよければなんだけど、どうかな。私たちただ夜の王を倒すために朝日さんに夢の寝床に集められただけだけど、でもお友達にはなっちゃいけないってことはないし、だからその
I see. Tomodachi ka. I tried to imagine Haru's feelings, but that's just something akin to the suspension bridge effect. Remind me, what's that? Give me a second. I think it's the in a situation when you're in danger and you know. Okay. A psychological phenomenon where people misinterpret their psychological arousal like racing heart or sweaty palms from a scary or thrilling situation, which is the kind of situation they have right now, as a romantic attraction to someone present. Okay. The definition I said mentioned romantic feelings, but I guess he uses it. I don't know if it's a general. You could generalize that to say a good impression of someone, but a positive impression of someone. But here it's like the mere concept of being friends was enough to make him think something like that. We're encountering danger together because we share this atmosphere. It's only for now. I figure it's just a fleeting feeling. I even think to myself that I'm a nasty kid for thinking such things. Yeah, got it. It's totally fine. That's why I could answer so casually. Even if tonight passed and we returned to the relationship the same distance as before, I wouldn't have anything to worry about. Or so I heard. That's what I believe, anyway. But from then on, I ended up consulting with Haru at every turn, and worrying about Haru's inner feelings, how she was actually timid and shy. At that time, I couldn't even have predicted that we'd develop such a relationship. What thus continued. Pat, pat, pat. We were those kids back then, always chasing after those footsteps.
大河くん、
Oh? Nani? I turned around. Is something wrong?
ちょっと呼んでみただけ。
She smiled softly. Even at a time like this, I'm a little dumbfounded, but
ごめんね。私お友達とか一人もいなかったから。だからね、ちょっと嬉しくって。
when she says something like that, I can't say anything more. We walked together for a while longer. And at Yami, we continued the soft introduction-like conversation that had been lacking until now.
見て、足跡が。
Haru points. The luminous footprints that had been steadily moving forward had stopped in the Yami just a few meters ahead. Just as we reached that spot, the footprints suddenly vanished. Again, the surroundings are enveloped in Yami, and tightly we squeeze each other's hands. I gasp. I close my eyes. Kuro, Kuro. I called your name in my heart many times. Then, a bell sound came from somewhere. Kuro, hesitantly when I opened my eyes. It's simultaneous. Suddenly, a new light lit up. It's the soft light of an entryway. A door appeared right before my eyes. I know it's the entrance to the Yume no Nedoko. Warm light is brilliantly leaking out from the frosted glass.
よかった。
By the way, how did Azusa Senpai got back? I still don't get it. Yeah, if she's continuously moving to the future, what what about her? That door swung open before we could even reach for it.
おかえり二人とも。一時はどうなることかと思ったよ。
Asai-san welcomed us. Asai-san, what year, month, and day is it right now? I never thought I had to ask someone something like this in my life. Asai-san answers me what year, month, and day it is now that we returned. Yokatta. We made it back. I felt relieved by the date I'm told and collapsed on the spot, but Kuro, I gasped. Asai-san, is Kuro here? I look around. I think we probably got help from Kuro, and thanks to Kuro, we were able to make it back here, so I want to thank Kuro right away.
ああ、うん。事情はあの子から直接聞いてるよ。だけど、
Asai-san looked away awkwardly.
あの子は、黒は、君の友人は、少し旅に出ると言っていたよ。
Wait, what? Isn't that a line that Kuro says when? Huh? I'm confused. But wait, huh? Atabi.
でも、心配するな。すぐ戻ってくるからってあの子は言ってた。あの子から君への伝言だよ。
My heart jolted. Kuro. She said we'd meet again properly. We made a promise. I stood up. I tried to rush out the entrance again. I had to find Kuro. I had to bring her back. That's what I thought, but... Huh? But my feet stopped. It wasn't because someone like Asai-san grabbed me by the collar and told me, "Stop, you idiot," nor was it because Haru admonished me with, "Please calm down."
二人もおかえりなさい。
A person who shouldn't have been there was there, with an unchanging expression.
無事でいてくれてよかった。
How is she back? Extending a hand to me, was about to rush out. I was dumbfounded and looked at her. You're... Azusa's hand extended to me. Who exactly are you? It was involuntary. I couldn't help but ask. That extended hand. Yeah. Her body. No matter how I looked again, she was semi-transparent. What is... Huh? Huh? What?
まあ、そうか。いつかこうなるんじゃないかと思ってたんだ。
Give me a second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I can probably do just one more hour and I'll call it in. The one who said that with a bitter smile was him. From childhood. Toa Tomohito. Azusa-san's ototo.
どんなに俺が内地へ絞ってあがこうと、何度だって無力な自分を思い知らされるばっかりで、未来はまるで変わらなかった。だからここへ、夢の寝床へ来たけれど。
Ah, I see. Tomohito said with a sigh.
ここへこうして俺が姉ちゃんを連れてくることが何もかもの始まりだったってことなのかな。本当に間抜けだ。助けたいと願ってたはずの人を率先して危険な場所に連れてくるだなんて。
He said with a tired, dry smile.
これじゃ連中の思うツボじゃないか。
I wonder if I'm the cause of all this. I couldn't say a word. Just listen to Tomohito.
俺の生まれた家の連中は頭のおかしい奴らばっかりなんだよ。不死がどうだの、好きだの、未来だの、夢だの、希望だの。俺には大人たちが何をしようとしているのかなんて全くわからないけれど、頭どころか心さえどうかしちゃってるような奴らがさ、言ってたんだよ。タイガ、お前にはこの前言ったと思うが、俺の姉ちゃんはいつか遠い未来でこの不思議の国を、夜の国を作り出すために生まれた女の子なんだって。
Tomohito shrugs, as if to say, it's a completely ridiculous story, right?
こんな話普通なら絵空事もいいところだ。誰も信じない。俺だって最初は信じなかった。でもどんなにバカみたいでもこれは実際の話なんだ。俺の姉ちゃんは満月の夜、もし睡魔に一瞬でも負けてしまえば、その存在ごと未来に飛んでしまう。それは事実なんだ。
どうして？
知らない。知りたくもない。すべて大人たちの事情だ。もしくは長い長い積み重ねの結果だ。俺たちガキには何もわからない。
Tomohito shakes his head and speaks.
最初はたった数時間程度のことだったみたいだ。満月の夜に眠ってしまうと数時間ほど未来に姉ちゃんは飛ぶ。姉ちゃんが未来で目覚めるまで姉ちゃんの姿はどこにも消えてなくなってしまう。最初は焦った。姉ちゃんがそういう呪いめいたものに悩まされてるだなんて、どうしてそうなってしまうのかを含め俺は何も聞かされてなかったから。
The Ototo desperately searched all night for his vanished Nesan, but she was nowhere to be found. Back home, they walked together. The Chisai no Koen they played in, the old school they attended, its building, places we shared once fine were now terrifying in the dark, all alone. More than anything, I felt lonely the whole time. Even when I appealed to the adults, they dismissed me, saying, "That's just how it is. You just didn't know." After searching the town for hours, I returned to my room utterly exhausted. And there, Onessa would be, sleeping in her bed as if nothing had happened. They say this occurred countless times. The time until my Onessa return gradually grew longer and longer. From a few hours to a day, from a day to 2 full days, and then even weeks. That's how it went.
このままじゃ姉ちゃんはいつか俺なんてとっくの昔に死んでしまった遠い未来にまで飛ばされる。それもその日はそう遠くない。そう思った。姉ちゃんのそれは病気のようなものだと俺は思った。病気ならきっと何か治す方法があるはずなんだ。その方法を見つけるまでは予防することくらいできるはず。
The Ototo, feeling this way, vowed never to leave his Nesan's side for a moment.
満月の夜に眠ってしまうのが問題なら、俺がずっとそばについていて姉ちゃんを寝かさなければいいだけの話だ。そう思ったんだよ。だから危険を感じた夜はいつも姉ちゃんと夜通し話したりゲームをしたりして、うとうとする姉ちゃんを励ましたりしながら月が沈むまで一緒にずっと眠らずにいた。その中で姉ちゃんが眠りに落ちるのと同じ部屋にいた人間は姉ちゃんと一緒に未来へ飛ばされてしまうことを知ったんだ。それは最初からそうだったのか、それとも次第にその病が重くなっていった結果なのか。ともあれ姉ちゃんの病にはそういう症状さえもあったんだ。ならばいつだって姉ちゃんのそばにいると誓った俺は姉ちゃんと一緒に時を超え続け、ずっとずっとそばを離れず一緒にいられる、そう思っていたのに。
Even though I'd done that many times before.
そしていつか姉ちゃんの病を治す方法を探し出すんだと思ってた。夜の国の中でならそれを可能にできる女の子がいるはずだって希望を持ってた。噂では俺の姉ちゃんはいつか未来の世界で夜の国を作る張本人。夜の国が消えない限り姉ちゃんが未来に飛ばされちまう結果を変えられていないってことだ。何かないのか。姉ちゃんを救うための方法はどこかにないのか。そうでなければいつか姉ちゃんと永遠にさよならする日が来るかもしれない。そう思ってずっと焦っていたけれど、いつか来ると思ってたその日が今日だ。つまり想定内の出来事だ。ああ、これはただそれだけの話だったんだよ。
Tomohito smiles wearily and says,
姉ちゃんを夜の国に連れてきたのが失敗だった。それだけの話だ。お前が気にすることじゃない。現実世界で眠りに落ちることも十分以上に危険だったのに、ここではそれが病の効果が何十倍何百倍にもなったんだ。
Ah, that must be it. Tomohito said, trembling with a pale face.
大河の話を聞く限りそう感じる。空や月や太陽がそんな風になるなんてことは一度もなかった。時を飛び越えた夜にまた眠るなんてことも。だからもう姉ちゃんはどれだけ待っても帰ってこない。ずっと先の未来に俺を置いて行ってしまったんだ。ああ、そうか。
Tomohito weakly shakes his head and hangs it low.
だから家の連中は俺たちをわざと見逃したのか。
わざと見逃す。
Haru, who was listening next to me, involuntarily spoke up. Tomohito weakly nodded at her and,
姉ちゃんはそういう病で、その病を家の連中は何事かに利用しようとしていて、親も俺以外の姉妹も親戚もみんなだ。だから姉ちゃんはこの頃は学校も辞めさせられて、いつも大きなお屋敷の部屋に閉じ込められてた。
it's always like, they're always rich, man. For some reason, they're always rich. Well, it's been said that inhumans are rich for some reason.
俺はさ、病からも家族からも姉ちゃんのことを助けたくて、姉ちゃんの手を引いて家を出てきたんだ。しかし嫌に簡単に脱出できたと思ったら。
Tomohito says, a self-depreciating smile on his face.
夜の国は子供しか出入りできない不思議の国だ。連中はまだまだガキなこの俺が姉ちゃんを夜の国に連れて行くだろうことをきっと予想してて。はあ、まったく。ものの見事に俺は連中に利用されたってことなんだな。
Children are always used by adults. They're confined by everything.
それが嫌だから、それがどうしたって認められないから。だから俺たちはいつも自由になりたいと願うけど、その度に自分があんまりにも無力でどうしようもなく子供なんだって気づくんだよな。多分今まさにそんな気分だよ。
I don't know what to say to Tomohito, my friend, who hangs his head low. This just makes me feel my own powerlessness. Taking such thoughts, I apologize again and again, countless times. Each time, Tomohito would say, "Ah, it's fine now. It's not your fault. I truly, sincerely mean it. You tried to help my Nesan, didn't you? I told you, I always thought this would happen someday.
本当に怒ってないよ。本当なんだよ。むしろ俺たちに手を貸してくれようとしたことに感謝だってしてる。本当なんだ。分かってほしい。
Because he could only say that weakly. So this time, instead of apologizing, I asked him this. Tomohito,
あ、
what exactly is the Yoru no Kuni? You said your Nesan was the one who created it, or something like that. This kind of question. Asai-san, Toya, Kuro. I could never voice it in front of them, the residents of the Yoru. Feeling that, I asked Tomohito.
あ、
Tomohito says, still hanging his head.
俺はまだまだガキだ。知らないことの方が多い。それだけじゃなく、訳あって俺は家族の連中に相手にもされてない。だから詳しくはわからないけれど、夜の国とは何なのか。ここはあらゆる時間の墓場なんだと誰かが言ってた。
Graveyard of all time? Well, this is the place where souls pass through, right? But, Graveyard of time?
はあ、姉ちゃんの病に巻き込まれ、未来に飛ばされたお前と春ちゃんが通ってきた帰り道の暗闇だよ。それこそが夜の正体だ。大人たちが口々に言っていた。それによると、あの場所からはどこへでも行けるし、どこへも行けない。まさに時間の墓場。それこそが夜の正体。
I'd heard that many times before, but
だけど、ごめんな。
Tomohito shakes his head weakly.
それがどういう意味なのかはわからない。
Chikando Hakaba. Huh. That phrase sounded far too familiar. Oh, it's the mystery girl that we've been through so many rounds, we still don't know who she is. I gently tuck away the smile that had briefly surfaced in my mind behind my closed eyelids.
ただ、
Tomohito continues speaking.
たださ、墓場っていうのはもう二度と会えない人が眠りにつく場所で。
Tomohito closed his mouth there, but I understood what he was trying to say. A Jigando Hakaba. If she fell asleep here, that means I'll never see my Nesan again. What should I do? I can't help but think that. If I hadn't meddled, this wouldn't have happened. Only facts like that piled up. Even though I knew nothing of the circumstances, I thought that if I just had the desire to do something, everything would work out. That's what I believe. This is the Yoru no Kuni, where Sozo comes true. So I thought it would be easy to become a hero, the person I always admired. And yet, 俺は or rather 僕は
だからさ、タイガ、気にするなって何度も言ったろ。
Tomohito offers a re-smile and says,
俺の姉ちゃんは未来の世界で夜の国を作る中心人物だ。
Tomohito speaks. I don't know the logic behind it. But the mysterious Yoru no Kuni, regardless of whether its origin is in the future or past, Mirai o Kako. Once it has manifested, it seems to appear on the other side of all existing timelines, past, present, future. I can't remember what present is in the present in Japanese. Anyway, no matter what kind of temporal story it is, a Jiganda Hakaba, a distortion of causality, whether such a thing could actually be possible. For us, who are still so childish, it's impossible to measure and impossible to even try to comprehend.
つまり
This morning. Even so, Tomohito tried his best to explain it to me.
俺たちの隣から夜の国が消えない限り、いつか姉ちゃんが未来に飛ばされるっていう結果は変わらないってことなんだ。少なくとも俺はそう信じた。
I believe that the Yoru no Kuni disappearing would prove that Azusa Toa would no longer be sent to the Mirai.
その結果を引き出すために何か方法はないのかとずっと焦っていたけれどダメだった。俺にはそんな力も知識も何もない。だからいつか来ると思ってたその日が今日だ。それだけの話だったんだよ。だからさタイガ、もしこの結果の責任を誰かが求められるとしたらそれは赤の他人なお前なんかじゃない。実弟の俺なんだよ。姉を今日の日までに救えなかったこの俺の責任だ。
Tomohito declared it, like an adult standing firm on his own, without a trace of childishness. I must have had a truly awful expression on my face. I'm being confronted repeatedly, but the person who should be confronted the most right now. How pathetic. Truly.
とにかくだ、ここがこの夜の国がどんな場所であるのかなんてそんなことはどうだっていいんだ。俺は夜の王を倒して願いを叶える。そのための魔法を得る。必ず姉ちゃんを取り戻す。少し順番とかがおかしくなってしまったけれどそれが本来俺や俺たちがここに集められた目的だし、それに
それに
もしもだ、もし万が一夜の王を倒せなくても、いや違う、夜の王は必ず倒す。人類の未来だとかがかかってるんだもんな。倒せなきゃ未来にいる姉ちゃんにだって被害がある。そういう風に想像するのがきっと正しい。だから必ず夜の王は倒すけれど、だけどもしもだ、そうして得られる魔法が姉ちゃんを取り戻してくれるに値するものじゃなかったとして。
At that, Tomohito's eyes wavered for a moment, but then he faced forward resolutely and spoke.
音楽だ。
Huh?
音楽？
朝日さんがこの前言ってたろ。
何をかな。
俺たち人間の生み出す言葉や旋律、そして風景、芸術だとか呼ばれてるものは俺たちにしか使えない魔法で、それらは全部時を超えた手紙にも等しいものなんだって。だから俺は俺の音楽を未来に届ける。どこか遠い未来にいるはずの姉ちゃんに。そうだ、未来永劫、いつまでもどこまでも色あせず、人々が歌い語り継いで未来の姉ちゃんにまで届けていってくれるような、そんな素晴らしい音楽を必ずさ、必ず作る。
Okay, this is random. I suddenly thought of something just now. This is unrelated to the VN. I just remembered fucking Macross of all things. Particularly the first series. Or if you don't want to watch the whole first series. Actually, the movie of the first series, I Oboite Maska, is the perfect example of that. There's just something about the first series / the first movie. I recommend watching that. It actually hits me more when I'm reading about this music that will never fade forever and ever. So wonderful people sing it and pass it down, even to Nessan in the future. I will. It hit me because I was like, oh, it reminded me something of that. Anyway, just go watch it. I recommend that. Anyway.
そうすればきっと姉ちゃんは安心してくれるから、俺は一人でも立派に生きたんだって分かってくれる。そう信じてる。だから俺は
It's not that I don't understand why Tomohito started saying such things. That's because the Maho obtained by defeating the Yoru no O is limited to one per person. The Yoru no Mahatsukai Inokai Asahi had warned me that from the beginning. that any more than that couldn't be taken out of the Yoro no Kuni. Initially, Tomohito's wish was one, to cure his Nesan's illness, Byoki. But now that has become two. I want to cure my Onesan's Byoki, and I want to get my Onesan back. Even if one of those wishes were granted, Tomohito and his Onesan would be separated again. Even if he brought his sister back to the present, the Byoki wouldn't disappear. It would still lurk within her. She would likely be sent to the Mirai again someday. Even if he cured his Nesan's illness with the Amaho he obtained, she has no means to return to the present. The Jigan no Hakaba that Haru and I passed through, they say, won't open its doors unless someone who is a resident of the Yoronokuni lends a hand. Therefore, the Amaho from defeating the Yoro-no-O became a faint hope to unite with his Nesan just once. We prepared to fight the Yoro-no-O, supposedly the worst Akumu to harm humanity's Mirai. So I'm guessing how Azusa is being able to talk is like she is already in the future, and then she's astral projecting because of Asahi-san or something. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know. Behind Tomohito, that person who had been silently watching her Ototo, who spoke of his feelings for her Nesan for so long. That translucent person whose body didn't even reflect the faint lighting. I simply couldn't forget her utter, lonely expression. So what the hell? How the hell is Asahi? How the hell is Azusa here in the present time?
ともくんが思い通りの音楽を作れるようになることです。
Then who is the Azusa we're speaking to right now? It's confusing me. Azusa senpai told me.
そしてどうかお願いします。
Oh, she's transparent. Oh, I see. So she is still stuck in the future. And, Then who boards the bus? I'm confused. What? Huh? I'm still confused about the whole thing. Like, then each time we meet Azusa, we're just talking to like some astral projection. And why does she need to board the bus? Maybe that explains why she couldn't just randomly show up and go to Tomohito when... Let's see. I'm gonna let the story tell us.
遠い遠いいつかの未来にいる本当のお姉さんへ思い通りの音楽に乗せてともくんの思いを届けさせてあげてください。
Wait, so who is this Azusa we're talking to? Who is this then? Azusa senpai, who was before me now, would never succumb to drowsiness, no matter if a mangatsu arrived. Even if she were to fall asleep there, she wouldn't be dragged into drag those nearby into her noroi. In the first place, this person doesn't know sleep, because this person was.
私はとはあずさの心の一部です。夜の国の中で二つに分かれたいわば影の方。
She's the Kage of Azusa? Nani sare? Okay. So there's this thing. Okay, this VN is introducing so many mechanics. I'm like, what? So imagine in the true route, which is the comprehension test, which has every single mechanic introduced. Trying to explain what the fuck is going to happen there. Huh?
とはあずさが未来へ飛ばされてしまう瞬間に眠りに落ちてしまうその瞬間にともくんのことがどうしても 気がかりで。
I don't know, man. This video just keeps on. This video keeps on giving. Like, what is going on?
いつも私に。いつもお姉ちゃんのそばを離れず、ちょっと泣き虫で寂しがり屋なところのある弟を、たった一人残してしまうことが、どうしても、できなくて、可愛い弟が心配で。弟がこれから一人で生きていけるのか、悲しいことに負けずに生きていけるのか、不安で。そんな思いだけが夜の国の力で形になり、現在に残った。それが私です。
By the way, I kinda hate this kind of dialogue in considering the situation we have. Like, they should have done this explanation in the past, not in the present, because you know how the characters already know the circumstances, and this is redundant, because they already know that, right? Like, sure, it's like a way to input up to the audience, but it's very unnatural. They could have done it in the past, and that would have made sense. And we would be coming here. We just went to the whole. I want you guys. I want to use my Saigo no Mahou to help Tomohito. You know what I mean? It seemed very similar to how Akumu were severed from one's heart within the Yoru. Okay. I guess I understand that concept because they did introduce that concept in the common route, but like, and that separate part of the heart gradually developed an independent consciousness within the Yoru no Kuni. The consciousness that will call out to various things to its hostess heart. Then what is she doing in the Tai no Jigan right now? That voice becomes conflict and worry, tormenting the host to the point of wishing to let go of their own life someday. Therefore, that feeling we call it anakumu.
でも私は、ぐずぐずと不安だったり心配だったりを語りかける本人が、ここにはいません。遠いどこかの未来に飛んでいってしまいました。だから私はきっと、悪夢ではありませんよね。
Okay, yeah, we get it. You're something similar to it, but you're not. Azusa Senpai said it as if joking. Senpai, the wish Azusa Senpai desires is to give Tomohito enough talent to create ongaku exactly as he wishes. Is that correct?
才能、そうですね。そういうことになると思います。
Soka. There was no particular surprise there. I had never seen Towa Tomohito compose ongaku himself, nor had he ever played an instrument or performed a moving melody for me. So I actually have no idea what Tomohito is doing. I even suspected whether he actually liked ongaku at all.
ともくん、本当は音楽が嫌いなんだと思います。
Azusa Senpai said that with a bitter smile.
私たちの生まれた家は、すみません。ややこしいから本体のことも私と呼びますね。
Thanks for thinking about the audience, by the way. はい。
私たちの生まれた家は、古くから多くの芸事を学び、次の世代へ脈々と受け継いでいってる家系です。表舞台に立ち、脚光や喝采を浴び続け、現代まで生き続けてきました。
Okay. Based on what we know so far, the three girls and / the fourth girl and Tomohito might be very distantly related. I mean, they came from the same town. Maybe their bloodlines came. You know how they came from the same town. and the town has a rich history. At some point, their bloodlines intermingled. So, but at some point, all of them are related to that clan of performing artists. I don't know why specifically the performing artists. I don't know why specifically Sakuramoyu is specifically doing something related to people who can perform arts specifically. I'm trying to think about it, but it's and specifically that for some reason this bloodline of artists are all seeking eternity, and then sending some of their own blood relatives, their own children, to suffer, to sacrifice to the Sakura, and they're Inhumans, and what are they doing here? I don't know, man. There's a lot of things going in this VN.
しかしそれは表向きの顔ということにはなりますが、それでもそのための才能を持たない者に居場所なんてかけらも与えられない、そういった厳しい人たちの集まるところでした。昔々は実の子供を不死の命を得るだとかなんだとかで生贄のようにして夜の住人に捧げていたみたいです。その生贄に選ばれるのが多くの場合芸事の才能を持たず生まれた子供、つまりともくんのような子たちの役割でした。私たちの家系は総まとめの本家から多くの分家に枝分かれしています。それぞれ得意な芸事が異なり、私たちとわの血筋は音楽を得意とする者たちです。私たちは生まれたその日から厳しい音楽の英才教育を受けながら育ってきましたが、ともくんは無理でした。音楽の道を進むために必要なあらゆるものをともくんは全く持っていなかったんです。別に他人が求める才能を持たないからといってその人がダメになるわけじゃない。その命が無価値に落とされるわけでもない。たったそれだけのことで命の尊厳を欠くことはないし、この世に生まれた命が心ない他人から蔑まれていい理由には一切ならない。ともくんにだって音楽以外に素晴らしい別の才能があるかもしれない。何も持たずにこの世に生まれる人は存在しないと私は信じています。それなのにともくんはいつも家族からひどい扱いを受けていて、ともくんだって家族の一員なはずなのに、それはあんまりにもひどいことで。私はそんなともくんのことがかわいそうで、ともくんがひどい言葉を投げかけられたり痛い思いをさせられたり、一人ぼっちのけ者にされてばかりの光景を目の当たりにするたびに心がどうにかなってしまいそうで、それなのにともくんはこの血筋から全ての家々が待ち望んでいた未来へ飛ぶ呪いを持って生まれた子が出たからと、私だって音楽 楽の才能にそれほど恵まれていたわけじゃないのに、それでもただ呪いを受けて生まれてきたというだけで家族から手厚く扱われていた私のことをともくんは恨むこともなく、むしろ俺が姉ちゃんのことを絶対に助けるからって笑顔でそう言ってくれて、ただ望まれた才能を持たないってだけでどうしてこんなにもいい子がこんなに辛い思いをしなきゃいけないのか。いつもです。ともくんが笑ってくれるたび、いつも心がズキズキ痛んだんです。私がこの子のことをずっと守っていきたい、そう思ったんです。
And so, the heart-born, wooden Toa Asasa is me, I suppose. Asasa-senpai said with a small laugh.
そんなともくんがあんなにも音楽にこだわるのは、きっと私のことを、未来にいる本物の私のことを安心させるためなんだろうと思います。
By creating such wonderful ongaku, that subarashi ongaku, that it will someday reach the mirai.
そうです。
If he created ongaku reaching his onesan in the mirai, it'll prove Tomohito could live happily, no longer scorned. Because I said the word subarashi and then I saw the word live happily and my brain was like, oh, I really need to not think about that BN for a while. Live happily, guys. Read Subarashi Kihibi. Anyway.
そうですね。才能のあるなしで子供を愛せなくなるような家族に丁寧に扱われたからといって、それがともくんの幸福になるかどうかはわかりませんが、でもそういう風に生きていけたということを未来に伝えられる、それこそがともくんの夢で希望なんですよ、きっと。
Even if I had doubted Tomohito's love for Ongaku before, it never made me feel any particular way about him. If they didn't have this, I wouldn't be able to stay friends with them. Something like that isn't real. And the part of me that would even think such a thing is ugly, I even feel that way. That's why I had never once thought of pressing with him. You actually can't play Ongaku at all, can you? Toa Tomohito. It's Toa Tomohito. Okay, I dislike such cliches. They dress up good intentions and feel What? Feel chilling? Maybe this is supposed to feel cool? I don't know. But now I can only say that. Whether he's good at ongaku or not, he's still him. I can say that with certainty. Just there, for some reason, I suddenly felt that it might be okay to be kind to myself. Though it's probably too much self-absorption, or too self-righteous, or just too much self-awareness in every sense. I could have become a hero, but I'm sure I became his tomodachi. I think so. Wakarimashita. I nod. Asasa-senpai, I want to use your maho and help fulfill your yume. The Haru Gakuen Sai was just a few days away. Tomohito said he would perform his self-composed ongaku there. He must be trying to play a melody to convey words to his onesa in the mirai in front of the entire student body. He was hoping it will be a step towards that, but he has nothing he needs for that. I don't know why Tomohito made such self-cornering remarks, but I want to support him too. I want to see him fulfill his yume, so I took Azusa Senpai's hand. However, even if she cared about him more than anyone else, if you were to ask if that feeling could become Maho and get Tomohito Chikara, then I don't know. Answering that way would be the most emphatic response, because that person whose hand I'm holding right now is, to borrow her own words, not the real one. A part of Azusa Senpai's kokoro, which exists here now, formed by the many layers of feelings for Tomohito. That is her. Whether that kokoro can become a kiseki powerful enough to shatter reality, my unease must have been conveyed.
ともくんの才能は人を笑顔にできることです。
Azusa Senpai smiled.
そしていつも笑顔を絶やさずにいること、それが一番大切で一番最強の才能ですよね。きっとそうですよね。
Ah, that's definitely true. I nodded deeply. When he smiles, somehow I find myself smiling too. It's strange though. And then I squeezed the hand I held with Azusa Senpai. From now on, I'll deliver this person's kimochi to Tomohito for that purpose. From the next day, Haru actively started looking forward to practice for the Haru no Gakuen Sai.
ともひとくんの歌が出来上がるまで何を練習しておけばよかったんだっけ？
Oh, Hiyori. Hiyori looks prettier than usual here, the CG. Anyway, it was last night. A message arrived from Tomohito for everyone. Come in for the short notice. But for the Gakuen Sai, I decided to write a new song and bring it. It was such a short notice. It was right after using Azusa Senpai's Maho. I'll make it quickly, so please wait until then. We believe those words, and today again, we gathered after school.
確か今はまだ仮だけど、とりあえずこの曲で踊りとか練習しといてって言っていた気がするよ。
Hiyori played a song on her smartphone and let us listen.
うわー、聴けば聴くほどキラキラしててすごい曲だね。
Just because she became more proactive, of course, her true nature didn't change. Due to her nervousness, her complexion remained pale.
このグループなんていう名前の子たちだったっけ？よく街とかでも聞くような気もするけれど、今流行ってるの？うん、とってもとっても。そっか、とってもなんだね。はるちゃんは流行に疎い女の子なんだね。おっぱいは大きいのに。
They're so bitter about not having big boobs. What the fuck, man?
それとこれって何か関係あるのかな？
She tried to hide her mune with both arms. That's because Hiyori was looking at her with narrowed eyes.
この子たちはね。今萌え豚どもの間で超流行ってるんだよ。地下の地下から瞬く間に駆け上がってきたかと思えば、気づけばヒットチャートさえ駆け上がろうかという激カワな子たちなんだよ。
Hey, Hio-chan. What's your language? Don't say buta or scum. I don't know what's scum in Japanese.
萌え豚さんたち。
Moebuta Santachi. She means us, guys. We're fucked. If you add son, what's bad is bad.
なんだ。
She pouts.
これだから男の子はすぐに仲間同士でかばい合おうとするんだから。
Tomodachi?
そうなの？
そうなの。
Hiyori nods emphatically. No, but that's not right.
そっか。タイガくん、アイドルとか本当に好きだったんだね。冗談じゃなかったんだ。
Haru was nodding with deep conviction. She was oddly filling with the hem of her frilly costume that enveloped her. Yeah, it's really different. Tabun.
ともかくね、はるちゃん。この子たちが素晴らしい点はね、人気がぐんぐん出ているのはね、歌とか持ち前の可愛らしさだけじゃないんだって、ひよりちゃんは分析します。へえ。この子たち、プロデューサーの趣味なのかどうか知らないけども、みんな揃って貧乳ばっかり。素晴らしいよね。
Hiyori clenched her fist tightly.
小さなお胸の持ち主にでも誰もが可愛いの頂点を目指す業界を極められるのかもしれない。そんな夢とか希望とかを与えてくれる素晴らしいグループなのだと思います。
Nodding emphatically, Hiyori says, But
だけどはるちゃんはそんな彼女たちのことを全く知らないっていう。それは強者の否、巨乳の余裕ということなんですね。だからそんな怖い顔しないでよ、ひよちゃん。私だって好きでおっぱい大きくなったわけじゃないんだよ。
Man, the dick guy oppai haters, man. They gotta be jelly. She droops and fidgets. Her eyes widen. Hiyori made an indescribable expression. She bit her lip, her eyes wide, looking as if she was about to scream. Damn, that's so unfair! But instead of screaming, Hiyori silently slapped out his oppai.
痛いよ、ひよちゃん。何するの？
Haru was teary-eyed, but Hiyori slapped her again.
このおっぱいが全部欲しいよ、タイガー。
What? What a hater. Is that so? Unsure where to look, I just averted my gaze. Tonikaku. Less embarrassing than yesterday, Haru changed to her frilly costume and even practiced singing. Her attitude was a complete turnaround from yesterday, much more proactive. Well, yeah, I get that since we're borrowing Chiwa's shop for singing practice, we can't really make too much noise, but... No. Even so, Haru, couldn't you try singing just a little bit louder? Otherwise it wouldn't be a practice, will it?
それはそうかもだけれども。
That might be true, but...
そうできない理由が、のっぴきにならない事情がありまして。
It didn't seem to be because she was, in fact, shyer than anyone else.
もしかして、はるちゃん。
Hiyori had a startled expression.
何かな。はるちゃんはもしかしてとっても。歌にあまり自信がないとかですか、柊先輩。
Chiwa, having finished washing dishes, poked her head out of the kitchen, cutting off Hiyori's line.
バレてしまいました。
Her cheeks were slightly flushed.
でも音痴じゃないよ。本当だよ。人の身くらいには歌えるって思う。いや、自分が音痴だってわかんないくらいどうしようもないってこともあるかもだけど。そうですか。とにかく本番当日まであと数日もないですけど、ちょっとでも自信を持てるよう練習した方がいいですよね。
She was right. If you practice in confidence, you'll naturally gather enough yuki to sing in front of sing in front of people, won't you?
人覚えて。
She was probably thinking, not to think about it. Haru instantly turned pale.
本番まであと何日でしたっけ。あとね、5日だよ。5日しか。
Wait, what do you mean only 5 days? Wasn't it the other day just 5 days? So it barely moved? Or there's so many events and flashbacks that happen that in reality a day hasn't moved yet. Am I? I don't know, man. No, Haru. If you can think of it as being free from this tension in 5 days, wouldn't that be a little better for your mental health?
そうかな。とにかくもうあまり時間はないんだって思いますけど、でも歌の練習なら思う存分ここを使ってくださいね、柊先輩。流行の歌はないですけど、ここにはいっぱいレコードありますし、何かの役に立つかもしれません。ありがとう、チワちゃん。
Haru smiled, but in an instant, her expression turned serious.
でもチワちゃんちゃんと覚えてる？忘れてないよね。チワちゃんもひよりちゃんも一緒に歌って踊るんだよね。ごめんなさい。
They're gonna act like they don't know her anymore.
ごめんなさい、柊先輩。今日はこれから団体のお客さんが来ると連絡があって、一緒に練習はできそうにないです。
Sure. That was Chiwa, giving a weary smile.
だけど大丈夫です。明日からちゃんと私も頑張ります。先輩だけいけに先輩にだけ恥ずかしい思いはさせませんよ、絶対。
Sure, Chiwa.
チワちゃん。
Haru's eyes were slowly welling up. Chiwa and I clasped hands, nodding to each other affectionately, saying, Arigato. Gambaru. I'll do my best. A group, huh? So that happens. I picked up my bag and stood.
はい、ご近所の老人会でゲートボール大会があったみたいです。その打ち上げみたいですね。
I see. It would be rude to intrude then. This place was a haven for the neighbors. I felt a warm, fuzzy feeling. For today, we call it quits. But in the end, Tomohito didn't come today after all. I looked at the clock installed in the shop. It was already the boundary between night and evening. To write a new song, that couldn't possibly be done in half a day, but don't push yourself too hard, but do your best with all your might. Smashing you. Though I can't see it with my own eyes. Though my voice won't reach you. You have her feelings, her Maho by your side. so I'm sure you'll be fine. 絶対に. The walk home with Haru. I hadn't seen Tomohiro at all today, and it seemed I wouldn't be seeing Azaza senpai either.
大河くん。
Haru, walking beside me, murmured. Her profile looked as if she was about to bring out something important. I had a feeling it was about Tomohiro or Azaza senpai. Yesterday. Here, I took her hand to use her maho. With my hidari no migi, connected to the yoru.
ありがとうございます。これでもう、ともくんは大丈夫ですよね。
Toa Azaza vanished from before us, from within reality, becoming sparkling particles of light.
私は、ともくんの夢を叶えるための魔法になれて、ともくんは夢を叶えて、思い通りの歌を作れる。
And that song should carry Tomohiro's feelings far into the distant future.
そして、ともくんはやっと家族の一員として認めてもらえる。ちゃんと、その他の姉妹たちと同じように扱ってもらえる。そうなりますよね。
She said that with a smile, then disappeared into the yoru. Surely all of those yume will come true, because her feelings are that kind of maho. Right now, Azaza senpai is... Iya, Toa Azaza's kokoro, wishing for her ototo shiawase, separated and took form due to the Yoru no Kuni's influence, but that person whose appearance and voice can only be perceived by Haru and me, though still involved with the Yoru no Kuni. I believe she is by Tomohiro's side now, cheering him on with all her maho, as he desperately tries to create ongaku. The fact that Tomohiro sent everyone a message last night, and the fact that he suddenly took a day off from school today must be the proof. When I meet him again, I expect the ongaku created by the siblings working together will be clutched in his hands.
あのね、大河くん。
Haru says, her serious gaze still fixed on the ground, likely feeling something similar to me.
さっき、言いそびれちゃったんだけど。
Oh, what is it?
大河くんも、一緒にやるんだよね。
Hmm? I tilt my head. Do what?
やっぱり忘れてる？
Haru blinked her eyes.
大河くんも可愛い格好と可愛いダンスで、とっても可愛いだろう歌を、私たちと一緒に歌ってくれるんだよね。
No! I shake my head hard at Haru, who was seriously thinking something else entirely. No. What are you saying, Haru? Cute outfits, dancing and singing. That's quite a harsh joke, huh? Yeah.
冗談じゃないよ。
She's tilting her head.
ともひとくんもお願いって言ってたし。
Haru-chan, let me tell you something good. 90% of what he says is unreliable. It's just grumbling, not even nonsense. So, please ignore it as much as possible.
そっかな。
It is so!
でも、
Haru crosses her arms, a sour look on her face.
と可愛い大河くん、大人気になれると思うんだけどな。
Even if I became super popular, what am I supposed to do with that?
そうだ。
You can make money on it. Haru suddenly breaks into a smile.
大河くんが学園の噂の一つになっちゃおうよ。春の学園祭に突如として現れた正体不明の超絶美少女。あの子は一体誰だったんだ。
Something like that. Haru looks up at me as if gauging my reaction.
そういうのもきっと楽しいよ。話題作りにいいって思うな。そうだよ。話題になればなるだけ、ともひとくんの音楽が未来に届きやすくなるのかもしれないし。
I see. When I nodded with a sigh. From the way she suddenly broke into a bright smile, I was convinced that it was just as I thought. Nah, Haru.
何かな、大河くん。
You're... You know, you're finding all sorts of excuses and trying to push the center position, which Tomohiro nominated me for onto me, aren't you?
そんなこと。
She straightened her back and vigorously shook her head, but...
そんなことは、ないことはなくないです。
She withered and shrunk.
ごめんなさい。
Haru became dejected. Well, yeah, being able to apologize honestly is one of Haru's good points, isn't it? I mean, come on. What kind of perspective am I speaking from? I thought, dumbfounded at myself, but I asked Haru another question. Na, kite. Haru, oshiete.
うん。
Mazu, if I do something like that, who would be happy?
あずさ先輩とか？
I couldn't help but remember Azusa Senpai, who had shown almost excited behavior at my cross-dressing appearance. That's something. It's frustrating that I can't deny it, but
でしょ？
it was a slightly triumphant smile.
あと、私だよ。私もね、すごく喜んじゃうんじゃないかなって思うな。
She glanced at me with an upward gaze.
また大河くんの可愛いの見てみたいし。
She kept glancing at me. No, I will be fooled, no matter how cute she acts. Can you just try to think about it for a moment?
うん。
What if, just as Haru says, everyone in school starts talking about who was that girl singing at the Haru Gakuen Sai, and as a result, hey, that's the guy who was singing back then. Look, that guy, he was dressed as a girl. No way, seriously. Impossible, so kimoi. There's no guarantee that kind of thought would have happened. It sent shivers down my spine. I had to avoid that future at all costs.
それとね、大河くん。
Huh?
私たちは幼馴染のともひとくんがお姉さんに思いを届けたいって願いを叶えるために頑張るんだよね。
Yeah? I'm bewildered. The conversation's only turned serious.
もしかしたらだけど、春の学園祭でみんな一緒に頑張ったステージがインターネットとかを通じて広まって、結果世界レベルでアイドルの歴史に名を刻んじゃうなんてことも絶対にないとは言えないよね。
Well, no, that's a way of speaking that, depending on how you take it. It might make some say it's overly self-conscious, but some people say you never know until you open the box. So, well, yeah, it's not entirely impossible, I guess.
もしも万が一 もしかしたら億とか兆とかその中の一つでしかない可能性かもしれないけど、とにかくもしもそうなってしまったら、
Yeah, if that were to happen.
そこに参加していなかった大河くんだけ未来のあずさ先輩には届かないってことになるのかもしれない。
Sumari.
つまりね、未来にいるあずさ先輩、とっても寂しい気持ちになっちゃうかもしれないよ。
I
未来でどんな生活をしてるのかわからないけれど、もしかしたらあずさ先輩、知らない人ばかりの未来の世界でずっと一人ぼっちで寂しい思いをしてるのかもしれない。そんなあずさ先輩にみんなで一緒に、ともひとくんと一緒に何か歌に乗せてメッセージを届けたいって思う。それにはやっぱり大河くんも欠けてちゃいけないんじゃないかって、そう思って。
No. Yeah. Even so, I still think Asa-senpai would be confused if I was cross-dressing. Haru-chan, you. In 10 years, we haven't seen each other. You've grown into a surprisingly skilled negotiator. She smiled softly. No, I wasn't really praising you just now, though.
大河くんが一緒だったら心強いよ。
Man, she's gaslighting us, man.
い
huh?
ろいろと言ってみたけどね、やっぱりそれが一番の理由だって思うの。だから
Haru says, だからお願い。
一緒に頑張ってくれたら嬉しいなって。
And she stares at me intently. I flinch again. I don't know any other way to react.
ちわちゃんやひよりちゃんが一緒にいてくれるのだってすっごい勇気になるけれど。
じゃあ、wouldn't that be enough?
ううん。
She shakes her head with a tremble.
大河くんがいいの。
She says it clearly.
何か頑張ろうって思う時にはね、いつも大河くんがそばに、私の隣にいてほしい。
We're in, I guess. Haru is always so timid in front of me. Yet, why is it only when she says things like this that she can be so straightforward? It's I who get flustered.
お願い、大河くん。ステージには立たなくてもいいの。本番ギリギリまでそばにいてくれたら、それだけで私緊張してドキドキ胸が痛いのもちょっとはマシになってくれるから。
どうして? Why does she try to impose such a great effort on herself? I ask myself that. I understand her desire to support Tomohito. I can comprehend it. But is it something she has to do, even if it means wearing down her own heart to that extent? Then Haru replies, それに? だって
私、あの時、10年前、あの二人の役に立てなかった。全然ダメだった。だから今回は、二人の力になれる私でいたいの。10年経っても、まだまだ子供な私だけれど、もうあの時とは違う。あの時よりも、強くなれてる。だからせめて、大切な人たちの役には立ちたい。そんな自分に成長できてるんだって思いたいんだよ。でも、そのためには、やっぱり今よりずっと強い勇気が必要で。だからお願い。大河くんに、この手を取ってほしいんだよ。
Haru reaches out her hand to me.
大河くんが隣にいてくれると、手をつないでいてくれると、何があってももう大丈夫っ って思えるから。
Smiling, Haru says something like that. Hey, do you remember? She asks.
覚えてるかな、大河くん。10年前、真っ暗闇の夜の中、大河くん、私の手を引いて歩いて行ってくれたよね。
At least, compared to Chiwa, where Chiwa started with you held my hand one time, but I don't remember. And then later on she says, it's because you kind of reminded me about Nahato. Okay. And well, at least he already had also like the explanation there, when she got lost in the amusement park. But for Haru, I think I like it better. I like it best. Well, I remember Haru is saying in a kind way that she led me by the hand, but for me, that memory only leaves an impression that makes me utterly ashamed of myself. Haru, I'm sorry for getting you involved. I can't help but recall things from way back then. If I hadn't thought such a foolish thing, like wanting to be a hero.
ヒーロー。
If I hadn't thought such unnecessary things like wanting to help Asahi-san and Tomohito, then Asahi-san might not have... Asahi-san? This is the correct Asusa-san. What the hell is going with the MLT here? Like wanting to help Asusa-san and Tomohito. Yeah, Asusa-san might not have been sent to the Mirai, and on top of that, I made Haru go through such a scary experience.
違うよ。謝らないでよ、大河くん。私、巻き込まれてよかったよ。
Young Haru shook her head and said,
もしも私があそこにいなければ、私が持ってた電話がなかったら、大河くん、戻ってこれなかったかもしれないし、それにね、一緒にいてくれて安心だった。絶対守るからってそう言ってくれて嬉しかった。大河くんは私を守ってくれるヒーローだったよ。
Haru smiled brightly. Of course, Haru had no way of knowing how important those words were to me. How much of my younger self was saved at that moment. In fact, the girl named Hiragi Haru is one of the benefactors who saved my heart. Haru herself probably had no idea though. At that time, at that moment, and not for those words, my heart would have slowly crumbled. I felt that the wish to die at the end of the deepest suffering would have accelerated even further. After that, I started talking with the girl named Hiragi Haru alone more often. I'll return this denwa. It was the magical device that I had borrowed from Haru that night and still hadn't returned. If Asahi-san asked you to run an errand for it, then maybe I should return this to Asahi-san, but...
それ、大河くんにあげるよ。
Huh? でも、
朝日さんにはその魔法を作るために必要な材料を買ってきてって言われてた。それはこの魔法が動き出すために必要な花だった電池みたいなものだね。
They were aware that this is going to happen. So that's why I had to return it.
でもね、その魔法は朝日さんのものじゃなくて、私が朝日さんに作ってほしいってお願いしたものだから。
And why? So Haru said I then had to return it to Asahi-san. In that case, I'll return this to you, Haru. You needed this maho, so you asked Asahi-san to create it for you, right?
そうだけど。
でも、
今はもう私より大河くんにそれは必要なんじゃないかなって思う。
I think of my dear friend who had disappeared. Haru and I were wandering through time in the distant future. Kuro helped us then. But ever since that night, Kuro left and hasn't come back. But she'll call this device every single night without fail. Now, this little magic device is the only way she and I can connect.
だからいいの。私の魔法を大河君にあげるよ。気にしないで。私にはもう必要なくなっちゃったものだし。
どうして？
私はね、私のヒーローを見つけられたから。だから、もうその電話はいらないの。
Man, imagine he had this moment during his childhood and he goes through Hiyori and Chiwa's route. I think I finally understand why Haru was acting that way during Chiwa's route. Young Haru said that, showing me a faint smile. I felt that the girl named Hiragi Haru was a little mysterious. The atmosphere I felt when she was with everyone was different from when she spoke with me one-on-one like this. In front of everyone, she was a lively girl. In front of me, though, she had a slightly reserved side. She was a kind girl who would softly smile like this. I felt that I liked both sides of Haru. When I spent time alone with Haru, I too felt a strange sense of calm. The energetic Haru, who seemed to lead everyone, made me feel as if she gave courage to my young heart, which was always on the verge of sinking to gloom. Haru, Jitsu wa, there's something I've been keeping Himitsu from you all this time. Taiga-kun was the hero who protected me. You said that to me, but I feel the same. You were my benefactor, and at the same time, my hero. Think about that, man. He goes through Chiwa and Hiyori's route, and then totally forgets about this. Not only does she always give kind words to someone who's hurt, but like this, she tries her best for someone else. Things like singing or dancing, even though there are things that naturally Shy Haru would never be good at. No matter how embarrassing or difficult it is, she could do her best for someone else. She's a girl who can pretend to be fine with a smile. You're amazing, Haru. You're truly one of my ideals. I want to be like you too. Because that feeling, even now, after 10 years have passed, continues to exist in my heart without changing.
ねえ、大河君。
わかった。
今回のことは、
Alright.
春の学園祭は、もしも私一人になっても、絶対頑張るから。
Haru said that, clenching her hands, but... Haru?
頑張るって決めても、やっぱりその日のこと、いろいろ想像しちゃって、胸も心も、ドキドキ、ズキズキ、いっぱい痛いけど、それでも私、頑張るから。だからね、大河君。もしもライブがこれ以上ないくらいうまくいったら、お願いだよ。一つ、私のお願い、聞いてくれないかな。
She's my benefactor, and someone I secretly admire. And someone like her is going to rely on me like this.
もしもうまくいったら、お願いします。大河君。魔法少女使いの男の子。どうか、私の魔法で、私の夢を、叶えてください。
Which we still have no idea what she wants to use her maho for, by the way. I wanted to deny that wish as much as I possibly could. Only 3 days remain until the Haru Sai. The previous scene was 5 days. Now it's 3. Well, oh, well, hmm. Anyway, I'm not gonna think about this right now. However, Tomohito hadn't prepared the song. Buta. Was supposed to perform in the live, and he was absent for school again today. I wonder if he's Daijobu. I tried calling his Ketai, but it wouldn't connect. Todokanai. It would be one thing if he was just skipping school, but then there's been no word from him at all.
ともちゃん、生きてるのかな。そんな怖いこと言わないでくださいよ。心配になっちゃいます。だって。
Hiyori was pouting.
ともちゃんはさ、すっごく面倒っちがりだけど、電話とかメールとか絶対にすぐ返してくれる男の子だったのに、それなのに電話も全然つながらないのは。
You're right. It's surprising. He's actually quite diligent about things like that. That guy. That's why I don't think he'll just abandon things halfway through. But we didn't get school permission to prepare the space-time. It's just a surprise guerrilla performance after all. Even if it gets cancelled, it's not like anyone will be inconvenienced, but...
心配だよね。頑張りすぎてなければいいけど。
He did. Well, it might not be to the extent of doubting his life or death. As he already said, I just hope he hasn't collapsed in his room or anything. Only 3 days left, huh? I looked again at the calendar display in the shop. Haru and the others will need time to practice their singing and dancing too. I wonder if everything will be okay.
とにかく今は智人くんを信じるしか私たちにはできることないよね。
Haru gripped both hands tightly in front of her chest.
そうですね。頑張って練習しましょう。今日はもうお店閉めちゃってもいいよってお父さんが言ってくれましたし。
Wow, thanks, Toya. Their dad. Oh yeah, that means he gets to live a little bit longer because no one's gonna be dating Chiwa now, huh?
そうなの？はい。だからいっぱい歌も踊りも練習できるって思いますよ。ねえ、はるちゃん、タイガ、この練習に何か意味があるのかな？
Oh, we finally got to the CG. I've been using the CG for that opening song. Hiyori was pounding in dissatisfaction. Missing the song and Tomohito, our brilliant producer. We started practicing to get a feel for it, but...
先輩、私たちのこの服装、朝日さんが用意してくれたんでしたっけ？
Today, not just Haru, but Chiwa and Hiyori were also dressed cutely. Yeah, talking about the lie was a bit of a mistake. For now, only Haru had a costume ready, but Tomohito didn't seem to have the means to prepare 2 more. When I casually mentioned this at dinner, Asahi-san stayed up all night to prepare 2 costumes. She handed them to me with a huge smile, saying they were her masterpieces. Perfect for us.
そっか、なんだか懐かしいね。懐かしいって？
Haru said it. Hiyori tilted her head.
だって10年前の私たちの衣装も朝日さんが手縫いで用意してくれたものだったもんね。そうだね。朝日さんが夜なべしてアイドル衣装を作
okay. We had a random that. Oh, okay. I need to end after this scene. I just realized it's 11:11. Shit. Oh, 11:11. Make a wish. Hiyori, who spoke, as if humming a children's song, grabbed the hem of her frilly skirt suddenly. Oh my god! Suddenly, abruptly, she lifted it. Nani? What? Nani attendayo? Her underwear showing. I quickly averted my gaze. Just as Keikaku, huh? Look at her smile. Look at that smug. Damn it, Hiyori. Holy shit. No. Huh.
だってここには女の子しかいないし。
I'm here though. Why are you laughing?
いいからヨルツキ先輩、そんなことしちゃダメですよ。ちゃんとしまって。タイガは準備はしないのかい？
Huh? I cautiously turn
タ
around.
イガも私たちと一緒にライブ出るんだよね。可愛い服で。
I feel like I've been asked the same question many times. Because I'm not performing, I said. Doshite? Hiyori says, I'm not performing, so I'm not. That's unfair. Unfair? Why? It's unfair that only we work and Taya does nothing. Who would want to see a scruffy cross-dressing guy sing and dance? I'm here. I'm right here. And so I ended up repeating this incomprehensible back and forth. Why? Hey, why is that, Hio-chan? Why are you so stubbornly trying to drag me into this?
可愛くならばもろとも。
Seriously, you're saying such incomprehensible things. And so on. We were at a loss for what to do, just killing time, but...
いや、実は俺もタイガには結構期待してるんだけどな。
Yo, you just arrived in time. As the shop door opened, I heard those words. I turned around.
いや、みんな。学園休んでたの少しの間だけなのに、なんだかすごく久しぶりに会ったような気がする。
Tomohito was there. He stood with a somewhat tired expression. Everyone was worried about you. Of course, I was too. We couldn't reach you, and you were skipping school. We even worried you might have collapsed in your room.
ごめん。スマホもほとんど放置だった。
Tomohito said with a wry smile.
本当なら今日は学園行こうと思ってたんだけど、歓声がずるずる伸びて、気づいたらもうこんな時間だ。着信いっぱい溜まってたのにも気づいたから、まず電話しようか悩んだんだけど、まだお店にみんないるなら先に直接顔を出してみようと思って。よかった。
智人くん、それって。
ああ、うん。何も言わず引きこもっちゃってごめん。不思議だけど、いきなり曲が書けるようになったんだ。少し前の朝だよ。
I
目を
became
覚ましたら急に何か書けるような気がして。
Kakeraeru. Anyway, I became able to write songs. No one present made any unnecessary retorts to those words. Soka. So you've been holed up working ever since then, huh?
ああ、まさかそこまで心配してもらえてるとは思わなかったんだ。
Tomohito said, Gomen once more, and smiled.
でもおかげでできたよ。ついさっきちょうどだ。
I knew all too well what Tomohito meant by strange. Toa Azasa's materialized regret became Maho and likely lent Chikara to her own Oto-Oto, who wished to fulfill his yume. I wonder what that person is doing now. Thinking such thoughts, I now listen to her Oto-Oto Tomohito's voice.
本当に不思議だけれど、急に なんだかこんなこと言うのは気恥ずかしいけどさ、急に何かが降りてきたっていうか。
はーい、すんごいともちゃん、まるでプロの人みたい。
Hiyori clapped her hands.
いや、
Even as he showed a somewhat complex expression, Tomohito said,
とにかくさ、作曲のための知識や技術だけは子供の頃から教育されてた。とは言っても本当に最低限の最低限しか俺は教えられてなかったけれど、こういうのはさ、知識や技術があったところである程度以上のものは絶対形にできないものなんだろうからね。
Then one day, something came to me. I desperately tried to reel it in, not letting it escape, and finally, it was complete. That was apparently inside the smartphone Tomohito held.
聞かせてもらえるのかな。
もちろんみんなに聞いてほしいよ。俺とは智人の最初で最後の自作曲だから。
First and very last original song.
最後の。
ああ、
Tomohito smiled shyly at Haru, who tilted her head. Then he started operating his smartphone.
もうみんな分かってると思うけどさ、今まで俺は一曲もまともに音楽作ったことがないんだ。それなのにさもそれは潤沢に日々蓄えられていってるみたいな言い方してきたけれど、なんだっけ、ほら、ひょうたんからコマだよ。言葉にしていればいつかは現実にならないかと心のどこかで願ってた。だって俺たちは思い描けば全て叶う、そんな世界を出入りしていたんだから。ごめんな、今まで嘘ばかりついてて。
Yeah, I shake my head. It was a small lie that hurt no one. No one here should have any complaints or grievances about something like that. That's right. No one voiced any complaints or grievances. But there must surely be questions.
ともちゃん、もしその不思議がなかったらどうしてたの？
Hiyori tilted her head.
何日か前の朝に突然ともちゃんに不思議が起きて、それで歌を作れるようになったって言ってたけれど、もしもそうならなかったら？
いや、簡単な話だよ。深い意味も考えも何もないんだ。回避しようのない締め切りみたいなものを作って自分を追い込めば、これまでにない何かが自分に起こるんじゃないかって。ギリギリにまで追い込まれた方が何か普通の時に作るのとはまた全然違う何かが歌に音楽にこもるんじゃないかって、そんな期待もあったんだ。まあ、今思えばあんまりにもあんまりな見切り発車だけれどね。でもそれくらいのことをしなければ俺にはとてもどんな歌も作れなかった。
Then Tomohito turned his smartphone screen towards us.
本番まで時間はもうない。もしこのメロディーに少しだけでも共感してくれたならお願いだ。みんな俺のわがままに力を貸してくれないかな。
In Tomohito's hand, the device emitted a single melody. We listened to it in silence. It was a main melody played on a synthesizer, adorned with simple chords. Even with just that sound source, it was strange. I understood what Tomohito wanted to put into it, even without him saying.
これって。
Hello, and welcome back. It's the song! Haru was the first one to react. I held my breath. Her profile seemed to be perfect. Seemed to perfectly embody that word.
どうだったかな。気に入らなかった。
Tomohito looked anxious at Haru's expression. She looked at Tomohito, still somewhat dazed.
そんなことないよ。
As if snapping back to herself, Haru gasped and shook her head vigorously.
すごいよ、ともひとくん。ともひとくんの気持ちが全部手に取るようにわかる。そんな気がするよ。
Not gonna lie, I listen to this music from time to time. I even listen to the vocal track version of that almost every day. Haru smiled as if speaking for her own feelings.
生意気な言い方かもしれないけれど、思ってたよりずっといい感じだったから驚いちゃって。
そっか。
Tomohito nodded, relieved.
せめて歌ってもらうみんなが恥ずかしくないくらいの曲になっていてくれたらってそう祈ってたんだけど。
私この曲好きです。
She was sad.
流行の歌のことはよくわからない私ですけど、きっとこの曲はたくさんの人が好きになってくれるような気がします。うん、そうだね。私もそう思うよ。
Hiyori nodded in agreement.
なんかね、こう心の奥の方がピリピリってする感じ、とっても大好き。
いや、なんかあれだ。こんなに褒められたことないから素直に照れるな。
Tomohito said with a relieved smile, glancing at the clock.
今日はどうなのかな、千和ちゃん。まだ時間は大丈夫？
はい、お父さんが貸し切り状態にしてくれました。だからもう少し練習できるって思います。でもあんまり遅くはならないようにねってお父さんからの伝言です。よーし、それじゃあダンスの練習？タイガを可愛い感じにして4人で歌って踊っちゃう？
No, I told you already, didn't I? I'm not doing it. It'll be fine, right? It'll be okay, right? I won't just get slowly worn down and forced into it, right?
学園祭まであと3日か。
Tomohito made a grimace, looking at the clock in the star.
ダンスは欲しいけど今回はやめておこう。練習してる時間がない。
ダンスなしで歌を歌うだけ？
そうだね。衣装はこのままで。みんな可愛いからそれでも十分以上だよ。今夜はみんなで詩を作れればって思う。
ああ、そっか。まだ歌詞がないんだ。
申し訳ない。それだけの余裕も別に必要以上に自分を卑下するわけじゃないけれど、そのための力もなかった。だからみんなに協力を願いたいんだ。
それに？
ああ、それにね。これは大切な誰かに届けるための歌だ。その誰かはみんなも知っている人だから。だからさ、もしお願いできるのならみんなにもその誰かへ届ける言葉を一緒に考えてもらえればと思うんだ。
そっか。
Haru says.
私たちがこの歌を作るんだ。完成に近づけていくんだね。
Haru?
なんでもない。
Haru shook her head and smiled.
本当にね、いい歌にできたらいいなってそう思ったんだよ。ただそれだけ。
From there, we all started writing lyrics. Of course, for everyone here, it was their first time. Just chatting silently won't get us anywhere.
歌を作るのって難しいんだね。
Haru crossed her arms and said,
流行の歌とか何気なく聞いてるけど、誰もがいっぱい頑張って困りながら一曲一曲作っていってるんだね。ちょっと私、お父さんにアドバイスもらってきます。
That's kind of cheating, considering her Oto said this. Well, he's an actor, he's not a songwriter. From your Oto-san?
はい。私のお父さん、そういうのに詳しいんですよ。
Well, to be fair, his story, well, of course she was aware. No, not at this point she wasn't aware. But like, her Oto-san listens to a lot of music, background-wise. But then again, this Oto-san, well, this Oto-san is, well... Smiling brightly, Chiwa left the floor. And after a while, she came back, but...
チワちゃん？
The Chiwa who returned was bright red.
どうかしたの？チワ。ほっぺがリンゴみたいだよ。
I guess her Oto-san her quote-unquote Oto-san wasn't expecting to see her in that costume.
お父さんに可愛い服だねって言われちゃって、着替えるの忘れてました。恥ずかしいです。
To think about the lyrics, all three of us changed back to our sleeping because it would be terrible if they got wrinkled or dirty before the actual performance. The advice Chiwa got from her Oto-san was something like this.
まずはテーマを決めるといいんじゃないかなと言ってました。テーマ？
Tema.
はい。例えば友情の歌にするのか、恋の歌にするのか。恋の歌か。なんだか美味しそうじゃないけど、流行の歌は大体みんなそんな感じだよね。
Again, the thing I mentioned earlier regarding Macross as a random thing, go watch that movie. Go watch the movie. The series is good, but like, for the purposes of this, what we're doing right now, just watch the movie instead. Macross ai oboite masu ka?
その場合は悲しい恋のお話になるのか、希望のあるお話になるのか、そのお話の主人公は誰なのか、季節はいつなのか、そういう風に物語を書いていくみたいに少しずつ決めていくといいんじゃないかなって言ってました。
そっか。物語か。
I nodded. He nodded after thinking for a moment.
この歌のテーマは、
But then Tomohito froze. Tomohito? What's wrong? I tilted my head.
いや、例えばさ、ここで俺がこの歌のテーマは恋にしようとか言い出すと、
You just know.
それってつまり
That we base. That's what it means. Welcome back, Yosuka Sora. Oh wait, and then do it.
そうだね。
I guess I'll do that after Haru's route. I promise I'll do some streams after Haru's route. Maybe one. I'll do it immediately. Come on, man. I wasn't supposed to do it this weekend, but a lot of things distracted me. Hiyori nodded and spoke.
ともちゃんはただいま絶賛恋愛の真っ最中なんだなーってここにいる誰もが察しちゃって、大河あたりはちょっと気まずくなってしまう可能性も大いにありますよね。
I get it. You're a siscon.
まあそうなるよな。
Yeah. Why would I get awkward?
男の子は仲良しの友達が先にいい人見つけるとひがんじゃうんだって聞いたよ。
Not really. Well, yeah, it's not entirely false, but No, it's fine. I might be cooler. It might be cooler to you, Tomohito. But that's all. The Tama is I, right? Isn't that what you want, Tomohito?
大河くん。先輩。
I wouldn't be defeated by the 3 pairs of icy stairs. It's fine. It's not like... That's not what I meant to say. I mean, nah. Here, understand. Understand. Is that obvious by now? Tomohito, what's wrong with there being all sorts of I? Ah, that's right. Everyone sort of knew. Toa Tomohito. No one disliked him. He was Muteki. Why wouldn't this handsome, popular guy actively try to get a kanajo? It was because he'd been in an unrequited love for a long time. He's base, I guess. No, not just unrequited. Because he was in love. He was in a love that could never, ever be forgiven. Tomohito had probably kept those feelings a secret forever and ever. And he probably intended to keep it a secret, or perhaps end his life in solitude from now on too.
実の姉に恋の歌を届けたがる弟なんて、そんなのあんまりにも気持ち悪いよな。
No, it's called bass. But Tomohito says,
これは今までの俺の気持ち全部とさよならするための歌でもあるんだ。確かに俺は姉ちゃんが好きだった。でもその気持ちは本当にそうだったのか。
What did I truly want with my Onesan?
今となってはもうそれを確かめる術がない。この気持ちを伝える相手だってどこにもいない。だからこの歌を届けたい。この歌は姉ちゃんへの告白の言葉であり、姉ちゃんへの別れの言葉でもあって、つまりこれは愛と勇気の歌なんだ。
So it's a song about being base, I guess. Tomohito said,
生涯たった一人をあなただけを愛し続けると誓うための歌であってほしい。そんな思いを込めたい。そう願ってる。だから。
Yeah, I get it. I nod, telling him he doesn't need to say anything more. The tema is I. That's right. This uta will be the uta of utmost I and Yuki. And what else do we need to decide? We discussed making it a story, deciding characters, and more besides the team.
ああ、物語の季節は春にしたい。姉ちゃんは春が桜の花が大好きだったから。
It would be funny if he said winter and snow, and we could just have powder snow. Anyway, Tomohito gave her. Oh man, it is the season of White Album right now. Anyway, Tomohito gave a wry smile and looked at the ceiling. Everyone else looked up too.
あの桜が学園の枯れ桜だよ。姉ちゃんはあの桜が満開に咲くのをいつかまた見たいって言ってた。
Wow, we got Sakura Uta before Sakura Uta got translated, huh?
そしたら一緒にお花見しに行こうって。
In English,
手
I
を
mean.
つないで二人でそんな約束もしてたんだ。
You just know.
だからさ、あの桜が満開に咲いた風景も歌に乗せて届けたい。どうかな。
Ah, I have no objections. This is your uta, Tomohito. You can color it however you like. It was just as Chiwa's Otosan advice. Perhaps it's because setting various things like the tema narrows down the goal. After that, though it would be hard to say it went smoothly, the lyrics were mostly complete before midnight.
施設に連絡し忘れてた。遅くなりますって。
The facility. My phone's full of missed calls, Haru said, teary-eyed, as she made the call.
おー、なんだかお腹がグーグー鳴ると思ったら、もうこんな大変なお時間に。あんまり遅くならないようにねってお父さんに言われたのに、集中しちゃってました。
I think her otosan says that so he could sneak out and see his daughter. Oh well, Toya's daughter will be at the park again, unable to see Toya. Oh well. As everyone bustled about, getting ready to leave, Tomohito muttered,
桜もゆ
Yo! He said the title! He said the thing! He said the thing! He said the title. Alright. Alright. Alright, damn it, man. It's fucking over. It's fucking over. Alright. He said the title, man.
この歌のタイトルだよ。
How about Sakura Moi? He said the title. Tomohito said shyly. What does that mean?
あ、
Tomohito nodded, still smiling.
これは恋の歌だ。生涯たった一人を愛すると誓う。愛と勇気の歌なんだ。そしてこの歌を聴いた人たちにとって、その人生にとって、ほんの少しでいいんだ。夜の中でも花咲くような希望であってほしいと、俺は思ってる。
Good things and bad things alike. Life is about all kinds of events washing over everyone. It hurts, and it's heartbreaking, but that's just how it is. Even in a world like that, if you can still fall in love, whatever the outcome may be, that has to be the proof you're truly happy, doesn't it?
ああ、そうだよ。この小さな春の歌を聴いた少年少女たち、すべての心に芽生える小さな恋が、その先に待ち構えてるだろうそれぞれの人生が、あの大きな大きな桜の花と一緒に、いつか満開に花咲くことを祈って、この歌のタイトルを、桜、もゆと、そうしたい。
Tomohito said this, gazing at the notebook filled with words for the lyrics. Ah, I think that's good. I nodded. I'm sure those feelings will reach someone. Haru Gakuen Sai. The ota we're going to surprise them with there is almost finished. Also known as Todo Kanai. I just remember why that one too, man. I can't help but think about it, man. All that's left is the day itself. Praying it will remain in students' hearts. And steeling myself for the scolding I'll surely get from adults. Just a few days left. I'll do all the preparations I can. I secretly prayed that the talk about my cross-dressing would just fade away. Right hard. I wonder if it's worth it to continue. I should get some sleep. But I feel like we're finally getting there. I at least want to see that scene. Even though the ota, which had seemed like the biggest hurdle to prepare, was finally done. Even though the dance, which must have required countless hours to practice to match the song, was thankfully weighed due to time constraints. Still, of course, preparation isn't over just with that. However, what can I do in the remaining days is limited. But the next day on, we use Hokago for practice as much as possible. 2 days left. The lyrics and melody were done, but we still need to arrange it, roughly speaking the karaoke part. There was no way we could call a backing band, and even if we could, they'd need even more time to practice. To arrange last night's melody, Tomohito was absent from school again today. I hope the karaoke backing track is ready by the day of the event. But that worry was unnecessary. I was truly surprised when Tomohito finished the arrangement by that night and came to Chiwa's shop, which had completely became our hangout. Tomohito, do you really have no talent? It just slipped out. Because I had heard that from that person, I couldn't help but let it slip out with a ready smile.
才能より思いが勝つ場合だってきっとあるんだよ。きっとな。そして多分だけど、 それはそう珍しくもないことなんじゃないかな。
Tomohito said that with his usual smile. On this day, we decided everyone's singing parts. Practice continued until late into the night. Chiwo Sotosa contacted each of our homes and brought us delicious kohi and baked goods. One day left. It was the day before the Gakuensai. Today, we all took the day off from school, just like Tomohito, and spent the entire time practicing our singing and other things. So, yeah, it's also giving me it's reminding me of White Album 2 right now. The vibes.
やっぱり私が真ん中なんだね。
Although, they're doing idol group. They're doing an idol group for that kind of song.
頑張るって決めたことだけど、ここだけはどうにかならないかなって少しは期待してたんだけど。
When we suddenly found ourselves alone during the break, Haru drooped her head slightly only in front of me and uttered words that sound like complaints. It can't be helped. Shoganai.
どうして？
Haru, weren't you tone deaf at all? Haru was the best singer, even I could tell. Not that Chiwa or Hiyori are bad, but Haru was much better than expected, surprising me.
それは
That's what. それは
私がこの歌のこと。
Haru then tilted her head with a complex expression as if to say, I don't know how to put it into words. And so I said, and to continue the conversation.
それに？
Sorry. Sorry. You know, I think this kind of thing suits Haru the best. Everyone else must think so too.
こういうのって歌を歌うこと？
Yeah. It's that, but a little different. How should I put it? After thinking for a moment, I answered. Sumari,
うん。
Sumari, I think it means Haru was the cutest. Idol's greatest selling point is cuteness. Isn't that right?
そうなのかな。
The one who looks best in cute clothes, sings best, and is cutest. Such a girl will stand out most, even if not center, so it can't be helped.
かわいい。2回も言ってるよ。
She mumbled, then looked down.
タイガくん、約束覚えてる？
Haru said, still looking down. Yakusoku.
春の学園祭。このライブ、私、頑張るよ。恥ずかしくっても、ドキドキして、胸がいっぱい痛くても、絶対やりきる。だから、お願い。
Haru touched my hand. It was maybe hidari de. My hidari de imbued with yoru.
これがもしもうまくいったら、私の夢も、私の魔法で。
Yeah, I know. I took Haru's hand, which had touched my hidari de, put a fair amount of strength into it, and held on. That day, we continued practicing until nearly midnight. The day before the performance, it was cutting it close, but everyone should have memorized all the melodies and lyrics perfectly. In front of the Chiwa Sotosa, we rehearsed several times. All right. I'm staying up late just for this. This better be worth it. And then the day of the performance.
どうしよう。すっごく緊張してきました。私もお腹がグーグー言っててさあ大変だよ。覚えた歌詞も忘れちゃいそう。
Your heart isn't pounding then.
私はね、お腹の中の怪獣が本体だから。ねえ、タイガ。
What is it, Hio-chan?
私の心配よりもっと気にしてあげた方がいい人がそこにいる。
Whoa, Haru, what's wrong? Your face is completely pale.
柊先輩、息してください。ふへへ、どうしよう。人だよ。学園祭で人がいつもよりいっぱい。緊張で死んじゃうぞ。
Haru, you've only gone crazy from the nerves.
すごい。はるちゃんでも緊張することあるんだ。ちょっと意外だよ。
Haru was originally the most prone to nervousness among us, though. Of course, I couldn't say that out loud.
Hmm? もうそろそろ出番が近いぞ。みんな、準備はいいか？
What we were about to carry out was a guerrilla-like performance, not something we had permission from the school. Would it doing it that way make it more likely to stick in someone's memory? That was also one of our overly childish aims. We all changed, but we are now holding our equipment, peering cautiously out of the school entrance at the bustling schoolyard. From there, we waited for the moment when all the club activities and performances seemed to have quieted down. All right, let's go! We burst out. Just one song. Armed with just one original song, we step onto the makeshift stage.
お忙しいところすみません。皆さんにぜひ聴いてもらいたい歌があります。
It's time. Doki wa kita. Haru, standing in the center, gripped the microphone, and I regretted, too late, that maybe I should have been the one to make the announcement. But Haru gathered her courage. Yuki, raising her voice as loudly as she possibly could.
私たちの最初で最後のライブです。頑張りますので、どうか私たち。あれ？
Haru suddenly froze. A murmur spread through the crowd. Drawn by the novelty, students began to gather one by one, until there were about several dozen of them. A considerable number of people quickly encircled us. Haru, who had frozen in the middle of it all, turned to look back at the members around her. Still holding the microphone, she said,
私たちのグループ名ってなんだっけ？あ、やっべ、決めてなかった。
Hiyori blinked, then tilted her head. A small laugh broke out. Perhaps Haru's tension eased a little. With a gentle voice and a smile, she spoke.
この歌はまだまだ本当は未完成。だけど今ここでたくさんの人たちに私たちの思いが伝わり、 いくつもいくつも思い重なることがあったなら、この歌はまた一つ完成に近づいていくんだと信じています。
And those kimochi would reach into a far distant future. Haru nodded, then gripped the microphone tightly.
それでは、聞いてください。あなたへ届くよう、心を込めて歌います。この歌の名前は、
Sakura Moyu. From the small speaker we brought, a gentle intro began to play. Like sakura petals, fluttering softly down.
お願いします。
Haru says,
どうか、この歌が届く限りのすべての人に、キラキラで、眩しくて、笑顔をほころぶ、満開に花咲く未来がありますように。
The music swelled, as if to say, reach, feelings confined here now. A singing voice like a prayer echoed through the air. And whether I, Kanade Taiga, participated in this rage in a cute outfit, I'll leave that to your imagination. I'll report it that way to that person. That's what I thought.
So ですか。
Tomohito's Onesan, Asusa. A part of her kokoro. Asusa senpai is smiling, thinking that was good.
ライブは大成功だったんですね。はい、確かに大成功でしたけど。
Man, so bullshit. They skipped the.
あれ？はるちゃん、なんだか浮かない顔。
I thought they were actually gonna sing.
あ、いいえ、ライブは本当に大成功でした。歌詞は一度も間違えることなく歌えたし、多分音程だって外れてなかった。
When did we hear her sing? I wanted to hear her sing. Her VA could sing, if I remember correctly.
持ち曲は1曲しかないのにアンコールまでしてもらいました。まあ、ただ面白がってる人もいたかもしれませんけど、でも今の私たちにとってはこれ以上ないくらいの大成功だったと思います。あとはこの歌が本当に未来へ届いたのかどうか。たった1回のライブでそこまで望むのはあんまりにも贅沢ですよね。それってこれからもはるちゃんたちは歌い続けていくってことですか？はい、そうですね。
She said she intended to and nodded.
最初で最後のライブだって思ってたんですけど、今日のライブで覚悟が決まってしまいました。歌を歌い始めるまで胸はドキドキで心はいっぱいいっぱいでしたけど、私結構歌を歌うの好きみたいです。だけど、はい、いろいろなものを得られたように思う今日のライブですが、代わりに私たちみんな1週間の定額処分になっちゃいましたけど。1週間も？それは大変です。はい、でもいいんです。どうしてですか？その間新しい歌をまたみんなで作れるからいいんです。すごい。やっぱりはるちゃんはすごいですね。いつも明るくて前向きで、もっと見習いたかったです。
Having a dream is a good thing, isn't it? And something you can only do while alive. Asusa senpai said with a smile.
そうですね。やる気はあります。いっぱいあります。未来にちゃんと歌が届いたんだってわかるまでは頑張りたいです。みんなにもそう話してます。また一緒に歌を歌おうねって。
She smiled brightly. But why is that, I wonder? Unable to hold it in, these words just slipped out.
だけど私ってダメなんです。大河君には甘えてしまって全然違うことを言ってしまってて。違うことですか？
She shakes her head, saying it's nothing, because even she doesn't know why it's like this, why she's like this. The face she shows in front of me, and now like this, in front of someone else, is completely different.
大河君
Then Azusa Senpai tilts her head.
大河君といえばどうしてるんですかね。
She looks around restlessly.
もうそろそろ列車が来ちゃいます。最後に一言お別れとありがとうを言いたかったんですけれど。遅いですよね。どうしたんだろう。
I also find myself looking around restlessly.
忘れ物を思い出したって、でもすぐ戻ってくるからって言ってたんですけど。
The sound of the Densha whistle approaches. It's the sound that will carry Azusa Senpai away to the far end of the Yoru. It will arrive here when the moon in the night Yozora is directly overhead. That's what the timetable said. Never mind. It's sorry, I can't help. I remembering the lyrics of the song. It's soon. That moment will come quickly. Whistle and steam. A slight tremor. Bringing them along, it slides into the state Ikimai.
間に合いませんでした。
Azusa Senpai turns to me with a wry smile.
大河君にさよならを伝えられないのは残念ですけど。でも、こうしてはるちゃんが見送ってくれます。それだけで寂しい気持ちもなくなります。
She smiles, saying arigato. And before the door leading to the train car, which opened by itself, she seemed to hesitate one last time, as if wondering whether she should get on.
あずさ先輩。
Her hand held by me, becoming Maho. Azusa Senpai granted Tomohiro-kun's wish. Her kokoro, a part of it, you an existence only we can perceive. Tonight, you will depart for the far end of the Yoru. In order to bring Maho outside of the Yoru, the one who wished for it must pay some kind of price. Azusa Senpai wished for Tomohiro-kun to awaken his talent, Sainu, for ongaku. In exchange for that, she chose to leave Tomohiro's side forever. Only that feeling could be a fitting price. That's what she felt. So after witnessing Tomohiro-kun's song, Uta, reach many people, tonight, Azusa Senpai will leave our presence. Unbeknownst to anyone but us. And without anyone but us regretting her departure. Azusa Senpai boarded the train. Many somethings got on and off the Densha. Slowly, steadily. The bell announcing the imminent departure echoed through the station, Ikimai. I searched for Azusa Senpai's figure from the platform. One Densha window opened and Azusa Senpai poked her head out in the bustling, noisy Ikimai. She called out to me, Haru-chan, onegai!
お願いします。大河君にありがとうって伝えてください。私のことを上手に魔法として使ってくれて、おかげでともくんが夢を叶えることができました。はい、はるちゃん。はい、ありがとう、はるちゃん。私みたいな何かと。私みたいなとはあずさの偽物と仲良くしてくれてありがとう。短い間だったけどとってもね、はるちゃんやみんなと遊んだり笑ったりできて。
10 years ago. It was after our war ended. After saving the world, we then had to save our own lives. But for us who were helpless, just girls, it was far too difficult. It was you who played with us in this town as our childhood friend. Because a little more mature than us, were always by our side. That's why we never crumbled under the weight of a harsh reality. And that time, we were able to look straight at properly, but as we gradually grew up, only you were left behind here. That farewell probably came suddenly. No one noticed me, even though we should have been laughing together happily until yesterday. Everyone gradually started to even forget about me. Even Tomohito-kun, who should have been Precious family, stopped noticing me. Was right there beside him. You always wandered the town all alone. You are Toa Asasa's feelings of being worried sick about her ototo left behind the present. You couldn't be sure your ototo would be happy. You couldn't even freely disappear. Until now, Asasa senpai had been all alone, with only Taiga-kun who could still interact with the Yoru as a conversation partner. At dusk, the place you always returned to by bus was never a school in a distant town. I was simply returning to the Yoru, a place both farther and closer than anywhere else.
あずさ先輩
Even if no one noticed you, even if everyone forgot you, you were always there, watching over us. And yet, even as your final moment arrives like this, no one but me can say sayonara to you. That's so lonely. I feel incredibly sad. So,
早く戻ってきて大河君
Azusa senpai is leaving. All alone. All alone. She's going back all alone to the far, far end of the Yoru again. A sayonara this lonely? Absolutely not.
やだ
The Densha slowly began to move forward and followed at a jog.
このままさよならなんて私嫌だよ
So, Doka. Taiga-kun. The Yoroku knew where everything I imagine comes true. Please, grant my wish. I reach out my hand to the window of the moving Densha. Azusa senpai also reaches out her hand to me. I prayed. If I could just touch that hand, may all the feelings of someone not here be conveyed to you. But it's no good. The outstretched hand can't reach. Your figure is moving farther away. Now I can no longer even tell what kind of expression you're making. A large bag passed me by.
姉ちゃん
A scream.
待ってまだ行かないでくれ
ともくん
Oh shit. Azusa senpai leaned far out of the window of the moving car, reaching out her hand.
ともくんどうして
The two outstretched hands met.
ずっとだ俺姉ちゃんのことずっと探してた
He shouted. His breath ragged.
俺姉ちゃんに言いたいこと伝えたいこといっぱいあるんだよ姉ちゃん
Tomohito-kun shouted. So please, don't go yet. Even from here, I could see Azusa senpai firmly squeeze Tomohito-kun's hand back.
ごめんごめん姉ちゃん俺なんで俺姉ちゃんと喧嘩なんてしたんだろうなんであんなひどいこと言ったんだろうずっと謝りたかったんだそれなのに俺気づいたら姉ちゃんのこと分からなくなってて
ともくん
姉ちゃんのことずっと探してたんだ一緒に遊んだ公園とか一緒に手をつないで歩いた道だとか一緒に隠した宝物の場所だとか姉ちゃんが好きだったあの桜の木が今年こそ咲いたならどこかで姉ちゃんに会えるんじゃないかってそんな期待をした夜もいっぱいあったけど でもAちゃんはどこにもいなくて。
ごめんなさい。違うの。謝るのはこっちだよ、ともくん。
違わない。
ともくん、お願い、聞いてほしい。私は違うんだよ。あなたが探してた人じゃない。
いや、何も違わないんだ。
ともくん、私は
違うんだよ、姉ちゃん。俺が歌を、あの春の歌を届けたかったのは未来の姉ちゃんだけじゃないんだ。
The Densha picked up even more speed.
俺が歌に込めたかった気持ちは全部。
Not yet. There must have still been so many words they wanted to say. So many feelings they had to convey to each other. But there was no longer enough time for their words, their hearts, their feelings, all of it, to fully connect. Because even their joined hands were gradually being pulled apart.
大好きだ。
He screams.
大好きだよ、姉ちゃん。あなたが本物だとか偽物だとかどうでもいいんだ。ただそばにいてくれた。嬉しい時も悲しい時もどうしようもなくうまくいかない時もだ。あなたが俺のためだけに笑いかけていてくれたから。あなたがそうしてそばにいてくれなければ俺はもうとっくにダメになってた。
So, Tomohito-kun says, Arigato.
ありがとう、ありがとう、姉ちゃん。いつもそばにいてくれて、いつも俺のことそばで応援してくれていて、ありがとう、姉ちゃん。俺の一番大切な人。
Within the yoru, I could hear Tomohito-kun's kokoro. I had wished to turn all these feelings, all of them, into an ota.
姉ちゃん、姉ちゃん。
To a distant future beyond my reach. To you, so close yet so far. I want to convey it.
いつまでもずっと大好きだよ、姉ちゃん。
It was to deliver just those feelings that I made that song.
ありがとう。ごめん、大切にする。姉ちゃんからもらったもの全部大切に生きていくから。
So, onegai.
この声も気持ちも全部あの歌に乗せていつもあなたのそばにいさせてくれよ。
His last words was swallowed by the densha whistle, and there, their hands parted. I think I'm gonna call it here. It's a good thing I waited at least that long. Wait. Okay, let's continue a little bit more. After Azaza Senpai had left, I handed that to Tomohito. There are countless ways to surpass Sainu in this world. The words Azaza Senpai left for Tomohito in the form of a tegami began with that very sentence.
ねえ、ともくん。この世界はとてもわかりやすく残酷なんだよ。才能を持つ者が持たない者の努力を一瞬で不意にする。そんなありきたりな残酷さと同様に、才能を持たない者の重ねた思いが圧倒的だったはずの才能をやっぱり一瞬で凌駕して、持つ者には決して形にできない風景を多くの人の心に、気持ちに届けてしまう。 そういった残酷さもまた、この世界の中にはあるもので。だから、才能なんてものを言い訳にして、夢見ることを諦めないで。なんて、そんなことを無責任に言うのもまた簡単で、残酷で、諦めることを選んだ人のことを、どうして私たちが偉そうに何か言えるのでしょうか。そういう道を選んで生きていくと決意したのにも、たくさんの思いが重なっているはずだから。ただ、人は、きらめく才能に憧れるけど、たゆまぬ思いに強く共感する生き物だと思います。だって、どうしたって私たちは、心から逃れられない生き物だから、あの人は天才だと呼ばれる誰かも、もしかしたら、今日までたくさんの悲しいことや苦しいこと、寂しいことに涙を拭いて、歩き続けてきたからこそ、今日があるのかもしれない。だから、ともくん、あなたにはあえてお願いしたいの。最初で最後だなんて言わないで。今日までいろいろな思いを閉じ込めて、それでも笑顔でいられるあなただから。そんなあなたにしか作れない歌が必ずあるはずだから。だから、ともくん、お願いね。これからもたくさん、素敵な歌を、音楽を、あなたの思いを紡いでいってほしいです。未来の本物の私に届くよう、夜空の星の向こうに旅立つ私にも届くよう。きっとそういう風に苦しんで悲しんで生きていくあなたの姿に強く憧れる。そんな誰かがそばにいてくれるはずだから。
Arigato. I'm sure Tomokun's uta reach even the Mirai me. Tomohito finished reading the tegami and closed his eyelids.
ありがとうな、タイガ。姉ちゃんのところに連れてきてくれて。
Ah, as she leaves words, it's unfair if your words, feelings don't reach her. That's what I thought, so I turned back last minute. I'm glad we made it in time. I really am glad.
なあ、タイガ。俺、目が覚めたら今夜のこと忘れてるのかな。
Yeah, that's right. But it'll be daijobu. In the morning, you'll forget tonight. But still, remember it. Forgotten but remembered. That's how it is. Said Tiny.
そっか。忘れるけれど、覚えてる。か。
Tomohito smiled and told me a little about his time with her. 10 years ago, when she was young, Toa Azusa was sent into Mirai by an illness. But only her feelings remained here. After that, Tomohito admired her as his onesan and spent his boyhood. In Nagasuku, where not a single person understood him, only she, who was always by his side, was Tomohito's salvation.
いつも励ましてくれた。いつも優しく頭を撫でてくれた。いつも手をつないで歩いてくれた。
She was his only ally. She'll always stay by his side, continuously, praying for Tomohito's life to go well. The painful things, the sad things, the difficult things too. Everything about her is a precious memory. That's right. She was an onesan to Tomohito and became something even more precious and special. But one day...
嘘つき
we had a kenka over something trivial.
近寄るな偽物のくせに
The moment I said that, she made such a sad face. I could never forget that moment. It was our usual promise to walk home, hand in hand. But that day, she was late picking me up, and that was the only reason I yelled at her. I never get emotional over such a thing, but for some reason, that day I was just in a bad mood. Maybe it was because I had just been made to sit Seiza in front of my Oya and lecture for a long time about my Sainyu. You're not needed in this house. Your Otosai no Kasan are truly ashamed of you. Because I had been told those words again and again repeatedly.
とにかく俺はあの人に当たり散らしてしまったんだ。あんな風に怒鳴ったことなんて後にも先にもきっとあの時だけだ。そうであってほしいと願うよ。
She might have let Tomohito alone for a while, intending to wait until he calmed down. Leaving Tomohito in the room, she left. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Yoru fell. My onesan didn't come home. I should apologize. I was an idiot. Why did I say such a thing?
俺は家を飛び出した。姉ちゃんを探した。たくさん探し回った。
I was scared. What is she? My onesan never came back. If that happened, I'll be alone. All alone. No one would be on my side anymore. Yeah, Nesan. Gomen nasai.
お願い俺を置いていかないでよ姉ちゃん
I ran barefoot through the night streets, calling her name again and again. Sorry. Forgive me. That was a lie. I love you, Nesan. I screamed it.
でも
From that day on, Tomohito's kokoro might have grown a little closer to adulthood. His parents' commonplace, unreasonable lecture pierced Tomohito's heart, making him feel he was no longer a child and needed to grow up. In any case, Tomohito lost sight of her.
あんなにもひどいこと言ったのにそれなのに一言も謝ることもできないなんて
Could there be anything so cruel for a child's heart? I just wanted to say one word. Gomen. Thank you for always being by my side. I wanted to tell her that, but she was nowhere to be seen anymore. But I'm sure they're watching over me somewhere. Even now, right beside me, they must be gently holding my hand. Because I thought so, because I wanted to believe.
だから俺はそばで見ていてくれるだろうあの人へも歌を届けたかったんだ。ごめんとありがとうとそして大好きそんな思いを乗せた歌をあの人になあタイガ。
あ？なんだ？
俺はさ音楽になりたかったんだ。俺自身の思いのすべてが遠く未来にも歌い継がれていくような音楽にそう願ってた。
Tomohito says that was his yume.
ちゃんと届いたよな。未来の姉ちゃんへは悔しいけどどうかわからない。それを知る術さえもない。
だけど
いつも俺のそばにいてくれた姉ちゃんには俺の言葉俺の思い全部ちゃんと届いてくれたよな。もう姉ちゃん俺のこと心配しなくても平気だよって分かってくれたよな。タイガ。
あ？What is it, Tomohito?
お前も見たろ姉ちゃん。この手が離れた瞬間だよ。最後に笑っていてくれたよな。そうだよなタイガ。
My kimochi. To reach her, didn't they? That's how it is, right? Tomohito muttered, something sounding a little anxious. So I nodded deeply and firmly. Yeah, of course. There's no way that Uta you made wouldn't reach anyone. I believe that. Tomohito,
あそうだよな。
Tomohito smiled.
あそうだよ。自分で言うのもなんだけど、結構名曲だもんな。届かないわけないよな。
Saying that with a smile that seemed to hide some pain. Tomohito kept staring on and on at the retreating figure of the Densha. That night, I had a very short dream. Ototo, who always looked down. Onesan? A little sister? Question mark? Anyway, Onesan just unsure of herself, but trying to her best to smile for Ototo. The two of them walked hand in hand beneath the full bloom. I could hear Ota. It was the Ota I knew, but it was still a very incomplete Ota. With no lyrics and a melody full of holes, we hummed those tiny song fragments in soft voices, as if meticulously naming each of the countless petals fluttering down around us.
いつか
My Nesan says,
いつか二人でこの歌が完成させられたら、その時はきっと私たちの夢も全部叶う。そんな気がするよ。
so that my Ototo wouldn't suffer cruel treatment from our Kazuko anymore. My Onesan wanted to give Ota to her Ototo. She wanted to hum it with him to complete it together.
私の夢はね、ともくん。あなたがいつも笑っていられる世界を作ることだよ。だからほら、笑ってよ。私はあなたの笑顔が大好きだから。
Saying that, show me more of your kawaii smiling face. My Onesan pinned back my long bangs with a hairpin.
これであなたの顔がよく見える。どんなに小さくても、あなたが笑えば、私も、世界も、すぐに気づける。かわいい。お姉ちゃんとお揃いだね。
You just know. My Onesan smiled, but her face held a hint of sadness.
あなたの笑顔は、きっと無敵よ。あなたが笑えば、そばにいる誰もが、温かい気持ちになれるから。きっと、あなたが笑うと、この世界そのものだって笑顔にできる。それが、あなたの誰にも負けない才能なんだって、信じてる。
My Onesan gently stroked the matching hairpin with her fingertip, a soft smile on her face.
もしもいつか、私があなたのそばにいられなくなってしまっても、大丈夫。あなたの顔がよく見える。これでもう、どこにいても、あなたの可愛い笑顔を見逃さないわ。
My Onesan loved her Ototo so much. But I, her Ototo, love my Onesan even more. More. More than anyone. More than anything. More than my Onesan cared for me. I loved her. So I decided to smile. No matter what happens from now on, I'll live with a smile. I'll strive to be the me you said you loved. I'll definitely protect my Onesan. I made a promise I could never hope to forget. And when I showed her my egao, my Onesan smiled back, looking so happy. Was it that person? Or was it that other person? Now I can't remember anything anymore, but approximately 10 years later, a precious person, someone who had been precious, twice I said goodbye. The Oto created a song, Ota, as if tracing the memories of that time, like petals fluttering up in the warm spring sky. It was a melody that invoked such a gentle, fleeting scene. It wasn't something I wrote alone. We created it together. The two of us. At least that's what I believe. Don't give up. Don't say this is the first and last time you said, but I still don't think I have any musical talent. Could I really create the song better than this? I wasn't confident. You merely used Maho to help me remember our melody that had been sleeping at the bottom of my memories. That's what I believe. But my feelings for you are real. I believe that they will continue to exist in my chest, in my heart, never fading away. This is the ota of I and Yuki that we made together. I swear to love only you for my entire life. Those kimochi, the way of life. What had become an ota that no one else can imagine? Where it is the path to make that yume come true? It's Haru. My Ototo all alone looked up at the sky of encounters and partings. The boy must have grown up a little more. He counted precious sayonara, learned pain, and became a little kinder again. If I could walk through life with my Ototo as a precious friend, that would be a very, very happy and joyful future. A yume. I was seeing just a yume in the yoru. Okay, I really have to call it in here. Okay, good. That's how you. That's how you ended that. That's how you know that we we had to end that chapter. I need to get out. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy watching, and I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.
桜の花咲く道を一人で歩く日は思い出の中にだけあなたを探